Introduction. The Investors. On January 20, 2009, the eyes of the country were on Washington, where over 1 million cheering celebrants crowded the National Mall to witness the inauguration of the first African-American president. So many supporters streamed in from all across the nation that for 24 hours they nearly doubled Washington's population. Inaugurations are always moving celebrations of the most basic democratic process, the peaceful transfer of power, but this one was especially euphoric. The country's most famous and iconic musicians, from the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin, to the cellist Yo-Yo Ma, gave soaring performances to mark the occasion. Celebrities and dignitaries pulled strings to get seats. Excitement was so feverish that the Democratic political consultant James Carville was predicting a long-term political realignment in which the Democrats will remain in power for the next 40 years. But on the other side of the country during the last weekend in January 2009, another kind of gathering was underway, of a group of activists who aimed to do all they could to nullify the results of the recent election. In Indian Wells, a California desert town on the outskirts of Palm Springs, one polished sports utility vehicle after the next cruised down the long, palm-lined drive of the Renaissance Esmeralda Resort and Spa. Stepping out onto the curb, as bellboys darted for the luggage, were some of America's most ardent conservatives, many of whom represented the nation's most powerfully entrenched business interests. It would be hard to conjure a richer tableau of the good life than the one greeting them. Overhead, the sky was a brilliant azure. In the distance, the foothills of the Santa Rosa Mountains rose steeply from the Coachella Valley, creating a stunning backdrop of ever-changing hues. Velvety green lawns stretched as far as the eye could see, meandering toward a neighboring 36-hole golf course. Swimming pools, one with a man-made sandy beach, were surrounded by chaises and intimate, curtained pavilions. As dusk fell, countless tea lights and tiki torches magically lit the walkways and flower beds. But inside the hotel's dining room, the mood was grim, as if these luxuries merely highlighted how much the group gathered there had to lose. The guests meeting at the resort that weekend included many of the biggest winners during the 8 years of George W. Bush's presidency. There were billionaire businessmen, heirs to some of America's greatest dynastic fortunes, right-wing media moguls, conservative elected officials, and savvy political operatives who had made handsome livings helping their patrons win and hold power. There were also eloquent writers and publicists, whose work at think tanks, advocacy groups, and countless publications was quietly subsidized by corporate interests. The guests of honor, though, were the potential political donors or investors, as they referred to themselves, whose checkbooks would be sorely needed for the project at hand. The group had been summoned that weekend not by the leader of a recognized opposition party but rather by a private citizen, Charles Cook. In his 70s, he was white-haired but youthfully fit and very much in charge of Cook Industries, a conglomerate headquartered in Wichita, Kansas. The company had grown spectacularly since its founder, Charles's father, Fred, had died in 1967, and he and his brother David took charge, buying out their 2 other brothers. Charles and David, often referred to as the Cook brothers, owned virtually all of what had become under their leadership the second largest private company in America. They owned 4,000 miles of pipelines, oil refineries in Alaska, Texas, and Minnesota, the Georgia-Pacific Lumber and Paper Company, coal and chemicals, and they were huge traders in commodity futures, among other businesses. The company's consistent profitability had made the 2 brothers the 6th and 7th wealthiest men in the world. Each was worth an estimated $14 billion in 2009. Charles, the elder brother, was a man of unusual drive, accustomed to getting his way. What he wanted that weekend was to enlist his fellow conservatives in a daunting task, stopping the Obama administration from implementing democratic policies that the American public had voted for but that he regarded as catastrophic. Given the size of their fortunes, Charles and David Cook automatically had extraordinary influence. But for many years, they had magnified their reach further by joining forces with a small and intensely ideological group of like-minded political allies, many of whose personal fortunes were also unfathomably large. This faction hoped to use their wealth to advance a strain of conservative libertarian politics that was so far out on the political fringe as recently as 1980, when David Cook ran for Vice President of the United States on the Libertarian Party ticket. It received only 1% of the American vote. At the time, the conservative icon William F. Buckley Jr. dismissed their views as anarcho-totalitarianism. The Kochs failed at the ballot box in 1980, but instead of accepting America's verdict, they set out to change how it voted. They used their fortune to impose their minority views on the majority by other means. In the years since they were trounced at the polls, they poured hundreds of millions of dollars into a stealthy effort to move their political views from the fringe to the center of American political life. With the same foresight and perseverance with which they invested in their businesses, they funded and built a daunting national political machine. As far back as 1976, Charles Koch, who was trained as an engineer, began planning a movement that could sweep the country. As a former member of the John Birch Society, he had a radical goal. In 1978, he declared, "Our movement must destroy the prevalent statist paradigm." To this end, the Kochs waged a long and remarkable battle of ideas. They subsidized networks of seemingly unconnected think tanks and academic programs and spawned advocacy groups to make their arguments in the national political debate. They hired lobbyists to push their interests in Congress and operatives to create synthetic grassroots groups to give their movement political momentum on the ground. In addition, they financed legal groups and judicial junkets to press their cases in the courts. Eventually, they added to this a private political machine that rivaled, and threatened to subsume, the Republican Party. Much of this activism was cloaked in secrecy and presented as philanthropy, leaving almost no money trail that the public could trace. But cumulatively it formed, as one of their operatives boasted in 2015, a fully integrated network. The Kochs were unusually single-minded, but they were not alone. They were among a small, rarefied group of hugely wealthy, arch-conservative families that for decades poured money, often with little public disclosure, into influencing how Americans thought and voted. Their efforts began in earnest during the second half of the 20th century. In addition to the Kochs, this group included Richard Mellon Scaife, an heir to the Mellon banking and Gulf oil fortunes, Harry and Lindy Bradley, Midwesterners enriched by defense contracts, John M. Olin, a chemical and munitions company titan, the Coors Brewing family of Colorado, and the DeVos family of Michigan, founders of the Amway marketing empire. Each was different, but together they formed a new generation of philanthropists, bent on using billions of dollars from their private foundations to alter the direction of American politics. When these donors began their quest to remake America along the lines of their beliefs, their ideas were, if anything, considered marginal. They challenged the widely accepted post-World War II consensus that an activist government was a force for public good. Instead, they argued for limited government, drastically lower personal and corporate taxes, minimal social services for the needy, and much less oversight of industry, particularly in the environmental arena. They said they were driven by principle, but their positions dovetailed seamlessly with their personal financial interests. By Ronald Reagan's presidency, their views had begun to gain more traction. For the most part, they were still seen as defining the extreme edge of the right wing, but both the Republican Party and much of the country were trending their way. Conventional wisdom often attributed the rightward march to a public backlash against liberal spending programs. But an additional explanation, less examined, was the impact of this small circle of billionaire donors. Of course, rich patrons on both sides of the ideological spectrum had long wielded disproportionate power in American politics. George Soros, a billionaire investor who underwrote liberal organizations and candidates, was often singled out for criticism by conservatives. But the Kochs in particular set a new standard. As Charles Lewis, the founder of the Center for Public Integrity, a nonpartisan watchdog group, put it, the Kochs are on a whole different level. There's no one else who has spent this much money. The sheer dimension of it is what sets them apart. They have a pattern of lawbreaking, political manipulation, and obfuscation. I've been in Washington since Watergate, and I've never seen anything like it. They are the Standard Oil of our times. By the time Barack Obama was elected president, the billionaire brothers' operation had become more sophisticated. By persuading an expanding, hand-picked list of other wealthy conservatives to invest with them, they had in effect created a private political bank. It was this group of donors that gathered at the Renaissance. Most, like the Kochs, were businessmen with vast personal fortunes that placed them not just in the top 1% of the nation's wealthiest citizens but in a more rarefied group, the top 0.1% or higher. By most standards, they were extraordinarily successful. But for this cohort, Obama's election represented a galling setback. During the previous 8 years of Republican rule, this conservative corporate elite had consolidated its power, amassing enormous sway over the U.S. government's regulatory and tax laws. Some in this group faulted President Bush for not having been conservative enough. But having molded policy to serve their interests during the Bush years, many members of this caste had accumulated phenomenal wealth and regarded the newly elected Democratic president as a direct threat to all they had gained. Participants feared they were seeing not just the passing of 8 years of Republican dominance but the end of a political order, one that they believed had immeasurably benefited both the country and themselves. In the 2008 election, Republicans had been defeated up and down the ballot. Democrats had not only recaptured the White House but held majorities in both houses of Congress. The 2008 election hadn't just been a disappointment. It was a complete rout. They'd just gotten blown out. The question was whether they could survive at all, recalled Bill Burton, former deputy press secretary to President Obama. John Podesta, the liberal political activist who later became Obama's senior advisor, recalled that in the early days after the election there was a sense of triumphalism, that Bush had crapped out, that he'd be Hoover and Obama would be Franklin Roosevelt and dominate. There was a feeling that the pendulum had swung and a new progressive era had begun. Bush's poll ratings were below those of Nixon. There had been a complete failure of his economic and foreign policy ideas. There was a sense of how can we blow it? Exacerbating conservative sense of political peril, the economy was in the most vertiginous free fall since the Great Depression of the 1930s. The day that Obama was inaugurated, the stock market had plummeted on fresh doubts about the viability of the nation's banks, with the Standard & Poor's 500 stock index shedding more than 5% of its value and the Dow Jones Industrial Average plunging by 4%. The continuing economic collapse had laid waste not just to some conservatives' portfolios but also to their belief system. The notion that markets are infallible, a fundamental tenet of libertarian conservatism, looked like a folly. Free market advocates saw their entire ideological movement in peril. Even some Republicans had become doubters. The retired General Colin Powell, for instance, a veteran of both Bush administrations, argued that Americans are looking for more government in their life, not less. Time magazine captured the zeitgeist by emblazoning a Republican elephant on its cover under the headline Endangered Species. Charles Cook himself described Obama's election in almost apocalyptic terms, sending an impassioned newsletter to his company's 70,000 employees earlier that January declaring that America faced the greatest loss of liberty and prosperity since the 1930s. Fearing a liberal resurgence of federal spending, he told his employees that more government programs and regulation were exactly the wrong approach to the deepening recession. It is markets, not government, that can provide the strongest engine for growth, lifting us out of these troubling times, he insisted. Obama's inaugural address lived up to his worst dreams. The freshly sworn-in president all but declared war on the notion that markets work best when government regulates them least. Without a watchful eye, the market can spin out of control, Obama warned. Then, sounding almost as if he were taking aim directly at corporate plutocrats like those gathered in Indian Wells, Obama declared that the nation cannot prosper long when it favors only the prosperous. It was against this threatening political backdrop that Charles Cook mustered what a fellow conservative, Craig Shirley, described as the mercantile right to take back, and if possible take over, American politics. Obama's election added urgency to the mission, but the gathering in Indian Wells was not a first for the Kochs. Charles and his brother David had been quietly sponsoring similar sessions for conservative donors twice a year since 2003. The enterprise started small but exploded as antagonism toward Obama built among the 0.01% on the right. While they largely hid their ambitious enterprise from the public, avoiding all but the minimum legally required financial disclosures, the Kochs portrayed their political philanthropy inside their circle as a matter of noblesse oblige. If not us, who? If not now, when? Charles Cook asked in the invitation to one such donor summit, paraphrasing the call to arms of the ancient Hebrew scholar Rabbi Hillel. It was obvious we were headed for disaster, Cook later told the conservative writer Matthew Continetti, explaining his plan. The idea was to gather other free market enthusiasts and organize them as a pressure group. The first seminar in 2003 attracted only 15 people. One former insider in the Kochs realm, who declined to be named because he feared retribution, described the early donor summits as a clever means devised by Charles Cook to enlist others to pay for political fights that helped his company's bottom line. The seminars were, in essence, an extension of the company's corporate lobbying. They were staffed and organized by Cook employees and largely treated as a corporate project. Of particular importance to the Kochs, he said, was drumming up support from other business leaders for their environmental fights. The Kochs vehemently opposed the government taking any action on climate change that would hurt their fossil fuel profits. But suddenly in January 2009, these narrow concerns were overshadowed. Obama's election stirred such deep and widespread fear among the conservative business elite that the conference was swarmed, becoming a hub of political resistance. The planners were all but overwhelmed. Suddenly they were leading the parade, he said. No one anticipated that. By 2009, the Kochs had indeed succeeded in expanding their political conference from a wonky free market swap fest to the point where it was beginning to attract an impressive array of influential figures. Wealthy businessmen thronged to rub shoulders with famous and powerful speakers, like the Supreme Court Justices Antonin Scalia and Clarence Thomas. Congressmen, senators, governors, and media celebrities came too. Getting an invitation means you've arrived, one operative who still works for the Kochs explained. People want to be in the room. The amount of money raised at the summits was also increasingly eye-catching. Earlier businessmen had certainly spent outsized sums in hopes of manipulating American politics, but the numbers at the Cook seminars far outstripped those in the past. As the Washington Post's Dan Balls observed, when W. Clement Stone, an insurance magnate and philanthropist, gave $2 million to Richard M. Nixon's 1972 campaign, it caused public outrage and contributed to a movement that produced the post-Watergate reforms in campaign financing. Accounting for inflation, Balls estimated that Stone's $2 million might be worth about $11 million in today's dollars. In contrast, for the 2016 election, the political war chest accumulated by the Kochs and their small circle of friends was projected to be $889 million, completely dwarfing the scale of money that was considered deeply corrupt during the Watergate days. The clout of the participants at the retreat served to burnish the Kochs' reputations, conferring a new aura of respectability on their extreme libertarian political views, which many had dismissed in the past as far outside the mainstream. "We're not a bunch of radicals running around and saying strange things," David Cook proudly told Continetti. "Many of these people are very successful, and occupy very important, respected positions in their communities." Exactly who attended the January 2009 summit, the first of the Obama era, and what transpired inside the resort can only be partly pieced together because the guest list, like many other aspects of the Kochs' political and business affairs, was shrouded in secrecy. As one Republican campaign consultant who has worked for the Kochs in the past said of the family's political activities, To call them under the radar is an understatement. They are underground. Participants at the summits, for instance, were routinely admonished to destroy all copies of any paperwork. Be mindful of the security and confidentiality of your meeting notes and materials, the invitation to one such gathering warned. Guests were told to say nothing to the news media and to post nothing about the meetings online. Elaborate security steps were taken to keep both the names of the participants and the meeting's agendas from public scrutiny. When signing up to attend the conferences, participants were warned to make all arrangements through the Koch's staff, rather than trusting the employees at the resort, whose backgrounds were nonetheless investigated by the Koch's security detail. In an effort to detect intruders and imposters, name tags were required at all functions, and smartphones, iPads, cameras, and other recording gear were confiscated prior to sessions. In order to foil eavesdroppers during one such gathering, audio technicians planted white noise-emitting loudspeakers around the perimeters, aimed outward toward any uninvited press and public. It went without saying that breaches of the secrecy would result in excommunication from future meetings. When a breach did occur, the Kochs launched an intense week-long internal investigation to identify and plug the leak. The donations raised at the summits were not publicly disclosed, nor were the names of the donors, although the planners' hope was that the money would have a decisive impact on the nation's affairs. There is anonymity that we can protect, Kevin Gentry, Vice President for Special Projects at Cook Industries and Vice President of the Charles G. Cook Charitable Foundation, reassured the donors at one summit while soliciting their cash, according to a recording that later leaked out. In case anyone misunderstood the seriousness of the enterprise, Charles Cook emphasized in one invitation that fun in the sun was not our ultimate goal. Golf games and gondola rides were fine for after hours, but breakfast discussions would start bright and early. He reminded the invitees, "This is a gathering of doers." No fewer than 18 billionaires would be among the doers joining the Koch's clandestine opposition movement during the first term of Obama's presidency. Ignoring the mere millionaires in attendance, many of whose fortunes were estimated to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, the combined fortunes of the 18 known billionaire participants alone as of 2015 topped $214 billion. In fact, more billionaires participated anonymously in the Cook planning sessions during the first term of the Obama presidency than existed in 1982, when Forbes began listing the 400 richest Americans. The participants at the Cook seminars reflected the broader growth in economic inequality in the country, which had reached the level of the Gilded Age in the 1890s. The gap between the top 1% of earners in America and everyone else had grown so wide by 2007 that the top 1% of the population owned 35% of the nation's private assets and was pocketing almost a quarter of all earnings, up from just 9% 25 years earlier. Liberal critics, like the New York Times columnist Paul Krugman, a Nobel Prize-winning economist, worried that the country was in danger of being transformed from a democracy into a plutocracy, or worse, an oligarchy like Russia, where a handful of extraordinarily powerful businessmen bent the government into catering to them at the expense of everyone else. We are on the road not just to a highly unequal society, but to a society of an oligarchy. A society of inherited wealth, Krugman warned. When you have a few people who are so wealthy that they can effectively buy the political system is going to tend to serve their interests. The term oligarchy was provocative and might have seemed an exaggeration to those accustomed to thinking of oligarchs as despotic rulers who were incompatible with democracies like the United States. But Jeffrey Winters, a professor at Northwestern University specializing in the comparative study of oligarchies, was one of a growing number of voices who were beginning to argue that America was a civil oligarchy in which a tiny and extremely wealthy slice of the population was able to use its vastly superior economic position to promote a brand of politics that served first and foremost itself. The oligarchs in America didn't rule directly, he argued, but instead used their fortunes to produce political results that favored their interests. As the left-leaning Columbia University professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel Prize-winning economist, put it, wealth begets power, which begets more wealth. For years, American economists had tended to downplay the importance of economic inequality in the country, arguing that its growth was simply the inevitable result of huge and unavoidable shifts in the global economy. Over time, they suggested, extreme inequality would naturally stabilize, and a rising tide would lift all boats. What mattered most, free market advocates argued, was not equality of results but rather equality of opportunity. As the conservative Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman wrote, a society that puts equality in the sense of equality of outcome ahead of freedom will end up with neither equality nor freedom. On the other hand, a society that puts freedom first will, as a happy byproduct, end up with both greater freedom and greater equality. In the new millennium, however, this consensus was beginning to fray. A growing number of academics studying the nexus of politics and wealth regarded the accelerating inequality in America as a threat not only to the economy but to democracy. Thomas Piketty, an economist at the Paris School of Economics, warned in his zeitgeist-shifting book, Capital in the 21st Century, that without aggressive government intervention economic inequality in the United States and elsewhere was likely to rise inexorably, to the point where the small portion of the population that currently held a growing slice of the world's wealth would in the foreseeable future own not just a quarter, or a third, but perhaps half of the globe's wealth, or more. He predicted that the fortunes of those with great wealth, and their inheritors, would increase at a faster rate of return than the rate at which wages would grow, creating what he called patrimonial capitalism. This dynamic, he predicted, would widen the growing chasm between the haves and the have-nots to levels mimicking the aristocracies of old Europe and banana republics. Some argued that an elite minority was also driving extreme political partisanship as its interests and agenda lost touch with the economic realities faced by the rest of the population. Mike Lofgren, a Republican who spent 30 years observing how wealthy interests gamed the policy-making apparatus in Washington, where he was a staff member on the Senate Budget Committee, decried what he called the secession of the rich, in which they disconnect themselves from the civic life of the nation and from any concern about its well-being except as a place to extract loot. America, as Jacob Hacker and Paul Pearson described it, had become a winner-take-all country in which economic inequality perpetuated itself by pressing its political advantage. If so, the Cook Seminars provided a group portrait of the winner's circle. Only one full guest list of attendance at any of the Cook Summits has surfaced publicly. It was for a session in June 2010. Like Mrs. Astor's famous 400, which defined the top bracket of New York society in the late 19th century on the basis of those who could fit into the Astor's ballroom, the Koch's donor list provides another portrait of a fortunate social subset. They were mostly businessmen, very few were women. Fewer still were non-white. And while some had made their own fortunes, many others were intent on preserving vast legacies they had inherited. While those attracted to the Koch's meetings were uniformly conservative, they were not the predictable cartoon villains of conspiracy theories but spanned a wide range of views and often disagreed among themselves about social and international issues. The glue that bound them together, however, was antipathy toward government regulation and taxation, particularly as it impinged on their own accumulation of wealth. Unsurprisingly, given the shift in the way great fortunes were made by the end of the 20th century, instead of railroad magnates and steel barons who had ruled in the Astor's day, the largest number of participants came from the finance sector. Among the better-known financiers who participated or sent representatives to Cook donor summits during Obama's first term were Stephen A. Cohen, Paul Singer, and Stephen Schwartman. All might have been principled philosophical conservatives, with no ulterior motives, but all also had personal reasons to fear a more assertive federal government, as was expected from Obama. Cohen's spectacularly successful hedge fund, SAC Capital Advisors, was at the time the focus of an intense criminal investigation into insider trading. Prosecutors described his firm, which was based in Stamford, Connecticut, as a veritable magnet of market cheaters. Forbes valued Cohen's fortune at one point at $10.3 billion, making his checkbook a formidable political weapon. Paul Singer, whose fortune Forbes estimated at $1.9 billion, ran the hugely lucrative hedge fund Elliott Management. Dubbed a vulture fund by critics, it was controversial for buying distressed debt in economically failing countries at a discount and then taking aggressive legal action to force the strapped nations, which had expected their loans to be forgiven, to instead pay him back at a profit. Although Singer insisted that he didn't buy debt from the poorest of the poor nations, his methods, while highly lucrative, brought public scorn and government scrutiny. Even New York's tabloid newspapers chimed in. After Singer supported the campaign of the former New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, a July 2007 New York Post story was headlined "Rudy's Vulture $$ Man" with the subhead "Profits Off Poor." Singer described himself as a Goldwater free enterprise conservative, and he contributed generously to promoting free market ideology, but at the same time his firm reportedly sought unusual government help in squeezing several desperately impoverished governments, a contradiction that applied to many participants in the Koch donor network. Stephen Schwartzman, who was in general less of a political activist than Singer, might have first become involved in the Koch's political enterprise out of happenstance. In 2000, he paid $37 million for the palatial triplex that had previously belonged to John D. Rockefeller Jr. at 740 Park Avenue, the same Manhattan co-op building in which David Koch bought an apartment 3 years later. By the time Obama was elected, Schwartzman had become something of a poster boy for Wall Street excess. As Chrystia Freeland writes in her book Plutocrats, the June 21, 2007, initial public offering of stock in Blackstone, his phenomenally successful private equity company, marked the date when America's plutocracy had its coming-out party. By the end of the day, Schwartzman had made $677 million from selling shares, and he retained additional shares then valued at $7.8 billion. Schwartzman's stunning payday made a huge and not entirely favorable impression in Washington. Soon after, Democrats began criticizing the carried interest tax loophole and other accounting gimmicks that helped financiers amass so much wealth. In the wake of the 2008 market crash, as Obama and the Democrats began talking increasingly about Wall Street reforms, financiers like Schwartzman, Cohen, and Singer who flocked to the Koch seminars had much to lose. The hedge fund run by another of the Koch's major investors, Robert Mercer, an eccentric computer scientist who made a fortune using sophisticated mathematical algorithms to trade stocks, also seemed a possible government target. Democrats in Congress were considering imposing a tax on stock trading, which the firm he co-chaired, Renaissance Technologies, did in massive quantities at computer-driven high frequency. Although those familiar with his thinking maintained that his political activism was separate from his pecuniary interests, Mercer had additional business reasons to be anti-government. The IRS was investigating whether his firm improperly avoided paying billions of dollars in taxes, a charge the firm denied. Employment laws, too, would prove an embarrassing headache to him. 3 domestic servants soon sued him for refusing to pay overtime and maintained that he had docked their wages unfairly for infractions such as failing to replace shampoo bottles from his bathrooms when they were less than 1/3 full. The tabloid news stories about the case invariably mentioned that Mercer had previously brought a suit of his own, suing a toy train manufacturer for overbilling him by $2 million for an elaborate electric train set he had installed in his Long Island, New York, mansion. With a pay package of $125 million in 2011, Mercer was ranked by Forbes as the 16th highest paid hedge fund manager that year. Other financiers active in the Koch group had additional legal problems. Ken Langone, the billionaire co-founder of Home Depot, was enmeshed in a prolonged legal fight over his decision as chairman of the Compensation Committee of the New York Stock Exchange to pay his friend Dick Grasso, the head of the exchange, $139.5 million. The sum was so scandalously large that it forced Grasso to resign. Angry at his critics, Langone reportedly felt that if it wasn't for us fat cats and the endowments we fund, every university in the country would be fucked. Another Koch seminar goer from the financial sector, Richard Strong, founder of the mutual fund Strong Capital Management, was banned from the financial industry for life in a settlement following an investigation by the former New York Attorney General Eliot Spitzer into his improperly timing trades to benefit his friends and family. Strong paid a $60 million fine and publicly apologized. His company paid an additional $115 million in related penalties. But after Strong sold his company's assets to Wells Fargo, the Associated Press reported that he would be an even wealthier man. Many participants in the Cook Summits were brilliant leaders not only in business but also in tax avoidance. For instance, the Colorado oil and entertainment billionaire Philip Anschutz, a founder of Quest Communications, whom Fortune magazine dubbed America's greediest executive in 2002, was fighting an uphill battle on a tax matter that practically required an accounting degree to explain. Anschutz, a conservative Christian who bankrolled movies with biblical themes, had attempted to avoid paying capital gains taxes in a 2000 to 2001 transaction by using what are called prepaid variable forward contracts. These contracts allow wealthy shareholders such as Anschutz, whose fortune Forbes estimated at $11.8 billion as of 2015, to promise to give shares to investment firms at a later date, in exchange for cash up front. Because the stock does not immediately change hands, capital gains taxes are not paid. According to the New York Times, Anschutz raised $375 million in 2000 to 2001 by promising shares in his oil and natural gas companies through the firm Donaldson, Lufkin and Jenrette. Eventually, the court sided against Anschutz on something of a technicality. The former Times reporter David K. Johnston wrote that in essence the court had ruled that prepaids done slightly differently than the Anschutz transactions will survive. But why should they? He asked. Why should anyone get to enjoy cash from gains now without paying taxes? Johnston concluded, the awful truth is that America has two income tax systems, separate and unequal. One system is for the super-rich, like Anschutz and his wife, Nancy, who are allowed to delay and avoid taxes on investment gains, among other tax tricks. The other system is for the less than fabulously wealthy. Some donor families had clearly committed tax crimes. Richard DeVos, co-founder of Amway, the Michigan-based worldwide multilevel marketing empire, had pleaded guilty to a criminal scheme in which he had defrauded the Canadian government of $22 million in customs duties in 1982. DeVos later claimed it had been a misunderstanding, but the record showed the company had engaged in an elaborate, deliberate hoax in an effort to hoodwink Canadian authorities. He and his co-founder, Jay Van Andel, were forced to pay a $20 million fine. The fine didn't make much of a dent in DeVos's fortune, which Forbes estimated at $5.7 billion. By 2009, DeVos's son Dick and daughter-in-law Betsy were major donors on the Cook list and facing a record $5.2 million civil fine of their own for violating Ohio's campaign finance laws. Energy magnates were also heavily represented in the Cook network. Many of this group too had significant government regulatory and environmental issues. The extractive industries, oil, gas, and mining, tend to be run by some of the most outspoken opponents of government regulation in the country, yet all rely considerably on government permits, regulations, and tax laws to aid their profits and frequently to give them access to public lands. Executives from at least 12 oil and gas companies, in addition to the Kochs, were participants in the group. Collectively, they had a huge interest in staving off any government action on climate change and weakening environmental safeguards. One prominent member of this group was Corbin Robertson Jr., whose family had built a billion-dollar oil company, Quintana Resources Capital. Robertson had bet big on coal, so big he reportedly owned what Forbes called the largest private hoard in the nation, 21 billion tons of reserves. Investigative reports linked Robertson to several political front groups fighting efforts by the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, to control pollution emitted by coal-burning utilities. Almost comically, one such front group was called Plants Need Co. 2. Another coal magnate active in the Kochs donor network was Richard Gilliam, head of the Virginia mining concern Cumberland Resources. The dire stakes surrounding the sinking coal industry's regulatory fights were evident in the 2010 sale of Cumberland for nearly $1 billion to Massey Energy, just weeks before a tragic explosion in Massey's Upper Big Branch mine killed 29 miners, becoming the worst coal mine disaster in 40 years. A government investigation into Massey found it negligent on multiple safety fronts, and a federal grand jury indicted its CEO, Don Blankenship, for conspiring to violate and impede federal mine safety standards, making him the first coal baron to face criminal charges. Later, Massey was bought for $7.1 billion by Alpha Natural Resources, whose CEO, Kevin Crutchfield, was yet another member of the Cook network. Several spectacularly successful leaders of hydraulic fracturing, who had their own set of government grievances, were also on the Koch's list. The revolutionary method of extracting gas from shale revived the American energy business but alarmed environmentalists. Among the frackers in the group were J. Larry Nichols, co-founder of the huge Oklahoma-based concern Devon Energy, and Harold Hamm, whose company, Continental Resources, was the biggest operator in North Dakota's booming Bakken shale. As Hamm, a sharecropper's son, took his place as the 37th richest person in America with a fortune that Forbes estimated at $8.2 billion as of 2015, and campaigned to preserve tax loopholes for oil producers, his company gained notoriety for a growing record of environmental and workplace safety violations. One shared characteristic of many of the donors in the Koch's network was private ownership of their businesses, placing them in a low-profile category that Fortune once dubbed the invisible rich. Private ownership gave these magnates far more managerial latitude and limited public disclosures, shielding them from stockholder scrutiny. Many of the donors had nonetheless attracted unwanted legal scrutiny by the government. It was, in fact, striking how many members of the Cook network had serious past or ongoing legal problems. Sheldon Adelson, founding chairman and chief executive of the Las Vegas Sands Corporation, the world's largest gambling company, whose fortune Forbes estimated at $31.4 billion, was facing a bribery investigation by the Justice Department into whether his company had violated the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in securing licenses to operate casinos in Macau. The Koch's had looming worries about the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, too. As Bloomberg News later revealed, the company's record of illicit payments in Algeria, Egypt, India, Morocco, Nigeria, and Saudi Arabia was spilling out in a French court. Further, in the summer of 2008, just a few months before Obama was elected, federal officials had questioned the company about sales to Iran, in violation of the U.S. trade ban against the state for sponsoring terrorism. Meanwhile, another donor, Oliver Grace Jr., a relation of the family that founded the William R. Grace Company, was at the center of a stock backdating scandal that resulted in his being ousted from the board of Take-Two, the company behind the ultra-violent Grand Theft Auto video games. The legal problems of Richard Farmer, the chairman of the Cincinnati-based Cintas Corporation, the nation's largest uniform supply company, included an employee's gruesome death. Just before the new and presumably less business-friendly Obama administration took office, Cintas reached a record $2.76 million settlement with the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, in 6 safety citations including one involving a worker who had burned to death in an industrial dryer. The employee, a Hispanic immigrant, had become caught on a conveyor belt leading into the heat source. Prior to the fatal accident, OSHA had cited Cintas for over 170 safety violations since 2003, including 70 that regulators warned could cause death or serious physical harm. As Obama took office, the company was still fighting against paying a damage claim to the employee's widow and arguing that his death had been his own fault. Farmer, too, ranked among the Cook Group's billionaire donors, with a fortune that Forbes estimated at $2 billion. Given the participants' unanimous espousal of anti-government, free market self-reliance, the network also included a surprising number of major government contractors, such as Stephen Bechtel Jr., whose personal fortune Forbes estimated at $2.8 billion. Bechtel was a director and retired chairman of the huge and internationally powerful engineering firm Bechtel Corporation, founded by his grandfather, run by his father, and, after he retired, by his son and grandson. Paternalistic and family-owned, Bechtel was the sixth largest private company in the country, and it owed almost its entire existence to government patronage. It had built the Hoover Dam, among other spectacular public projects, and had storied access to the innermost national security circles. Between 2000 and 2009 alone, it had received $39.2 billion in U.S. government contracts. This included $680 million to rebuild Iraq following the U.S. invasion. Like so many of the other companies owned by the Cook donors, Bechtel had government legal problems. In 2007, a report by the Special Inspector General for Iraq Reconstruction accused Bechtel of shoddy work. And in 2008, the company paid a $352 million fine to settle unrelated charges of substandard work in Boston's notorious Big Dig Tunnel project. The company was facing congressional reproach too for cost overruns in the multi-billion-dollar cleanup of the Hanford nuclear facility in Washington state. Antagonism toward the government ran so high within the Cook network that one donor angrily objected to federal interference not just in his business but on behalf of his own safety as well. Thomas Stewart, who built his father's Seattle-based food business into the Behemoth Services Group of America, reportedly loved flying in his helicopter and corporate jet. But when a former company pilot refused to take his aeronautic advice because it violated Federal Aviation Administration regulations, according to an interview with the pilot in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, Stewart rose out of his chair, and screamed, "I can do any fucking thing I want." The highlight of the Cook Summit in 2009 was an uninhibited debate about what conservatives should do next in the face of their electoral defeat. As the donors and other guests dined in the hotel's banquet room, like Roman senators attending a gladiator duel in the forum, they watched a passionate argument unfold that encapsulated the stark choice ahead. Sitting on one side of a stage, facing the participants, was the Texas Senator John Cornyn, the head of the National Republican Senatorial Committee and a former justice on the Texas Supreme Court. Tall, with a high pink forehead, puffy cotton white hair, and a taste for dark pinstriped suits, his image conveyed his role as a pillar of the establishment wing of the Republican Party. Cornyn was rated as the second most conservative Republican in the Senate, according to the nonpartisan National Journal. But he also was, as one former aide put it, very much a constitutionalist who believed it was occasionally necessary in politics to compromise. Poised on the other side of the moderator was the South Carolina Senator Jim DeMint, a conservative provocateur who defined the outermost anti-establishment fringe of the Republican Party and who, in the words of one admirer, was the leader of the Huns. 57 at the time, he was 5 months older than Cornyn, but his dark hair, lean build, and more casual, Ashok style made him appear years younger. Before his election to Congress, DeMint had run an advertising agency in South Carolina. He understood how to sell, and what he was pitching that night was an approach to politics that, according to the historian Sean Willents, would have been recognizable to DeMint's forebears from the Palmetto State as akin to the radical nullification of federal power advocated in the 1860s by the Confederate secessionist John C. Calhoun. The two Republican senators had been at loggerheads for some time. That night they gave opposing opening statements. Cornyn spoke in favor of the Republican Party fighting its way back to victory by broadening its appeal to a wider swath of voters, including moderates. He understands that Republicans in Texas and in Maine aren't necessarily exactly alike, the former aide explained. He believes in making the party a big tent. You can't win unless you get more votes. In contrast, DeMint portrayed compromise as surrender. He had little patience for the slow-moving process of constitutional government. He regarded many of his Senate colleagues as timid and self-serving. The federal government posed such a dire threat to the dynamism of the American economy, in his view, that anything less than all-out war on regulations and spending was a cop-out. DeMint was the face of a new kind of extremism, and he spoke that evening in favor of purifying, rather than diluting, the Republican Party. He argued that he would rather have 30 Republicans who believed in something than a majority who believed in nothing, a line that was a mantra for him and that brought cheers and applause from the gathered onlookers. Rather than compromising their principles and working with the new administration, DeMint argued, Republicans needed to take a firm stand against Obama, waging a campaign of massive resistance and obstruction, regardless of the 2008 election outcome. As the participants continued to cheer him on, in his folksy, Southern way, DeMint tore into Cornyn over one issue in particular. He accused Cornyn of turning his back on conservative free market principles and capitulating to the worst kind of big government spending, with his vote earlier that fall in favor of the Treasury Department's massive bailout of failing banks. The September 15, 2008, failure of Lehman Brothers, one of the nation's largest investment banks, had triggered a stunning run on financial institutions and the beginning of a generalized panic. The Federal Reserve Chairman, Ben Bernanke, warned congressional leaders that it is a matter of days before there is a meltdown in the global financial system. In hopes of staving off economic disaster, Bush's Treasury Department begged Congress to approve the massive $700 billion emergency bailout known as the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or TARP. Both Obama and the Republican presidential nominee, John McCain, supported the emergency measure in the run-up to the 2008 election. But ever since, outraged opposition to the bailouts had built both from the public and from anti-government, free market conservatives like DeMint. Having expected a gentlemanly debate over the future of the Republican Party, Cornyn suddenly found himself on the defensive as the donors jeered and the moderator, Stephen Moore, a free market gadfly and contributor to the Wall Street Journal's editorial page, egged them on. The room started to explode. Rebuking Cornyn, one donor, Randy Kendrick, said, "You just keep electing Renos." Invoking the slur that Moore was said to have coined for squishy moderates who were, in his phrase, Republicans in name only. Sitting silently at a table in the front row through all of this were Charles Cook and his wife, Liz. No one came to Cornyn's defense. It was widely assumed that the Kochs, as hardcore free market enthusiasts, had opposed the huge government bailouts of the private sector. Later, many reporters assumed this too, ascribing the Kochs' opposition to Obama as stemming from their principled disagreement over issues such as the TARP bailouts. But none of this was true. Had people checked the record carefully, they would have found it quite revealing. At first, the Kochs' political organization, Americans for Prosperity, AFP, had in fact taken what appeared to be a principled libertarian position against the bailouts. But the organization quickly and quietly reversed sides when the bottom began to fall out of the stock market, threatening the Kochs' vast investment portfolio. The market began to collapse on Monday, September 29, when, in the face of heavy opposition from conservatives, the House unexpectedly failed to pass the federal rescue plan. By the end of the day, the Dow Jones Industrial Average had fallen 777 points, losing 6.98% of its value. It was the stock market's largest one-day point drop ever. Although some conservative groups and politicians such as DeMint still opposed the bailout, the market panic was enough to change many minds. Among those who flipped during the next 48 hours were the Kochs. 2 days after the unexpected House vote, as the measure was about to be considered by the Senate, a list of conservative groups now supporting the bailouts was circulated behind the scenes to Republican legislators, in hopes of persuading them to vote for the bailouts. Among the groups now listed as supporters was Americans for Prosperity. Soon after, the Senate passed TARP with overwhelming bipartisan support, including that of John Cornyn. A source familiar with the Kochs' thinking says that Americans for Prosperity's flip-flop mirrored their own. But if the Kochs' personal interest in protecting their portfolio had trumped their free market principles, they weren't about to mention it in front of a roomful of fired-up libertarians whose cash they wanted to combat Obama. So, although they could have changed the dynamic in the room instantly by speaking up, no one defended Cornyn or the idea of acting responsibly within the bounds of traditional, reasonable political opposition. Instead, the sentiment among the donors as the first Cook seminar of the Obama era came to an end was, as one witness put it, like a bunch of gorillas beating their chests. After hearing both sides out, the assembled guests chose the path of extremism. The Kochs had already concluded that they would need to resort to extraordinary political measures to achieve their goals. A few days before the January 2009 donor seminar, Charles and David Cook had privately weighed their options with their longtime political strategist in a meeting inside the black glass fortress that served as Cook Industries' corporate headquarters in Wichita, Kansas. As they later revealed in an interview with Bill Wilson and Roy Wenslow in the Wichita Eagle, after hearing Obama's inauguration address, they agreed with their political advisor, Richard Fink, that America was on the road to ruin. Fink reportedly told the billionaire brothers, whose wealth, when combined, put at their disposal the single largest fortune in the world, that if they wanted to beat back the progressive tide that Obama's election represented, it would take the fight of their lives. If we're going to do this, we should do it right, or not at all, Fink said, according to the Wichita newspaper account. But if we don't do it right, or we don't do it at all, we will be insignificant and we will just waste a lot of time, and I would rather play golf. If the Kochs decided that they did want to do it right, however, as Fink put it, they should be prepared, he warned, because it is going to get very, very ugly. Advisors to Obama later acknowledged that he had no inkling of what he was up against. He had campaigned as a post-partisan politician who had idealistically taken issue with those who he said liked to slice and dice our country into red states and blue states. He insisted, "We are one people, the United States of America." His vision, like his own blended racial and geographic heredity, was of reconciliation, not division. Echoing these themes in his first inaugural address, Obama had chided cynics, who, he said, fail to understand, that the ground has shifted beneath them, that the stale political arguments that have consumed us for so long no longer apply. The sentiment was laudable but, alas, wishful thinking. Had the newly sworn-in president looked down at the ground directly beneath his polished shoes as he delivered these optimistic words, he might have been wise to take note. The red and blue carpet on which he was standing, which had been custom-made in accordance with a government contract, had been manufactured by Invista, a subsidiary of Cook Industries. In American politics, the Kochs and all they stood for were not so easy to escape. Part 1. Weaponizing Philanthropy. The War of Ideas, 1970 to 2008. Chapter 1. Radicals, a Cook Family History. Oddly enough, the fiercely libertarian Cook family owed part of its fortune to two of history's most infamous dictators, Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler. The family patriarch, Fred Chase Cook, founder of the family oil business, developed lucrative business relationships with both of their regimes in the 1930s. According to family lore, Fred Cook was the son of a Dutch printer and publisher who settled in the small town of Quanah, Texas, just south of the Oklahoma border, where he owned a weekly newspaper and print shop. Quanah, which was named for the last American Comanche chief, Quanah Parker, still retained its frontier aura when Fred was born there in 1900. Bright and eager to get out from under his overbearing old world father, Fred once ran away to live with the Comanches as a boy. Later, he crossed the country for college, transferring from Rice in Texas to attend the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. There, he earned a degree in chemical engineering and joined the boxing team. Early photographs show him as a tall, formally dressed young man with glasses, a tuft of unruly curls, and a self-confident, defiant expression. In 1927, Fred, who was an inveterate tinkerer, invented an improved process for extracting gasoline from crude oil. But as he would later tell his sons bitterly and often, America's major oil companies regarded him as a business threat and shut him out of the industry, suing him and his customers in 1929 for patent infringement. Cook regarded the monopolistic patents invoked by the major oil companies as anti-competitive and unfair. The fight appears to be an early version of the Koch's later opposition to corporate cronyism, in which they contend that the government and big business collaborate unfairly. In Fred Koch's eye, he was an outsider fighting a corrupt system. Koch fought back in the courts for more than 15 years, finally winning a $1.5 million settlement. He correctly suspected that his opponents bribed at least one presiding judge, an incompetent lush who left the case in the hands of a crooked clerk. The fact that the judge was bribed completely altered their view of justice, one longtime family employee suggests. They believe justice can be bought, and the rules are for chumps. Meanwhile, crippled by lawsuits in America during this period, Koch took his innovative refining method abroad. He had already helped build a refinery in Great Britain after World War I with Charles de Gaulle, a mentor. At the time, the Russians supplied England with fuel, which led to the Russians seeking his expertise as they set up their own oil refineries after the Bolshevik Revolution. At first, according to family lore, Koch tore up the telegram from the Soviet Union asking for his help. He said he didn't want to work for communists and didn't trust them to pay him. But after securing an agreement to get paid in advance, he overcame his philosophical reservations. In 1930, his company, then called Winkler Koch, began training Russian engineers and helping Stalin's regime set up 15 modern oil refineries under the first of Stalin's 5-year plans. The program was a success, forming the backbone of the future Russian petroleum industry. The oil trade brought crucial hard currency into the Soviet Union, enabling it to modernize other industries. Koch was reportedly paid $500,000, a princely sum during America's Great Depression. But by 1932, facing growing domestic demand, Soviet officials decided it would be more advantageous to copy the technology and build future refineries themselves. Fred Koch continued to provide technical assistance to the Soviets as they constructed 100 plants, according to one report, but the advisory work was less profitable. What happened next has been excised from the official corporate history of Koch Industries. After mentioning the company's work in the Soviet Union, the bulk of which ended in 1932, the corporate history skips ahead to 1940, when it says Fred Koch decided to found a new company, Wood River Oil and Refining. Charles Koch is equally vague in his book The Science of Success. He notes only that his father's company enjoyed its first real financial success during the early years of the Great Depression by building plants abroad, especially in the Soviet Union. A controversial chapter is missing. After leaving the USSR, Fred Koch turned to Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. Hitler became Chancellor in 1933, and soon after, his government oversaw and funded massive industrial expansion, including the buildup of Germany's capacity to manufacture fuel for its growing military ambitions. During the 1930s, Fred Koch traveled frequently to Germany on oil business. Archival records document that in 1934 Winkler Koch Engineering of Wichita, Kansas, as Fred's firm was then known, provided the engineering plans and began overseeing the construction of a massive oil refinery owned by a company on the Elbe River in Hamburg. The refinery was a highly unusual venture for Koch to get involved with at that moment in Germany. Its top executive was a notorious American Nazi sympathizer named William Rhodes Davis, whose extensive business dealings with Hitler would eventually end in accusations by a federal prosecutor that he was an agent of influence for the Nazi regime. In 1933, Davis proposed the purchase and conversion of an existing German oil storage facility in Hamburg, owned by a company called Europäische Tanklager AG, or Eurotank, into a massive refinery. At the time, Hitler's military aims, and his need for more fuel, were already well known. Davis's plan was to ship crude petroleum to Germany, refine it, and then sell it to the German military. The president of the American bank with which Davis dealt refused to have anything to do with the deal, because it was seen as supporting the Nazi military buildup, but others extended the credit. After lining up the American financing, Davis needed the Third Reich's backing. To gain it, he first had to convince German industrialists of his support for Hitler. In his effort to ingratiate himself, Davis opened an early meeting with Hermann Schmitz, the chairman of IG. Farben, the powerful and well-connected chemical company that soon after produced the lethal gas for the concentration camp's death chambers by saluting him with a Nazi Heil Hitler. When these efforts didn't produce the green light he sought, Davis sent messages directly to Hitler, eventually securing a meeting in which the Führer walked in and ordered his henchmen to approve the deal. On Hitler's orders, the Third Reich's economic ministers supported Davis's construction of the refinery. In his biography of Davis, Dale Harrington draws on eyewitness accounts to describe Hitler as declaring to his skeptical henchmen, "Gentlemen, I have reviewed Mr. Davis's proposition and it sounds feasible, and I want the bank to finance it." Harrington writes that during the next few years Davis met at least half a dozen more times with Hitler and on one occasion asked him to personally autograph a copy of Mein Kampf for his wife. According to Harrington, by the end of 1933 Davis was deeply committed to Nazism and exhibited a noticeable dislike for Jews. In 1934, Davis turned to Fred Koch's company, Winkler Koch, for help in executing his German business plan. Under Fred Koch's direction, the refinery was finished by 1935. With the capacity to process 1,000 tons of crude oil a day, the third largest refinery in the Third Reich was created by the collaboration between Davis and Koch. Significantly, it was also one of the few refineries in Germany, according to Harrington, that could produce the high-octane gasoline needed to fuel fighter planes. Naturally, he writes, Eurotank would do most of its business with the German military. Thus, he concludes, the American venture became a key component of the Nazi war machine. Historians expert in German industrial history concur. The development of the German fuel industry was hugely important to Hitler's military ambitions, according to the Northwestern University professor Peter Hayes. Hitler set out to create autarky, or economic self-sufficiency, he explained. Gottfried Feder, the German official in charge of the program, reasoned that even though Germany would have to import crude oil, it would be able to save foreign exchange by refining the products itself. In the run-up to the war, Davis profited richly from the arrangement, engaging in elaborate scams to keep the crude oil imports flowing into Germany despite Britain's blockade. When World War II began, the high-octane fuel was used in bombing raids by German pilots. Like Davis, the Koch family benefited from the venture. Raymond Stokes, director of the Centre for Business History at the University of Glasgow in Scotland and co-author of A History of the German Oil Industry During the Nazi Years, Factor OL, The Oil Factor, which documents the company's role, says, Winkler Koch benefited directly from this project, which was designed to help enable the fuel policy of the Third Reich. Fred Koch often traveled to Germany during these years, and according to family lore he was supposed to have been on the fatal May 1937 transatlantic flight of the Hindenburg, but at the last minute he got delayed. In late 1938, as World War II approached and Hitler's aims were unmistakable, he wrote admiringly about fascism in Germany, and elsewhere, drawing an invidious comparison with America under Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal. Although nobody agrees with me, I am of the opinion that the only sound countries in the world are Germany, Italy, and Japan, simply because they are all working and working hard, he wrote in a letter to a friend. Koch added, the laboring people in those countries are proportionately much better off than they are any place else in the world. When you contrast the state of mind of Germany today with what it was in 1925, you begin to think that perhaps this course of idleness, feeding at the public trough, dependence on government, etc., with which we are afflicted is not permanent and can be overcome. When the United States entered World War II in 1941, family members say that Fred Koch tried to enlist in the U.S. military. Instead, the government directed him to use his chemical engineering prowess to help refine high-octane fuel for the American warplanes. Meanwhile, in an ironic turn, the Hamburg refinery that Winkler Koch built became an important target of Allied bombing raids. On June 18, 1944, American B-17s finally destroyed it. The human toll of the bombing raids on Hamburg was almost unimaginable. In all, Some 42,000 civilians were killed during the long and intense Allied campaign against Hamburg's crucial industrial targets. Fred Koch's willingness to work with the Soviets and the Nazis was a major factor in creating the Koch family's early fortune. By the time he met his future wife, Mary Robinson, at a polo match in 1932, the oil man's work for Stalin had put him well on his way to becoming exceedingly wealthy. Robinson, a 24-year-old graduate of Wellesley College, was tall, slender, and beautiful, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an expression of amusement often captured in family photographs. The daughter of a prominent physician from Kansas City, Missouri, she had grown up in a more cosmopolitan milieu. Koch, who was 7 years older than she, was so smitten he married her a month after they met. Soon, the couple commissioned the most fashionable architect in the area to build an imposing Gothic-style stone mansion on a large compound on the outskirts of Wichita, Kansas, where Winkler Koch was based. Reflecting their rising social status, the estate was baronial despite the flat and empty prairie surrounding it, with stables, a polo ring, a kennel for hunting dogs, a swimming pool and wading pool, a circular drive, and stone-terraced gardens. Some of the best craftsmen in the country created decorative flourishes such as wrought iron railings and a stone fireplace carved with a whimsical snowflake motif. Within a few years, the Koches also purchased the sprawling Spring Creek Ranch near Reese, Kansas, where Fred, who loved science and genetics, bred and raised cattle. Family photographs show the couple looking glamorous and patrician, hosting picnics and pool parties, and riding on horseback, dressed in jodhpurs and polo gear, surrounded by packs of jolly friends. In the first 8 years of their marriage, the couple had 4 sons. Frederick, known by the family as Freddie, was born in 1933, Charles was born in 1935, and twins, David and William, were born in 1940. With their father frequently traveling and their mother preoccupied with social and cultural pursuits, the boys were largely entrusted to a series of nannies and housekeepers. It is unclear what Fred Koch's views of Hitler were during the 1930s, beyond his preference for the country's work ethic in comparison with the nascent welfare state in America. But he was enamored enough of the German way of life and thinking that he employed a German governess for his first 2 sons, Freddie and Charles. At the time, Freddie was a small boy, and Charles still in diapers. The nanny's iron rule terrified the little boys, according to a family acquaintance. In addition to being overbearing, she was a fervent Nazi sympathizer, who frequently touted Hitler's virtues. Dressed in a starched white uniform and pointed nurse's hat, she arrived with a stash of gruesome German children's books, including the Victorian classic Der Struwwelpeter, that featured sadistic consequences for misbehavior ranging from cutting off one child's thumbs to burning another to death. The acquaintance recalled that the nurse had a commensurately harsh and dictatorial approach to child rearing. She enforced a rigid toilet training regimen requiring the boys to produce morning bowel movements precisely on schedule or be force-fed castor oil and subjected to enemas. The despised governess ruled the nursery largely unchallenged for several years. In 1938, the 2 boys were left for months while their parents toured Japan, Burma, India, and the Philippines. Even when she was home, Mary Koch characteristically deferred to her husband, declining to intervene. "My father was fairly tough with my mother," Bill Koch later told Vanity Fair. "My mother was afraid of my father." Meanwhile, Fred Koch was often gone for months at a time, in Germany and elsewhere. It wasn't until 1940, the year the twins were born, when Freddie was 7 and Charles 5, that back in Wichita the German governess finally left the Koch family, apparently at her own initiative. Her reason for giving notice was that she was so overcome with joy when Hitler invaded France she felt she had to go back to the fatherland in order to join the Führer in celebration. What if any effect this early experience with authority had on Charles is impossible to know, but it's interesting that his lifetime preoccupation would become crusading against authoritarianism while running a business over which he exerted absolute control. Fred Koch was himself a tough and demanding disciplinarian. John Damgard, David's childhood friend, who became president of the Futures Industry Association, recalled that he was a real John Wayne type. Cook emphasized rugged pursuits, taking his sons big game hunting in Africa and filling the basement billiard room with what one cousin remembered as a frightening collection of exotic stuffed animal heads, including lions and bears and others with horns and tusks, glinting glassy-eyed from the walls. In the summer, the boys could hear their friends splashing in the pool at the country club across the street, but instead of allowing the boys to join them, their father required them to dig up dandelions by the time they were 5, and later to dig ditches and shovel manure at the family ranch. Fred Cook cared about his boys but was determined to keep them from becoming what he called country club bums, like some of the other offspring of the oil moguls with whom he was acquainted. By instilling a work ethic in me at an early age, my father did me a big favor, although it didn't seem like a favor back then, Charles has written. By the time I was 8, he made sure work occupied most of my spare time. All 4 sons later professed admiration and affection for their father, but their fond recollections gloss over a dark streak. Fred Cook's rule was absolute, and his idea of punishment was corporal. He did not just spank the boys for their transgressions. Sometimes he hit them with a belt or worse. One family member remembers seeing him take a tree branch, strip it down, and whip the twins like dogs. They had marred the stone patio in some way that enraged him. He was a hard man to love, adds the family member, who declines to be identified. A second family member too remembers the belt beatings. Fred Cook wasn't around much, he said, but when his sons misbehaved, they really got it. Sibling rivalry in the family, which reached epic levels in adulthood, was always intense. Family photographs and films show the brothers fenced in outdoor playpens, grabbing each other's toys, making each other cry, and boxing at early ages with gloves almost as big as their heads. Before long, Charles, the second-born, emerged as the domineering leader of the pack. Fiercely competitive, driven, and self-confident, he appeared a paragon of handsome, blonde athleticism. One family member recalls that Charles's favorite game was King of the Hill. It hasn't changed, another family member said. Charles rarely lost, but when he did, he took it badly. When his younger brother Bill defeated him once in a boxing match, according to family lore, Charles refused to ever box again. It became clear early that Freddie was different from the others, and not of his rough-hewn father's type. He was bookish and oriented toward his artistic mother, preferring to disappear into his room to read while the twins played ball with Charles, who liked to give commands. Freddie did, however, hold his own against Charles on at least one occasion, punching him so hard in the face he broke his brother's nose. Charles later told Fame magazine, "Father wanted to make all his boys into men and Freddie couldn't relate to that regime." Charles added, "Dad didn't understand and so he was hard on Freddie. He didn't understand that Freddie wasn't a lazy kid, he was just different." The father was hard on the other boys too. David liked reading and became obsessed for a while with the Wizard of Oz books, which of course are set in Kansas, but his father preferred that he do chores. Increasingly, David attached himself to his elder brother Charles, becoming his sidekick and accomplice, willing to drop everything at his brother's command. "I was closer to David because he was better at everything than the others," Charles told Fame, bluntly. Mary Cook recalled that as a result, Billy always felt that Charles and David were leaving him out. She said that he had no confidence or self-esteem. The only redhead among the pack, Bill had an explosive temper that resulted in memorable tantrums, including one in which he picked up a priceless antique vase and hurled it to the floor, shattering it. Fred Cook's response was more spanking. Clayton Coppin, a former associate professor and research historian based at George Mason University, was one of the rare outsiders to the Cook family with first-hand knowledge of its inner workings. In 1993, Cook Industries commissioned him to write a confidential corporate history. For the next 6 years, Coppin had nearly unlimited access to the private archives in the company's headquarters in Wichita, along with the private papers of Fred and Mary Cook. He also had carte blanche to interview their business associates. After he completed the history in 1999, the company laid Coppin off. Subsequently, in 2002, Bill Cook hired him for a second confidential research project, this time on his brother Charles's political activities. In interviews, Coppin described what he learned about the family while researching the first report and shared a copy of the second report, a lengthy three-part 2003 study titled Stealth: The History of Charles Koch's Political Activities. According to Coppin, who read many of Fred Koch's private letters, in 1946, when Freddie was 13, his father confided to a family friend that there was a child-rearing crisis at home with which he needed help. Freddie had undergone some kind of emotional turmoil while being forced to labor at the family ranch that summer. The family friend recommended a consultation with Portia Hamilton, a clinical psychologist in New York who specialized in child development, with whom Fred began to correspond. Hamilton met with the family and wrote up an evaluation. The psychologist recommended that the boys be separated and that Mary Cook, who was already busy with social life and travel, further distance herself from them in order to make them more manly. Psychological theories during that period attributed homosexuality to overmothering. As a result, Freddie was sent to Hackley, a prep school in Tarrytown, New York, where he could follow his cultural interests, attending the opera in Manhattan and acting in school productions. Later, he came to feel that Hackley rescued him. In order to keep him from picking on his brothers, the Koches sent Charles away to school as well, in his case, at the age of 11. The school they chose for him was the Southern Arizona School for Boys, renowned for its strictness. His mother made clear that it was done for his younger brother Billy's sake, which only heightened resentments between the boys. "I pleaded with them not to send me away," Charles told Fortune in 1997. Charles did poorly at the boarding school, but instead of yielding to his pleas to come home, the Koches sent him to an even more rigid boarding school, the Fountain Valley School in Colorado. "I hated all that," Charles recalled. At one point, his parents finally took pity on him, he said, and let him attend public high school in Wichita, which he loved, "but I got into trouble," he recalled, so they packed him off to the Culver Military Academy in Indiana, which also emphasized discipline. There, Charles did better academically but repeatedly got into trouble. Eventually, Culver expelled him for drinking on a train, although he was eventually readmitted, enabling him to earn his diploma. "I have a little bit of a rebel and free spirit in me," Charles later acknowledged. As punishment, Charles's father banished him to live with his relatives in Texas. "Father put the fear of God in him," David later recalled. He said, "If you don't make it, you'll be worthless. You've disappointed me." Father was a severe taskmaster. In his confidential report for Bill Cook, Coppin wrote, "Charles spent little of the next 15 years at home, only coming there for an occasional holiday. After he was exiled by the family, the first thing Charles did when he came home on vacation was to beat up his younger brother Bill. Young Bill grew alarmingly depressed. He was socially withdrawn and preoccupied with his sense of inferiority to his twin, David, and his older brother Charles. Soon the twins too were sent to boarding school. Bill, interestingly, chose to follow Charles's footsteps to Culver Military Academy, while David chose the Eastern Prep School Deerfield Academy. There was a lot of strife between the boys. Charles was in constant rebellion against authority. "It was a miserable childhood," Coppin said in an interview. Yet later, as a parent, Charles partially repeated the pattern. When his own son, Chase, then 13, played a half-hearted tennis match, Charles had an employee pick him up and deliver him to a baking, reeking feedlot on one of the family ranches where he was forced to work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. Charles proudly recounted the story with a grin, telling the Wichita Eagle, "I think he thought he'd have a job here in Wichita and could go out with his friends at night." Chase became an exceptionally good tennis player but later had another, more serious problem. While driving as a high school student in Wichita, he ran a red light and fatally injured a 12-year-old boy. He pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of vehicular manslaughter and was sentenced to 18 months of probation and 100 hours of community service and was required to pay for the boy's funeral. After college, Chase, like his father, joined the family company. Meanwhile, in an online blog, Charles's other child, Elizabeth, a Princeton graduate, described her own efforts to prove herself to her father. Of a visit home, she wrote, "As soon as we arrived I felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate myself on the floor and eat dirt in order to illustrate how grateful I am for everything they've done for me, that I'm not the spoiled monster they warned me I'd become if I wasn't careful." She described chasing her father around the house, trying to impress him with her interest in economics, and staring down that dark well of nothing you do will ever be good enough, you privileged waste of flesh. A generation before, stern admonitions against becoming spoiled had emanated from Fred Cook to his offspring as well. Even as he laid plans to leave huge inheritances to his sons, he wrote a prophetic letter to them in 1936. In it, he warned, "When you are 21, you will receive what now seems like a large sum of money. It will be yours to do what you will. It may be a blessing or a curse. You can use it as a valuable tool for accomplishment or you can squander it foolishly. If you choose to let this money destroy your initiative and independence, then it will be a curse to you and my action in giving it to you will have been a mistake. I should regret very much to have you miss the glorious feeling of accomplishment and I know you are not going to let me down. Remember that often adversity is a blessing in disguise and certainly the greatest character builder. Be kind and generous to one another and to your mother." Charles Cook keeps a framed copy of this letter in his office, but as Fortune observed, given the brothers' future protracted legal fights against each other, never did such good advice fall on such deaf ears. David Cook recalled that his father tried to indoctrinate the boys politically, too. "He was constantly speaking to us children about what was wrong with government," he told Brian Doherty, an editor of the Cook-funded libertarian magazine Reason and the author of Radicals for Capitalism, a 2007 history of the libertarian movement with which the Kochs cooperated. "It's something I grew up with, a fundamental point of view that big government was bad, and imposition of government controls on our lives and economic fortunes was not good." Fred Koch's political views were apparently shaped by his traumatic exposure to the Soviet Union. Over time, Stalin brutally purged several of Koch's Soviet acquaintances, giving him a first-hand glimpse into the murderous nature of the communist regime. Cook was also apparently shaken by a steely government minder assigned to him while he worked in the Soviet Union, who threatened that the communists would soon conquer the United States. Cook was deeply affected by the experience and later, after his business deals were completed, said he regretted his collaboration. He kept photographs in the company headquarters in Wichita aimed at documenting how the refineries he had built had later been destroyed. As the Soviets became a stronger military power, Fred felt a certain amount of guilt at having helped build them up. "I think it bothered him a lot," suggests Gus Riga, a Wichita acquaintance of the family's. In 1958, Fred Cook became one of 11 original members of the John Birch Society, the arch-conservative group best known for spreading far-fetched conspiracy theories about secret communist plots to subvert America. He attended the founding meeting held by the candy manufacturer Robert Welch in Indianapolis. The organization drew like-minded businessmen from all over the country, including Harry Bradley, the chairman of the Allen Bradley Company in Milwaukee, who later financed the right-wing Bradley Foundation. Members considered many prominent Americans, including President Dwight D. Eisenhower, communist agents. The conservative historian Russell Kirk, part of an effort to purge the lunatic fringe from the movement, famously retorted, "Ike isn't a communist, he's a golfer." In a 1960 self-published broadside, A Businessman Looks at Communism, Cook claimed that the communists have infiltrated both the Democratic and Republican parties. Protestant churches, public schools, universities, labor unions, the armed services, the State Department, the World Bank, the United Nations, and modern art, in his view, were all communist tools. He wrote admiringly of Benito Mussolini's suppression of communists in Italy and disparagingly of the American civil rights movement. The Birchers agitated to impeach Chief Justice Earl Warren after the Supreme Court voted to desegregate the public schools in the case Brown v. Board of Education, which had originated in Topeka, in the Koch's home state of Kansas. The colored man looms large in the communist plan to take over America, Fred Cook claimed in his pamphlet. Welfare in his view was a secret plot to attract rural blacks to cities, where he predicted that they would foment a vicious race war. In a 1963 speech, Cook claimed that communists would infiltrate the highest offices of government in the U.S. until the president is a communist, unknown to the rest of us. Blazing a trail that would later be followed by his sons, Cook tapped his fortune to subsidize his political activism. He underwrote the distribution of what he claimed were over 2.5 million copies of his book, as well as a speaking tour. According to the Associated Press, during one speech in 1961 he told the members of a Kansas Women's Republican Club that if they were afraid of becoming too controversial by joining his fight against communism, they should remember that you won't be very controversial lying in a ditch with a bullet in your brain. Such rants brought Cook to the attention of the FBI, which filed a report describing his rhetoric as utterly absurd. The John Birch Society's views were primitive, but its marketing was quite sophisticated. Welch, the candy manufacturer who founded the group, urged organizers to implement a modern sales plan, advertising heavily and pushing pamphlets door to door. The movement flourished in Wichita, where Fred Cook frequently attended local John Birch Society meetings and was a generous benefactor. Ironically, the organization modeled itself on the Communist Party. Stealth and subterfuge were endemic. Membership was kept secret. Fighting dirty was justified internally, as necessary to combat the imputed treacherousness of the enemy. Welch explicitly sought to use the same methods he attributed to the Communists: manipulation, deceit, and even dishonesty, recalled Dies Riga, who attended Birch Society meetings in Wichita in his youth. One ploy the group used, he said, was to set up phony front groups pretending to be other than what they were. An alphabet soup of secretly connected organizations sprang up, with acronyms like TRAIN, to restore American independence now, and TACT, truth about civil turmoil. Another tactic was to wrap the group's radical vision in mundane and unthreatening slogans that sound familiar today, such as less government, more responsibility. One of Welch's favorite tropes, decrying collectivism, would cause some head-scratching more than 50 years later when it was echoed by Charles Cook in a 2014 diatribe in the Wall Street Journal denouncing his Democratic critics as collectivists. Welch was a very intelligent, sharp man, quite an intellectual, Fred Cook's wife, Mary, later told her hometown newspaper the Wichita Eagle. The family's admiration for the John Birch Society, however, proved somewhat embarrassing on November 22, 1963, when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. As Li Fang recounts in his book, The Machine, a field guide to the resurgent right, when President Kennedy arrived in Dallas that morning, he was confronted by a hate-stoked, full-page newspaper ad paid for by several Texas members of the John Birch Society, accusing him of treasonously promoting the spirit of Moscow. At the time, Kennedy had moved from trying to ignore the Birchers to realizing he needed to confront their increasingly pernicious fear-mongering, which he denounced as crusades of suspicion and extremism. In a hasty turnabout, soon after the assassination, Fred Cook took out full-page ads in the New York Times and the Washington Post mourning JFK. The ads advanced the conspiracy theory that JFK's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, had acted as part of a communist plot. The communists wouldn't rest on this success, the ads warned. In the corner was a tear-out order form, directing the public to sign up for John Birch Society mailings. In response, the columnist Drew Pearson slammed Cook's gimmick and exposed him as a hypocrite for having profited himself from Soviet communism by building up the U.S.S.R.S. oil industry. Fred Cook continued to be active in extremist politics. He provided substantial support for Barry Goldwater's right-wing bid for the Republican nomination in 1964. Goldwater, too, opposed the Civil Rights Act and the Supreme Court's landmark desegregation decision, Brown v. Board of Education. Instead of winning, the far right helped ensure the Republican Party's humiliating defeat by Lyndon Johnson that year. In 1968, Fred Cook went further right still. Before the emergence of George Wallace, he called for the Birch Society member Ezra Taft Benson to run for the presidency with the South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond on a platform calling for racial segregation and the abolition of all income taxes. David and Charles absorbed their father's conservative politics and joined the John Birch Society too, but they did not share all of his views. According to Dies Riga, who befriended Charles in the mid-1960s after meeting him while browsing in a John Birch Society bookstore in Wichita, Charles didn't accept all of the group's conspiracy theories. He recalls that Charles, who was several years older, steered him away from the communist conspiracy books and toward the collection of anti-government economic writers whose work he found especially exciting. "This is the good stuff," he recalls Charles telling him. The founder of the John Birch Society, Welch, was a board member of the Foundation for Economic Education, which spread a version of laissez-faire economics so extreme it bordered on anarchism, as Rick Perlstein writes in his History of Goldwater's Ascent, Before the Storm. Unlike his father's conspiracies, these were the theories that captivated Charles. The post-college years were a restless period in Charles's life. In 1961, when he was 26, his father, whose health was failing, persuaded him despite his doubts to return to Wichita to help run the family business. After graduating with a Bachelor of Science in Engineering and master's degrees in Nuclear and Chemical Engineering from MIT, where his father was on the board of trustees, Charles had been enjoying his freedom working in Boston as a business consultant. Convinced that his father would sell the company otherwise, Charles reluctantly returned to Wichita to help but found himself intellectually hungry back in his hometown. In his telling, he was almost feverishly bent on finding some overarching system of political theory to bridge his father's emotional anti-communism with his own more analytical approach to the world. He also wanted to merge his thinking about business and his interests in engineering and mathematics. "I spent the next 2 years almost like a hermit, surrounded by books," he told the Wall Street Journal in 1997. Visitors to his apartment recall him littering almost every surface with abstruse economic and political texts. He later explained that having learned that there are certain laws that govern the natural world, he was trying to discover if the same isn't true for the societal world. Contributing to Charles's intellectual ferment at this time were his father's dinner table diatribes against taxation. Fred saw taxes in America darkly, as incipient socialism. Early on, the Internal Revenue Service had sued his company for underpayment of taxes, requiring a large additional payment as well as penalties and legal fees. He remained vehemently opposed to estate taxes, and told Charles that he feared the U.S. government would tax him so heavily it might force him to sell the family business, diminishing his son's inheritances. To minimize future taxes, Fred Cook took advantage of elaborate estate planning. Among other strategies, he set up a charitable lead trust that enabled him to pass on his estate to his sons without inheritance taxes, so long as the sons donated the accruing interest on the principal to charity for 20 years. To maximize their self-interest, in other words, the Cook boys were compelled to be charitable. Tax avoidance was thus the original impetus for the Cook brothers' extraordinary philanthropy. As David Cook later explained, "So for 20 years, I had to give away all that income, and I sort of got into it." Fred Cook's estate plan treated each son equally, but according to Coppin, to ensure that his offspring would continue to obey him, he arranged to pass his fortune on to them in 2 stages, with the second half passing on only after his death. The first distribution gave all 4 boys equal ownership of Cook Engineering, the smaller of his 2 companies. The later distribution thus hung over his sons' heads, subject to their father's whim. Charles's embrace of the John Birch Society, according to Koppen, was in part designed to please the old man. According to Riga, whom Charles invited to participate in an informal discussion group at the Cook Mansion during this period, it was pretty clear that Charles thought some of the Birch Society was bullshit. He recalls that Charles was bright as hell. And in fact, in 1968, the year after his father died, Charles resigned from the organization over its support for the Vietnam War, which he opposed. A related fringe group, though, became seminal to Charles Koch's political evolution during this period, the Freedom School, which was led by a radical thinker with a checkered past named Robert Lefebvre. Lefebvre opened the Freedom School in Colorado Springs in 1957, and from the start there were close ties to the John Birch Society. In 1964, Robert Love, a major figure in the Wichita branch of the John Birch Society, introduced Charles to the school, which offered 1- and 2-week immersion courses in the philosophy of freedom and free enterprise. Robert Welch, the John Birch Society's founder, also visited. But Lefebvre's preoccupations were slightly different. He was almost as adamantly opposed to America's government as he was to communism. Lefebvre favored the abolition of the state but didn't like the label anarchist, so he called himself instead an autarchist. Lefebvre liked to say that government is a disease masquerading as its own cure. Doherty, the historian of the libertarian movement, related that Lefebvre was an anarchist figure who won Charles's heart and that the school was a tiny world of people who thought the New Deal was a horrible mistake. An FBI file on the Freedom School shows that by 1966 Charles Koch was not only a major financial supporter of the school but also an executive and trustee. Lefebvre, who looked like a jolly, white-haired Santa, had reportedly been indicted earlier for mail fraud in connection with his role in a cult-like right-wing self-actualization movement called the Mighty I Am that worked audiences into frenzies as they chanted in response to Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt's names, "Annihilate them." As the journalist Mark Ames recounts, Lefebvre escaped prosecution by becoming a witness for the state, but he continued on a wayward path, claiming to have supernatural powers and struggling through bankruptcy and an infatuation with a 14-year-old girl. Later, at the height of Senator Joe McCarthy's anti-communist crusades, Lefebvre became an FBI informant, accusing Hollywood figures of communist sympathies and leading a drive to purge the Girl Scouts of Reds. A stint writing editorials for the arch-conservative Gazette-Telegraph in Colorado Springs enabled him to drum up funds to launch the Freedom School on a rustic, 500-acre campus nearby. There, he assumed the title of dean. The school taught a revisionist version of American history in which the robber barons were heroes, not villains, and the Gilded Age was the country's golden era. Taxes were denigrated as a form of theft, and the progressive movement, Roosevelt's New Deal, and Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty, in the school's view, were ruinous turns towards socialism. The weak and poor, the school taught, should be cared for by private charity, not government. The school had a revisionist position on the Civil War, too. It shouldn't have been fought, instead, the South should have been allowed to secede. Slavery was a lesser evil than military conscription, the school argued, because human beings should be allowed to sell themselves into slavery if they wished. Like Charles Koch during this period, the school tried to meld its version of history, economics, and philosophy into one theoretical framework, which it called Front History. A group of Illinois teachers sent to a session at the school in 1959 by a local chamber of commerce returned so shocked that they notified the FBI and published a letter denouncing the school for advocating no government, no police department, no fire department, no public schools, no health or zoning laws, not even national defense. They noted that this of course is anarchy. They also described the school as proposing that the Bill of Rights be reduced to just a single one, the right to own property. In 1965, the New York Times ran a feature describing the school as a bastion of ultraconservatism and mentioning that among the prized alumni whose lives had been transformed by its teachings was Charles Koch. He had obtained a second graduate degree from MIT in chemical engineering, the Times reported, after realizing that his previous degree in nuclear engineering would have required him to work closely with the government. At the time, according to the paper, the school was so implacably opposed to the U.S. government it was proposing that the Constitution be scrapped in favor of one that limited the government's authority to impose compulsory taxation. The Times described Lefebvre as also opposing Medicare and anti-poverty programs and hinted that the school opposed government-sponsored integration, too. Lefebvre told the paper that black students, of which the school had none, might pose a problem because, the Times wrote, some of his students are segregationists. Charles Cook was so enthusiastic about the Freedom School he talked his 3 brothers into attending sessions. But Freddie, the outlier in the family, who had spent more time than the others studying history and literature, disparaged the curriculum as bilge. He said that Lefebvre reminded him of the con artists in Sinclair Lewis's novels. Charles was so incensed by his brother's apostasy, Frederick told People later, he threatened to deck him if he didn't toe the line. Dies Riga says that Charles arranged for him to attend a session at the school, too, and, he believes, paid his tuition. At the time, the only other faculty member he recalls besides Lefebvre was James J. Martin, an anarchist historian who later won a reputation as a notorious Holocaust denier for his revisionist work with the Institute for Historical Review, in which he described claims of Nazi genocide in World War II as invented. It was a stew pot of ideas, recalled Dies Riga, who later became a liberal academic, but if you grew up with more money than God, and felt weird about it, this version of history, where the robber barons were heroes, would certainly make you feel a lot better about it. At the Freedom School, Charles became particularly enamored of the work of 2 laissez-faire economists, the Austrian theorist Ludwig von Mises and his star pupil, Friedrich Hayek, an Austrian exile, who visited the Freedom School. Hayek's book The Road to Serfdom had become an improbable bestseller in 1944, after Reader's Digest published a condensed version. It offered a withering critique of collectivism and argued that centralized government planning, in which liberals were then engaged, would lead, inexorably, to dictatorship. In many respects, Hayek was a throwback, romanticizing a lost golden age of idealized unfettered capitalism that arguably never existed for much of the population. But Hayek's views were more nuanced than many American adherents understood. As Angus Bergen describes in The Great Persuasion, many reactionary Americans knew only the distorted translation of Hayek's work that had appeared in Reader's Digest. The conservative publication omitted Hayek's politically inconvenient support for a minimum standard of living for the poor, environmental and workplace safety regulations, and price controls to prevent monopolies from taking undue profits. Hayek's ideas arrived in America during the post-Depression years, when conservative businessmen were scrambling to salvage the credibility of the laissez-faire ideology that had been popular before the 1929 market crash. Since then, Keynesian economics had taken its place. Hayek's genius was to recast the discredited ideology in an appealing new way. As Kim Phillips-Fein writes in her book Invisible Hands, The Making of the Conservative Movement from the New Deal to Reagan, rather than describing the free market as just an economic model, Hayek touted it as the key to all human freedom. He vilified government as coercive, and glorified capitalists as standard-bearers for liberty. Naturally, his ideas appealed to American businessmen like Charles Cook and the other backers of the Freedom School, whose self-interest Hayek now cast as beneficial to all of society. Charles's funding of the Freedom School was his first step toward what would become a lifelong, tax-deductible sponsorship of libertarianism in America. His hope was to use his wealth to inject his fringe views into the mainstream by turning the Freedom School into an accredited graduate school and then a 4-year undergraduate program specializing in libertarian philosophy, to be called Rampart College. A 1966 brochure features a photograph of Lefebvre with Charles, shovel in hand, breaking ground for the new institution. Martin was hired to head Rampart's history department. But, as Ames recounts, the venture soon fell victim to mismanagement, leaving a trail of disgruntled backers. Eventually, the school moved to the south, where for a number of years it was sustained by the anti-union textile tycoon Roger Millikan. By the time Lefebvre died in 1986, the Koches had largely distanced themselves from him, perhaps sensing that he was a political liability. But Charles wrote a warm letter to Lefebvre in 1973. He also gave a speech in the 1990s crediting the Freedom School with profoundly influencing him. "It was," he said, "where I began developing a passionate commitment to liberty as the form of social organization most in harmony with reality and man's nature, because it's where I was first exposed in depth to thinkers such as Mises and Hayek." He added, "In short, market principles have changed my life and guide everything I do." As Charles grew increasingly ideologically driven, his brothers David and Bill, as he had, earned engineering degrees at their father's alma mater, MIT. In contrast, Frederick, who no longer went by the name Freddie, attended Harvard and later, after serving in the U.S. Navy, studied playwriting at the Yale School of Drama. He evinced no interest in joining the family company, preferring to write and produce plays and to collect art, antiques, antiquarian books, and spectacularly lavish historic houses. The private life of the younger Frederick, who remained single, became the focus of a vicious blackmail attempt by the other brothers, according to a sworn deposition given by Bill Cook in 1982. In his deposition, Bill described an emotionally wrenching confrontation in the mid-1960s in which he, Charles, and David tried to force their older brother Frederick, who they believed was gay, to relinquish his claim to a share of the family company, or else they threatened to expose his private life to their father. According to Bill's account, the brothers' blackmail scheme began after Charles and a friend talked the manager of the Greenwich Village building in which Frederick lived into letting them into his apartment without his permission when he was not home. Evidently, once inside, they snooped around and discovered personal information that they regarded as compromising. Frederick returned to find the uninvited twosome in his apartment. Soon after, according to Bill's deposition, Charles called his younger brothers to discuss whether Frederick should be allowed to continue as an officer of the family company. Bill admitted in cross-examination that he, along with his brothers, had regarded the situation as potentially embarrassing to the family enterprise, and so they had entrusted Charles to work out a plan to confront Frederick. According to the deposition, Charles then arranged a meeting in Boston of the directors of Cook Engineering, the part of the enterprise that the four boys had inherited together by this point and whose board they formed. In reality, as Bill described it, the meeting was a trap. Instead of addressing corporate business, it was a kangaroo court aimed at putting Frederick's personal life on trial. Chairs were arranged so that Frederick was on one side, facing his three brothers. According to the deposition, Charles then led an inquisition in which he accused Frederick of being gay and argued that his behavior was inappropriate for the family company. If Frederick refused to turn over his shares to his brothers, he was told, they would expose him to their father. If their father learned, they warned, it would likely impair his fragile health and also result in Frederick's disinheritance. The subject of Frederick's private life had never been openly discussed in the family. Mary Cook referred to her eldest son, with whom she was close, as artistic, and the senior Fred Cook evidently avoided the subject. One family member says homosexuality was so taboo in the family during those years, it would have meant excommunication. According to Bill's deposition, Frederick tried to defend himself in the face of his brother's accusations, arguing that he had a right to speak. But Charles cut him off, telling him to shut up, insisting that he had no say in the matter. At that point, Frederick stood up, said he wanted no more of the discussion, and walked out. Bill swore that he had tried to intercede on Frederick's behalf in the end, feeling bad for him. Because of this, he claimed, Charles had angrily reprimanded him after Frederick left, saying the three brothers had to stand together. Under cross-examination, Bill recounted that afterward he had apologized to Frederick, who had thanked him for trying to defend him, however belatedly. The subject, though, remained almost too painful to talk about. The full story of this confrontation never surfaced because Bill's deposition is sealed. but in 1997 Fortune carried a fleeting reference to a homosexual blackmail attempt by Charles against Freddie to get his stock at a cheap price. The magazine noted that Charles vigorously denied it. Years later, Frederick also briefly alluded to it, telling the biographer Daniel Schulman that Charles's homosexual blackmail to get control of my shares did not succeed for the simple reason that I am not homosexual. For reasons that remain disputed, Frederick's inheritance was nonetheless handled differently than that of the other boys. He took more money up front, and was left out of a final distribution. In the midst of this filial rancor, in 1967, Fred Cook died of a heart attack. Charles, then 32 years old, became chairman and CEO of the family business, which the sons renamed Cook Industries, in honor of their father. At the time, the company's principal business was refining oil, operating pipelines, and cattle ranching. Its annual revenues were estimated at $177 million, making it a substantial company but slight in comparison with the behemoth it would become. Fred Cook's fears of confiscatory taxes turned out to be overblown. When he died, he was described as the wealthiest man in Kansas, and his will made his sons extraordinarily rich. Charles Cook has often lauded the virtuous habits it takes to succeed, publishing a book on the subject in 2007 called The Science of Success. He has been less forthcoming about his inheritance. His brother David, in contrast, has made less pretense of being self-made. He joked about his good fortune in a 2003 speech to alumni at Deerfield Academy, the Massachusetts prep school from which he graduated and where, after pledging $25 million, he was made the school's sole lifetime trustee. He said, "You might ask, how does David Cook happen to have the wealth to be so generous? Well, let me tell you a story. It all started when I was a little boy. One day, my father gave me an apple. I soon sold it for $5 and bought 2 apples and sold them for 10. Then I bought 4 apples and sold them for 20. Well, this went on day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, until my father died and left me $300 million. Fred Cook also left his sons the building blocks with which they could construct one of the most lucrative corporate empires in the world. The crown jewel, according to one former Cook Industries insider, was the Pine Bend Refinery, then called the Great Northern Oil Company, in Rosemount, Minnesota, not far from Minneapolis. In 1959, Fred Cook bought a 1/3 interest in the concern. In 1969, 2 years after Charles Cook took the company's helm, Cook Industries acquired the majority share in the refinery. Charles later described the purchase as one of the most significant events in the evolution of our company. Pine Bend was a gold mine because it was uniquely well situated geographically to buy inexpensive, heavy, garbage crude oil from Canada. After refining the cheap muck, the company could sell it at the same price as other gasoline. Because the heavy crude oil was so cheap, Pine Bend's profit margin was superior to that of most other refineries. And because of a host of environmental regulations, it became increasingly difficult for rivals to build new refineries in the area to compete. By 2015, Pine Bend was processing some 350,000 barrels of Canadian crude a day, and according to David Sassoon of the Reuters-affiliated Inside Climate News, Cook Industries was the world's largest exporter of oil out of Canada. In 2012, he wrote, "This single Cook refinery is now responsible for an estimated 25% of the 1.2 million barrels of oil the U.S. imports each day from Canada's tar sands territories." The Koch's good fortune, however, was the globe's misfortune, because crude oil derived from Canada's dirty tar sands requires far greater amounts of energy to produce and so is especially harmful to the environment. In 1970, a year after Cook Industries completed the Pine Bend deal, the twins joined their elder brother at Cook Industries, with David working out of New York and Bill near Boston. Charles characteristically assumed control, and it was not long before the long-standing sibling rivalries flared anew. Bill, according to court records, felt slighted and resented Charles's insistence on plowing almost all of the earnings back into the company, skimping on pay for his brothers. "Here I am, one of the wealthiest men in America, and I had to borrow money to buy a house," he complained. A political independent, Bill also complained that Charles was giving as much to the libertarians as he was paying out in dividends. "Pretty soon we would get the reputation that the company and the Kochs were crazy." In 1980, Bill, with assistance from Fred, attempted to wrest control of the company from Charles, who ran it with an iron hand, according to Bruce Bartlett, a former associate. The attempted coup fizzled when Charles and David caught on and swung the board their way and, in retaliation, fired Bill. Lawsuits were filed, with Bill and Frederick on one side and Charles and David on the other, recreating the sibling rivalries of their childhood. In 1983, Charles and David bought out their brothers' shares in the company for about $1.1 billion. The settlement reportedly left Charles and David owning over 80% of Koch Industries stock, evenly split between the two of them. But the fraternal litigation continued for 17 more years. Among other accusations, Bill and Frederick alleged that Charles and David had cheated them by undervaluing the company. The Pine Bend refinery in particular became the focus of contention, with Bill and Frederick arguing that Charles and David had hidden its true worth from them, an accusation Charles and David denied. As the acrimony built, the brothers hired rival legal teams and rival private investigators, who reportedly literally rummaged through the family garbage of the opposing brothers. In 1990, the brothers walked past one another with stony expressions at their mother's funeral. Frederick, however, was absent. A confidant claimed later that Charles, who lived in Wichita, where their mother had died, hadn't given him early enough notice about the funeral arrangements for him to be able to attend. There had been an ice storm in Chicago, which complicated his travel arrangements. In the end, Frederick was only able to arrive in Kansas in time to attend a reception after the service. He was heartbroken, the confidant said. Bill, too, nearly missed the funeral. He was given such short notice he had to charter a private plane to make it in time, and then was seated not with the immediate family but with cousins. In addition, both he and Frederick believed they were excluded from a private memorial at their father's ranch, arranged and attended by Charles and David. Then, when Mary Cox's will was opened, it included a provision denying any inheritance from her $10 million estate to any son who was engaged in litigation against any other within 6 weeks of her death. Frederick and Bill, who were in the midst of suing their other two brothers, suspected their mother, who had suffered from dementia, had been unduly influenced during her fading days into adding this provision to her will. Again they sued, but lost, appealed, and lost again. Eventually, Frederick, who lived alone, spent much of his life abroad, buying and restoring spectacular historic estates in France, Austria, England, New York, and Pennsylvania, and filling them with art, antiques, and literary manuscripts, many of which he donated to museums and rare book libraries. Unlike his brothers, Frederick preferred to keep most of his donations anonymous, explaining to friends that his father had taught them to be modest and that taking credit for charity was vulgar. He refused to speak to Charles for the rest of his life. Bill founded his own carbon-heavy energy company, Oxbow, becoming a billionaire in his own right, according to Forbes. He lived lavishly, spending an estimated $65 million to win yachting's America's Cup in 1992. Like his brothers, he was a major Republican donor and became embroiled in tumultuous legal fights against environmentalists, opposing a proposed wind farm in the waters off his Cape Cod summer compound, because it would interfere with his view. He, too, barely spoke to Charles for decades but gradually underwent a rapprochement with his twin, David. With Charles as the undisputed chairman and CEO, Koch Industries expanded rapidly. Roger Altman, who heads the investment banking firm Evercore, described the company's performance as beyond phenomenal. He added, "I'd love to know how they do it." Much of the credit went to Charles, who won a reputation as a brilliant, detail-oriented, metrics-driven manager. He was such a tough negotiator, one associate joked, that in a 50-50 deal, he takes the hyphen. As the company grew, Charles remained in Wichita, working 10-hour days, 6 days a week. When he proposed to his future wife, Liz, he did so reportedly over the phone, and she could hear him flipping through his busy date book in search of an open day for the wedding. In preparation, he required her to study free market economics. David, meanwhile, resided in New York City, where he became an executive vice president of the company and the CEO of its chemical technology group. A financial expert who knows Koch Industries confided, "Charles is the company. Charles runs it." David, described by associates as affable and a bit of a lunk, enjoyed for years the life of a wealthy bachelor. He rented a yacht in the south of France and bought a waterfront home in Southampton, where he threw parties that the website New York Social Diary likened to an East Coast version of Hugh Hefner soirees. David was known for his laugh, which has been described as a window-shattering honk. To one longtime family insider, however, he often seemed a bit lost and socially awkward. "People don't really register with him that much," she said. In 1991, he was badly injured in a plane crash in Los Angeles. He was the sole passenger in first class to survive. As he was recovering, a routine physical exam led to the discovery of prostate cancer. He received treatment and reconsidered his life. He got married, settled down, and started a family. As he told Upstart Business Journal, "When you're the only one who survived in the front of the plane and everyone else died, yeah, you think, my God, the good Lord spared me for some greater purpose. My joke is that I've been busy ever since, doing all the good work I can think of, so he can have confidence in me." When they are not at their vacation houses in Southampton, Palm Beach, and Aspen, he and his wife, Julia Flesher, a former fashion assistant, live in a 9,000-square-foot duplex at 740 Park Avenue with their 3 children. The wealthiest resident of New York, David has become a huge benefactor of the arts and medicine, donating millions of dollars to Lincoln Center, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the American Museum of Natural History, among other institutions. But according to Park Avenue, a documentary by the Academy Award winner Alex Gibney, he has been less generous with the household help. A former doorman described Koch as the cheapest person in the building. "We would load up his truck's 2 vans usually every weekend for the Hamptons. In and out, heavy bags. We would never get a tip from Mr. Koch. We would never get a smile from Mr. Koch." For Christmas, which the doorman had anticipated would make up for the year's travails, Koch merely gave him a $50 check. When the documentary aired on the public broadcasting service in 2012, David Koch was so incensed he resigned from the board of New York's public television station, WNET, reneging on a promise to make a major donation. A spokeswoman at Koch Industries declined to comment on whether the documentary was his reason for punishing the station, but Koch bluntly told one friend about the film, "It's going to cost them $10 million. They live, and always have, in a rarefied bubble," said the longtime family insider, explaining the Koch's outrage at being subjected to critical scrutiny. "They move in a world with people like them, or who want to be. They know no poor people at all. They're not the kind of people who feel obligated to get to know the help." As their fortunes grew, Charles and David Koch became the primary underwriters of hardline libertarian politics in America. Though David's manner is more cosmopolitan, and more sociable, than that of Charles, Doherty, the libertarian chronicler who has interviewed both brothers, couldn't think of a single issue on which the brothers disagreed. Charles's aim, he said, was to tear the government out at the root. Having read the family's private letters and conducted interviews with the Kochs and their intimates as few other outsiders could, Clayton Coppin, the researcher hired first by the company and later by Bill Koch, saw Charles Koch's strong political views in the context of his family upbringing. In stealth, his unpublished 2003 report on Charles's political development, Koppen suggests that Charles harbored a hatred of the government so intense it could only be truly understood as an extension of his childhood conflicts with authority. From his earliest years, he writes, Charles's goal was to achieve total control. He did not escape his father's authority until his father died, he notes. After that, Charles went to great lengths to ensure that neither his brothers nor anyone else could challenge his personal control of the family company. Later clashes with unionized workers at the Pine Bend refinery and with the expanding regulatory state strengthened his resolve. Only the governments and the courts remained as sources of authority, Koppen writes, and if enacted, Charles's libertarian policies would eliminate these. Had Charles wanted merely to promote free market economic theories, he could have supported several established organizations, but instead he was attracted to fringe groups that bordered on anarchism. Koppen suggests, he was driven by some deeper urge to smash the one thing left in the world that could discipline him, the government. Drawing on a cache of private documents, some of which remain in the possession of Bill Koch, Koppen was able to trace Charles's political evolution as he moved away from the intellectual fringe of his old mentor, Lefebvre, in favor of gaining hands-on power. In response to libertarian thinkers who argued that ideas, not practical politics, were the best instruments of change, Charles wrote a revealing 1978 article in the Libertarian Review, arguing that outsiders like themselves needed to organize. Ideas do not spread by themselves, they spread only through people. Which means we need a movement, he wrote. His language was militant, demanding that our movement must destroy the prevalent statist paradigm. In Koppen's view, it was already clear by this point, at the end of the 1970s, that Charles was not going to be satisfied with being the Engels or even the Marx of the libertarian revolution. He wanted to be the Lenin. Around the same time, an obscure conference subsidized by Charles Koch laid out much of the road map for the Koch's future attempted takeover of American politics. In 1976, with a contribution of some $65,000 from Charles Koch, the Center for Libertarian Studies in New York City was launched and soon held a conference featuring several leading lights of the libertarian movement. Among those delivering papers on how the fringe movement could obtain genuine power was Charles Koch. The papers are striking in their radicalism, their disdain for the public, and their belief in the necessity of political subterfuge. Speakers proposed that libertarians hide their true anti-government extremism by banishing the word anarchism, because it reminded too many people of terrorists. To attract a bigger following, some suggested, they needed to organize synthetic grassroots groups and issue meaningless titles to volunteers, without yielding any real control. Charles Koch's contribution was a paper that methodically analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of a group he knew intimately, the John Birch Society, as a model for their future enterprise. His assessment was clear-eyed and businesslike. He pointed out that despite the fringe group's shortcomings, it boasted 90,000 members, 240 paid staffers, and a $7 million annual budget. While these numbers were impressive, he faulted the John Birch Society's obsession with conspiracies, as well as the unchecked cult of personality that Welch had built up. He noted that Welch's ownership of the organization's stock had centralized control in his hands, making him impervious to constructive criticism. Interestingly, Charles would go on to issue stock in his own nonprofit think tank, the Cato Institute, in much the same way. But he also found much to admire. In particular, he argued in favor of copying the John Birch Society's secrecy. In order to avoid undesirable criticism, how the organization is controlled and directed should not be widely advertised, Charles wrote, arguing for stealth in his future plans to influence American politics. He also wrote that to fund their future political enterprise, they should, like the John Birch Society, make use of all modern sales and motivational techniques to raise money and attract donors, including meeting in a home or other place the prospect enjoys being. The Koch's donor summits would follow this marketing approach, transforming fundraising into exclusive, invitation-only social events held in luxurious settings. Charles cautioned his fellow radicals that to win, they would need to cultivate credible leaders and a positive image, unlike the John Birch Society, requiring them to work with, rather than combat, the people in the media and arts. The brothers followed this plan too. David became a lavish supporter of the arts in New York and appeared regularly in the society pages. Charles, meanwhile, kept a lower profile but assiduously invited sympathetic members of the media to his donor summits, such as the talk radio host Glenn Beck, the Washington Post columnist Charles Crothammer, and the National Review columnist Ramesh Ponnuru. Two of the top donors in the Cook network owned their own news outlets. The oil tycoon Philip Anschutz owned the Washington Examiner and the Weekly Standard, and the mutual fund magnate Foster Friess was the largest shareholder of the Daily Caller. The Kochs seriously considered buying the Tribune Company in 2013, too. As for gaining adherents, Charles suggested, their best bet was to focus on attracting youth because this is the only group that is open to a radically different social philosophy. He would act on this belief in years to come by funneling millions of dollars into educational indoctrination, with free market curricula and even video games promoting his ideology pitched to prospects as young as grade school. In support of building their own youth movement, another speaker, the libertarian historian Leonard Liggio, cited the success of the Nazi model. In his paper titled National Socialist Political Strategy, Social Change in a Modern Industrial Society with an Authoritarian Tradition, Liggio, who was affiliated with the Cook-funded Institute for Humane Studies, IHS, from 1974 until 1998, described the Nazis' successful creation of a youth movement as key to their capture of the state. Like the Nazis, he suggested, libertarians should organize university students to create group identity. George Pearson, a former member of the John Birch Society in Wichita, who served as Charles Koch's political lieutenant during these years, expanded on this strategy in his own eye-opening paper. He suggested that libertarians needed to mobilize youthful cadres by influencing academia in new ways. Traditional gifts to universities, he warned, didn't guarantee enough ideological control. Instead, he advocated funding private institutes within prestigious universities, where influence over hiring decisions and other forms of control could be exerted by donors while hiding the radicalism of their aims. As Coppin summarized Pearson's arguments, it would be necessary to use ambiguous and misleading names, obscure the true agenda, and conceal the means of control. This is the method that Charles Koch would soon practice in his charitable giving, and later in his political actions. Soon after the 1976 conference, Charles plunged into Libertarian Party politics. He became not just the group's financial angel but also the author of its plank on energy policy, which called for the abolition of all government controls. The brothers took an even more audacious step into electoral politics in 1979, when Charles, who preferred to operate behind the scenes, persuaded David, then 39, to run for public office. The brothers were by then backing the Libertarian Party's presidential candidate, Ed Clark, who was running against Ronald Reagan from the right. They opposed all limits on campaign donations, so they found a legal way around them. They contrived to make David the vice presidential running mate, and thus according to campaign finance law he could lavish as much of his personal fortune as he wished on the campaign rather than being limited by the $1,000 donation cap. David Koch ran in '80 to go against the campaign finance rules. By being a candidate, he could give as much as he wanted, the conservative activist Grover Norquist later acknowledged. It was a trick, suggests Bartlett, the economist who formerly worked at a Koch-funded think tank. David Koch had no political experience and was little known, which initially caused consternation. But at the Libertarian Party convention, when he pledged to spend $500,000 on his campaign, whoops of joy reportedly rose from stunned party members. The ticket's slogan was "The Libertarian Party has only one source of funds, you." The populist language was misleading. In fact, its primary source of funds was David Koch, who spent more than $2 million on the effort, just short of 60% of the campaign's entire budget. In hindsight, It seems that David Koch's 1980 campaign served as a bridge between Lefebvre's radical pedagogy and the Tea Party movement. Indeed, the Libertarian Party's standard-bearer that year, Clark, told the nation that libertarians were getting ready to stage a very big Tea Party, because people were sick to death of taxes. The party's platform, meanwhile, was almost an exact replica of the Freedom School's radical curriculum. It called for the repeal of all campaign finance laws and the abolition of the Federal Election Commission, FEC. It also favored the abolition of all government health care programs, including Medicaid and Medicare. It attacked Social Security as virtually bankrupt and called for its abolition, too. The Libertarians also opposed all income and corporate taxes, including capital gains taxes, and called for an end to the prosecution of tax evaders. Their platform called for the abolition too of the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Environmental Protection Agency, the FBI, and the CIA, among other government agencies. It demanded the abolition of any laws impeding employment, by which it meant minimum wage and child labor laws. And it targeted public schools for abolition too, along with what it termed the compulsory education of children. The Libertarians also wanted to get rid of the Food and Drug Administration, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, seatbelt laws, and all forms of welfare for the poor. The platform was, in short, an effort to repeal virtually every major political reform passed during the 20th century. In the view of the Kochs and other members of the Libertarian Party, government should be reduced to a skeletal function, the protection of individual and property rights. That November, the Libertarian ticket received only 1% of the vote. Its stance against war and the military draft, and in favor of legalizing drugs and prostitution, won it some support among young rebels. But as a market experiment, libertarianism proved a massive flop. The brothers realized that their brand of politics didn't sell at the ballot box. Charles Koch became openly scornful of conventional politics. "It tends to be a nasty, corrupting business," he told a reporter at the time. "I'm interested in advancing libertarian ideas." According to Doherty's history, the Kochs came to regard elected politicians as merely actors playing out a script. Instead of wasting more time, a confidant of the Kochs told Doherty, the brothers now wanted to supply the themes and words for the scripts. In order to alter the direction of America, they realized they would have to influence the areas where policy ideas percolate from, academia and think tanks. After the 1980 election, Charles and David Koch receded from the public arena. "They weren't really on my radar," recalls Richard Viguerie, whose hugely successful right-wing direct mail company won him the nickname the founding funder of the right. But during the next 3 decades, they contributed well over $100 million, much of it undisclosed, to dozens of seemingly independent organizations aimed at advancing their radical ideas. Their front groups demonized the American government, casting it as the enemy rather than the democratic representative of its citizens. They defined liberty as its absence, and the unfettered accumulation of enormous private wealth as America's purpose. Cumulatively, the many-tentacled ideological machine they built came to be known as the Kochtopus. The Kochs were not alone. As they sought ways to steer American politics hard to the right without having to win the popular vote, they got valuable reinforcement from a small coterie of like-minded wealthy conservative families who were harnessing their own corporate fortunes toward the same end. Philanthropy, with its guarantees of anonymity, became their chosen instrument. But their goal was patently political, to undo not just Lyndon Johnson's Great Society and Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal but Teddy Roosevelt's Progressive Era, too. In taking on this daunting task, they were in many cases refighting battles that had been lost by their fathers. Complacent liberals, and many Republicans also, assumed by the 1970s that the political pendulum in America had shifted permanently away from arch-conservative groups like the John Birch Society. Robust government was almost universally accepted as a necessary instrument for social and economic betterment. Redistributive taxes and spending were largely uncontroversial. Even Richard Nixon had proclaimed in 1971, I am now a Keynesian in economics. Not everyone in the grand old party, however, agreed. A small but deep-pocketed reactionary rearguard was already hard at work, devising plans to fight moderation and win the battle for the radical right in an ingenious new way. Chapter 2. The Hidden Hand, Richard Mellon Scaife. For many years, in the foyer of Richard Mellon Scaife's Pittsburgh mansion stood a prized possession, a brass elephant on a mahogany stand. Visitors could be forgiven for mistaking it for the usual Republican mascot, because Scaife's forebears, who founded the Mellon Banking, Alcoa Aluminum, and Gulf Oil Empire, were a financial mainstay of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania for more than a century. But the elephant in question was instead an homage to Hannibal, the fabled military strategist who daringly scaled the Alps on elephant back to launch a surprise attack on the Roman Empire. It served as the inspiration for a private organization that Scaife founded in 1964. This little heralded group was just the first small step in what would become an improbably successful effort by one of the richest men in the country, along with a few other extraordinarily wealthy conservative benefactors, to cast themselves as field generals, in Hannibal's mold, in a strategic war of ideas aimed at sacking American politics. For decades, Scaife was described as a recluse, mysterious even to the recipients of his largesse. Over a 50-year period, he personally spent what he estimated to be upward of $1 billion from his family fortune on philanthropy, once the sum was adjusted for inflation. Most of it, some $620 million, he reckoned, was aimed at influencing American public affairs. In 1999, the Washington Post called him the leading financial supporter of the movement that reshaped American politics in the last quarter of the 20th century. When he died on July 4, 2014, the New York Times carried a lengthy obituary, along with his photograph. Yet he gave almost no interviews or speeches on his motives and aims. He rarely spoke with those who ran the institutions he funded and was estranged from many former friends and family members, including 2 former wives and his 2 grown children. When Karen Rothmeyer, a reporter for the Columbia Journalism Review, tried to ambush him into an interview in 1981, he warned her, "You fucking communist cunt, get out of here." In 2009, however, 5 years before he was diagnosed with inoperable cancer, Scaife penned a previously private, still unpublished memoir, A Richly Conservative Life, that serves as a secret tell-all about the building of the modern conservative movement. In his memoir, Scaife describes how he and a handful of other influential conservatives who shared the view that American civilization faced an existential threat from progressivism began meeting during the Cold War years, at first informally, to plot against the country's liberal drift. At one such session, someone suggested that the threadbare cliché comparing America's ostensible downfall to that of ancient Rome was inadequate. The group decided that a better analogy was to the fall of Carthage, in North Africa. Carthage ostensibly fell when its wealthy elites failed to adequately back their military leader, Hannibal, as he reached the gates of Rome. The passivity of the ruling class allowed the enemy to triumph, burying the noble Carthaginian culture forever. Out of this discussion was born the League to Save Carthage, an informal network of influential, die-hard American conservatives determined, as Scaife writes, that America must not go the way of Carthage, that we must win the struggles of our time. In 1964, when this group incorporated itself formally as the Carthage Foundation, many conservatives felt like the remnants of a lost civilization. Their standard-bearer, the Republican presidential nominee, Barry Goldwater, had been badly defeated at the polls. The Democratic victor, Lyndon Johnson, meanwhile, was forging ahead with liberal civil rights legislation and ambitious Great Society anti-poverty programs, radically expanding the reach of government and challenging the old order. Liberal dominance over arts and letters was so uniform during these post-war years that the cultural critic Lionel Trilling had declared with self-satisfaction, "Nowadays there are no conservative or reactionary ideas in general circulation." M. Stanton Evans, a leading intellectual on the right, captured conservative sense of marginalization in his 1965 book, the liberal establishment, who runs America, and how. He declared that the chief point about the liberal establishment is that it is in control. In response, right-wing activists like Evans, who had studied with Ludwig von Mises, militate for a counter-establishment. Yet they lacked the wherewithal with which to build it. Stepping into this void and up to this challenge was, as the engraved brass plate beneath his elephant proclaimed, Field Marshal Richard Mellon Scaife, the Carthaginian hero of the half-century, 1950, 2000. The plaque praised Scaife's audacity, fidelity, and persistence. Christopher Ruddy, a conservative reporter and publisher who worked closely with Scaife for many years, sharing some of his political adventures, believes that Scaife was the progenitor of a new form of hard-hitting political philanthropy. He's the originator of the current model, says Ruddy. I don't know anyone who did what he did before. He's a bit like Santa Claus. In his early years, few would have expected Scaife to exert major influence on politics, or much else. Certainly he was born into extraordinary wealth. In 1957, Fortune ranked his mother, Sarah Mellon Scaife, and 3 other members of the Mellon family among the 8 wealthiest people in America. But Scaife wasn't notably distinguished in any other way. Until his mid-30s, he had no real career or accomplishments. Even by his own estimation, his life was dissolute. In his memoir, he writes that one of his favorite authors was John O'Hara because no one has better captured the decadence and the disappointment that were rife in his own upper-crust circle. How beautifully he summed up Pennsylvanians of a certain class, Scaife writes, their country club values, the wrecks they made of their lives on too much money and alcohol. Scaife's great-grandfather Judge Thomas Mellon, the founder of the family fortune, had worried about the corrupting influence that inherited wealth might have on future heirs. The son of an Irish farmer who settled in Pennsylvania during the first half of the 19th century, Mellon proved an uncannily good businessman. He leveraged real estate investments into a thriving loan business that became Pittsburgh's stately Mellon Bank. During the Gilded Age, the family acquired huge stakes in a number of burgeoning industrial corporations, including Gulf Oil and Alcoa. Surveying his great fortune, however, in 1885, Mellon fretted that the normal condition of man is hard work, self-denial, acquisition and accumulation. As soon as his descendants are freed from the necessity of exertion, they begin to degenerate sooner or later in body and mind. By the time his great-grandson Richard Mellon Scaife was born in Pittsburgh in 1932, some of the patriarch's darkest fears had been realized. Sarah Mellon Scaife, the mother of the boy who was known to his family as Dickie, by all accounts struggled to fight a losing battle with alcoholism. She was a gutter drunk, according to her daughter, the late Cordelia Scaife May. So was Dick, Cordelia said of her brother. So was I. If they were born with silver spoons, they were also born with chips on their shoulders. In his memoir, Scaife describes himself as fundamentally anti-establishment, which may seem puzzling given his heritage, but his place within the Mellon dynasty was tinged with resentment. His mother had married a handsome and well-connected local patrician, Alan Scaife, who rode well to the hounds and had attended all the most elite schools but whose forebears had run the family metalworking company into the ground. As a result, Richard Scaife's uncle R.K. Mellon, who like his mother had inherited a large part of the vast Mellon fortune, treated the Scaife family with scorn. My father he was suckin' hind tit, Scaife told Burton Hirsch, who wrote a biography of the family in 1978. In his memoir, Scaife writes that his uncle, who was his closest Mellon relative and whom he and his sister dubbed Uncle Piggy, treated my father like an errand boy. Alan Scaife was given ceremonial titles in the various Mellon business concerns but no real power, other than to oversee his wife's enormous inheritance. Alan Scaife briefly cut a dashing figure during World War II, when he enlisted in the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the forerunner of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, as an Army major. But while his tailor-made uniforms made a memorable impression, this was less true of his job performance. Richard Helms, who later became director of the CIA, recalled Scaife, who had been a colleague, as a lightweight. The family brush with the spy service, however, ignited Richard Scaife's lifelong infatuation with intelligence intrigue, conspiracy theories, and international affairs. Scaife writes that it also gave rise to his strongly anti-communist views. In his memoir, he recalls his father admonishing the family while on furlough from the war that the scourge of communism loomed large, not just abroad, but at home in America. My political conservatism, which eventually unmasked me as the villain behind the vast right-wing conspiracy of Hillary Clinton's imagination, but only her imagination, he writes, began before I had reached my 12th birthday over a lunch with his father at New York's Colony Club in 1944. Alan Scaife warned the family that wealthy capitalists like themselves were under attack. He invoked images of labor riots and class warfare. He was concerned for the security of the country and gave us the feeling around the table that our entire future was at stake, Scaife writes. A local newspaper editor, William Block of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, had similar recollections. He remembered Alan Scaife as overwrought during the 1940s about what he regarded as the growing threat that leftists posed to the rich. Alan Scaife was terribly worried about inherited wealth, he later recalled. The family's preoccupation with preserving its wealth was shared by previous generations. Scaife was heir not just to one of the country's greatest industrial fortunes but also to a distinctly reactionary political outlook rooted in the age of the robber barons. His great-uncle, the Pittsburgh banker Andrew Mellon, who served as Treasury Secretary under Presidents Warren Harding, Calvin Coolidge, and Herbert Hoover, was a leading figure in the counter-revolution against the progressive movement, and in particular he was an implacable foe of the income tax. Before Congress instituted the federal income tax in 1913, following the passage of the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, America's tax burden fell disproportionately on the poor. High taxes were levied on widely consumed products such as alcohol and tobacco. Urban property was taxed at a higher rate than farms and estates. From top to bottom, American society before the income tax was a picture of inequality, and taxes made it worse, writes Isaac William Martin, a professor of sociology at the University of California in San Diego. In his history, Rich People's Movements, Grassroots Campaigns to Untax the 1%, Martin notes that the passage of the income tax in 1913 was regarded as calamitous by many wealthy citizens, setting off a century-long tug-of-war in which they fought repeatedly to repeal or roll back progressive forms of taxation. Over the next century, wealthy conservatives developed many sophisticated and appealing ways to wrap their anti-tax views in public-spirited rationales. As they waged this battle, they rarely mentioned self-interest, but they consistently opposed high taxes that fell most heavily on themselves. And no figure was more instrumental in leading the early opposition than Andrew Mellon. When Congress instituted the federal income tax, Mellon was one of the wealthiest men in America, with interests in dozens of monopolistic conglomerates then called trusts. His Union Trust Bank reportedly financed almost half the investments in Pittsburgh. In his view, the economic inequality that such arrangements produced was not only inevitable, it was the just reward for excellence and virtue. In an effort to win popular support for this outlook, he wrote a mass-market book called Taxation, The People's Business, in which he argued counterintuitively that cutting taxes on the rich would boost tax payments, not lower them, and so was a matter of broad public interest, not narrow private gain. 60 years later, Jude Wanniski, the father of supply-side economics, would pay homage to Mellon as his inspiration. At the time, though, Mellon's anti-tax book sold poorly, despite bulk purchases by business leaders. Once in public office, Mellon helped define the 1920s as an era during which business succeeded in rolling back many of the progressive era's reforms. In 1921, capital gains taxes were cut, and the stock market boomed. After repeated efforts during his dozen-year tenure at Treasury, in 1926 Mellon finally succeeded in getting a bill passed that cut the tax rates on the richest Americans more deeply than any other tax law in history, according to Martin. Mellon promised greater growth and prosperity. When instead the stock market crashed in 1929 after a frenzy of speculation, his legacy was tarnished. Not only did his economic theories look self-serving and irresponsible, but it surfaced that Mellon himself had been secretly providing tax credits and subsidies to some of the country's biggest businesses, including many in which the Mellon family had major investments. Eventually, Mellon was charged and acquitted of income tax fraud. He was required, though, to pay back taxes, which was a humiliation and indignity for the patrician family. 3 years after the 1929 stock market crash, against this backdrop of class conflict and financial chicanery, Richard Mellon Scaife was born. His family, and later he himself, would continue to portray their embrace of low taxes and limited government as matters of high principle, as Andrew Mellon had. But his parents' elaborate estate planning in order to minimize their own tax bill suggests that they had more than an abstract interest in the subject. Scaife's parents created the largest of the family's tax-exempt, charitable foundations, the Sarah Scaife Foundation, in December 1941, days after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. It appears to have been time to shelter the family's wealth from anticipated tax increases. Scaife writes, "I don't know what my parents' specific motives were, but he notes that because of the impending war there was talk of a top income tax rate of above 90%. Roosevelt and the labor unions argued that the wealthy should shoulder a greater share of the cost of the war buildup, to provide an equality of sacrifice. Despite their hawkish views on national defense, the family nonetheless took steps to avoid paying its share for the military buildup." As Scaife writes matter-of-factly in his memoir, the rich inevitably are going to organize their wealth to avoid government confiscation. They'll do whatever the law allows to use their money as they see fit, out of reach of the tax collector. Meanwhile, the Scaifes lived large. They commissioned a hulking Cotswold-style stone country house on 725 acres in Ligonier, Pennsylvania, next to Rolling Rock Farms, the Mellon family's 9,000-acre ancestral estate. They called their place Penguin Court, for the pet penguins that Sarah Scaife found amusing to let waddle the grounds. Rookeries were built in the shape of igloos and filled daily with slabs of ice. The weekend house was so vast that by Scaife's reckoning he had 4 rooms to himself as a boy. Rather than counting sheep, like less well-off insomniacs, he writes, "When I can't sleep, I try to recount the rooms, which numbered 50 or 60. The lavish lifestyle didn't protect Scaife, however, from suffering a terrible head injury in a riding accident at the age of 9. The fall fractured his skull, knocking him unconscious for 8 to 10 hours and requiring metal clips to be implanted in his head. As a result, he had to be tutored at home for more than a year and avoid vigorous athletics all his life. The injury also barred him from military service. But as he lay at home in his sickbed, he followed current events closely, mapping the troop movements during World War II and developing a lifelong passion for newspapers, which he read avidly as a boy and later would own. The family's insulation from workaday life also couldn't protect the Scaife children from being jeered during the Depression and war years by passers-by who catcalled at the sight of them being chauffeured, by themselves in the backs of limousines, as gas was rationed for others. Scaife recalls that by the time he was about 10, he realized that compared to most people, the Scaifes were different. "We were very wealthy." He says that in his youth he feared people would dislike him because of it. But he writes that unlike most liberals, as he grew older, he came to feel entitled to his good fortune. "Some of my friends most I'd say feel a sense of guilt about having money. I do not, and never have." As he describes it, an inheritance comes to the person but also to his community and country. It can do powerful good. He notes, "I've felt good about being able to put dollars to work in the battle of ideas." Scaife recalled his childhood as happy. He liked the governess who raised him, admired his father, and adored his mother. But his sister, Cordelia, who was 4 years older, saw their upbringing differently. She described the family as excelling principally in making each other totally miserable. The only substance that appears to have been in nearly as great supply as money in the Scaife household was alcohol. By the time he was sent off to Deerfield Academy at the age of 14, the same prep school attended 8 years later by David Cook, Scaife was already a drinker. Caught drinking off campus with some local girls in his senior year, in violation of Deerfield's rules, he almost didn't graduate. Scaife recalls that his parents hastily donated funds for a new dormitory for the school in order to assure his diploma. Years later, he would nonetheless help fund the social critic Charles Murray, a leading proponent of the theory that a superior work ethic and moral codes account for much of the success among the affluent. Despite having barely squeaked through prep school, Scaife was accepted at his father's college, Yale, from which he was soon expelled following several drunken benders. A reputation as a frat boy bully was cemented by an episode in which an empty beer keg was rolled down a flight of stairs, injuring a classmate. Scaife writes that he was falsely accused of launching the keg, which was actually jettisoned by his friends. After getting arrested off campus in another drunken escapade, he belittled the dean who was adjudicating his case, hastening his expulsion. Nonetheless, the following year, Scaife was given the chance to repeat his freshman year at Yale. But after spending time at the movies rather than in class, he soon flunked out, this time for good. Yet with the help of his father, who was chairman of the board, he graduated from the University of Pittsburgh and soon went on to enter the family business, Gulf Oil. His behavior, however, didn't much improve. At the age of 23, after drinking and in a hurry to visit his fiancée, Frances Gilmore, on a rainy night, he caused a near-fatal car accident that left him with a shattered knee and an expensive legal settlement with the family whose car he had rear-ended. Alcoholism and freakish tragedy continued to dog his adult life. One friend committed suicide in front of him. Another, his sister's husband, died of a gunshot wound under mysterious circumstances. His brother-in-law's death was ruled an accident or suicide but caused a scandal and a lasting rift between the siblings because Cordelia suspected that somehow her brother had been involved. In 2005, facing fatal illness, Cordelia, too, took her own life, asphyxiating herself with a plastic bag. She left an estate valued at $825 million. Before these later tragedies unfolded, though, in 1958, Scaife's father died suddenly. Scaife was only 26. He recalled that it was a watershed year for me. His father bequeathed him the failing family metal company, which he soon sold for $1, and a powerless seat on the Mellon Bank board, which his disdainful uncle chaired. More important, Scaife was put in charge of his mother's finances, giving him responsibility for investing hundreds of millions of dollars. The first priority had to be to look after mother's affairs, as Dad had done, he writes. At the age of 54, Sarah Scaife was a woman of wealth, but no experience managing it, so an unavoidable role for me became simply that of investor. Just taking care of it all. Soon after his father died, his mother set up 2 charitable trusts of $50 million each. The beneficiaries were Scaife and his sister. Like the Cook family, the Scaifes designed the trusts so that all net income had to be donated to nonprofit charities for the next 20 years. After that, the $50 million principal could pass to each of the Scaife offspring free from inheritance taxes. In other words, 2 decades of philanthropy was the price for a tax-free inheritance. As Scaife wrote of the setup, "Isn't it grand how tax law gets written?" Scaife notes that his mother thought it a good deal because in 1961 she created a second pair of similar trusts for her children, this time with $25 million for each beneficiary. This time the terms of the trust required Scaife and his sister to donate the net interest to charity over just 10 years. And in 1963, his mother set aside another $100 million more in trusts, this time for her grandchildren, called the Sarah Scaife Grandchildren's Trust. The net interest, again, had to be donated, this time over 21 years. Because Cordelia had no children, control of the entire $100 million in the Grandchildren's Trust reverted to Scaife, who by then had a small son and a daughter. So for the next 21 years, until 1984, he thus directed virtually all of the charitable donations stemming from the interest on all three trusts, which cumulatively held assets of $250 million. Both the assets and the amount of annual interest they spun off were remarkably large sums in those years. Scaife, in his memoir, describes the method by which his mother was able to pass on her fortune to him tax-free as a socially useful tax shelter. He writes, "It enabled a donor to set aside a lump sum for heirs free of inheritance tax or gift tax, but only after an interval of public benefit. To me, that's a good deal for both sides." A consequence, however, was that the tax code turned many extraordinarily wealthy families, intent upon preserving their fortunes, into major forces in America's civic sector. In order to shelter themselves from taxes, they were required to invent a public philanthropic role. In the instance of both the Koches and the Scaifes, the tax law ended up spurring the funding of the modern conservative movement. Motivated in part by tax concerns, Scaife's role as a philanthropist grew. An immediate question, however, was how to disperse the constantly accumulating piles of interest from the trusts, which needed to be distributed to charity in order to satisfy the tax laws. One attractive solution for enormously wealthy families like the Scaifes and the Koches was to donate to their own private philanthropic foundations. By doing so, they could get the tax deductions and still keep control of how the charitable funds were spent. Private foundations have very few legal restrictions. They are required to donate at least 5% of their assets every year to public charities referred to as nonprofit organizations. In exchange, the donors are granted deductions, enabling them to reduce their income taxes dramatically. This arrangement enables the wealthy to simultaneously receive generous tax subsidies and use their foundations to impact society as they please. In addition, the process often confers an aura of generosity and public spiritedness on the donors, acting as a salve against class resentment. Because of all these advantages, private philanthropic foundations proliferated among the ultra-wealthy during the last century. Today, they are commonplace, and rarely controversial, but Americans across the political spectrum once regarded the whole idea of private foundations with enormous suspicion. These aggregations of private wealth, intruding into the public arena, were seen as a form of unelected and unaccountable plutocratic power. The practice began in the Gilded Age with John D. Rockefeller, whose philanthropic advisor Rev. Frederick Gates warned him with alarm, "Your fortune is rolling up like an avalanche. You must keep up with it. You must distribute it faster than it grows." In response, in 1909 Rockefeller sought legal permission from Congress to obtain a federal charter to set up a general-purpose private foundation whose broad mission was to prevent and relieve suffering and promote knowledge and progress. Critics, including the former President Theodore Roosevelt, assailed the idea, declaring, "No amount of charity in spending such fortunes can compensate in any way for the misconduct in acquiring them." At the time, a parade of notable Americans testified in Congress against the creation of private foundations, including the Reverend John Haynes Holmes, who denounced them as repugnant to the whole idea of a democratic society. Frank Walsh, chairman of the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations, in 1915, suggested that huge philanthropic trusts, known as foundations, appear to be a menace to the welfare of society. Rob Reich, a professor of political science at Stanford University and co-director of the Stanford Center for Philanthropy and Civil Society, explains that private foundations, which represent virtually by definition plutocratic voices, were troubling because they were considered deeply and fundamentally anti-democratic, an entity that would undermine political equality, affect public policies, and could exist in perpetuity. Unable to gain congressional approval, Rockefeller got the New York State Legislature to approve his plan. Legally, however, the Rockefeller Foundation, the granddaddy of all private foundations, was at first limited to promoting only education, science, and religion. Over time, however, the number of private foundations grew along with the kaleidoscope of issues into which they delved. By 1930, there were approximately 200 private foundations, according to Reich. By 1950, the number had grown to 2,000, and by 1985 there were 30,000. In 2013, there were over 100,000 private foundations in the United States with assets of over $800 billion. These peculiarly American organizations, run with little transparency or accountability to either voters or consumers yet publicly subsidized by tax breaks, have grown into £800 billion Goliaths in the public policy realm. Richard Posner, the iconoclastic libertarian legal scholar, has called perpetual charitable foundations a completely irresponsible institution, answerable to nobody, and suggested that the puzzle in economics is why these foundations are not total scandals. When the robber barons first began donating to charities, their gifts were not tax-deductible. With the implementation of the federal income tax in 1913, however, the wealthy soon convinced Congress that unless they were granted a special tax break, philanthropists might no longer donate their fortunes for public purposes. So in 1917 donors were granted unlimited charitable deductions. The rationale was that despite their wealth they deserved the public subsidy, so long as their gifts profited the public, rather than their own private interests. Conservatives who opposed the use of the tax code for all kinds of other social engineering nonetheless fully embraced the loophole in this instance. Scaife had already set up his own small foundation by the time his father died in 1958. A family lawyer had explained to him when he turned 21 and received the first booster shot, as he put it, of his inheritance that charitable foundations provided good tax shelters. Called the Allegheny Foundation, his early foundation was focused on local community improvement projects. In 1964, he added the Carthage Foundation, named for his political club. It focused on national security issues at first. After his mother died in 1965, he and his sister shared control of the much larger Sarah Scaife Foundation. But their different priorities soon created irreconcilable fights. Before long, the siblings were at such odds they ceased speaking to each other for most of the rest of their lives. Cordelia Scaife's priorities, like their mother's, were art, conservation, education, science, and population control. Sarah Scaife had been a friend of Margaret Sanger's and was a staunch supporter of Planned Parenthood. Scaife too was a supporter of Planned Parenthood over the years, but his interests tilted more toward what he terms in his memoir public affairs. By 1973, he had succeeded in reorienting the Sarah Scaife Foundation's grant-making almost entirely to his own causes. The result, he writes, was very considerable grant-making power, enabling him to advance ideas that I believe are good for America. Spurred by tax avoidance, Scaife became not only one of the country's richest citizens but also one of its biggest philanthropists. This was the beginning of the legend of Richard Mellon Scaife as the dark spirit behind right-wing causes, he writes archly in his memoir. The looming question, though, was how all this money could best be spent. Scaife, who was an early admirer of William F. Buckley Jr.'s, came into his full inheritance just as intellectuals on the right were incubating the idea that they needed to build their own establishment to counter that of the liberals. A leading voice of this cause was a member of Scaife's League to Save Carthage, Lewis Powell, the future Supreme Court Justice who was then an eminent corporate lawyer from Richmond, Virginia. And at just that moment, Powell was in search of deep-pocketed donors to bankroll the project. Powell was the author of a brilliant battle plan detailing how conservative business interests could reclaim American politics. In the spirit of Hannibal, it called for a devastating surprise attack on the bloated and self-satisfied establishment, which regarded itself as nonpartisan but which the conservatives regarded as liberal. Carrying out this attack would be an alternative opinion elite that would look like the existing one, except that it would be privately funded by avowedly partisan donors intent on implementing a pro-business and, critics would say, self-serving political agenda. Powell's ties to corporate conservatives were manifold. In addition to a thriving corporate law practice, He held seats on the boards of over a dozen of the largest companies in the country, including the cigarette maker Philip Morris. So in the spring of 1971, Powell, who was then 63, had watched with growing agitation as student radicals, anti-war demonstrators, Black Power militants, and much of the liberal intellectual elite turned against what they saw as the depravity of corporate America. Powell believed American capitalism was facing a crisis. All summer long, he clipped magazine and newspaper articles documenting the political threat. He was particularly preoccupied with Ralph Nader, the young Harvard Law School graduate whom Daniel Patrick Moynihan, then Assistant Secretary of Labor, had hired to investigate auto safety hazards. Nader's 1965 expose on General Motors, unsafe at any speed, accused the auto industry of putting profits ahead of safety, triggering the American consumer movement and undermining Americans' faith in business. Powell was a personal friend of General Motors' corporate counsel and regarded this and other anti-corporate developments with almost apocalyptic alarm. That summer, 2 months before Powell was nominated by Richard Nixon to the Supreme Court, his neighbor Eugene Sydnor Jr., a close friend and director of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, who shared Powell's political upset, commissioned Powell to write a special memorandum for the Business League. In August, Powell delivered a seething memo that was nothing less than a counter-revolutionary call to arms for corporate America, warning the business community that its very survival was at stake if it didn't get politically organized and fight back. The 5,000-word memo was marked confidential and titled Attack on American Free Enterprise System. A virtual anti-communist manifesto, it laid out a blueprint for a conservative takeover. As Kim Phillips-Fein describes it in her history, Invisible Hands, Powell's memo transformed corporate America into a vanguard. Also heeding the battle cry were the heirs to some of America's greatest corporate fortunes, including Scaife, who were poised to enlist their private foundations as the conservative movement's banks. Foundations had several advantages for both the donors and the recipients of this largesse. Unlike most businesses, few people controlled them, so they could move quickly on controversial projects. And they provided the donors with tax breaks while conferring the aura of a high-minded cause. Reflecting on this period, James Pearson, a scholar at the Manhattan Institute who became a crucial figure in several conservative foundations, said, "We didn't have anything when we started in the late 1970s. We had no institutions at all in the mainstream of American political life." He debunked what he called the liberal misconception that corporations directly funded most of the far-right movement, arguing, "What we did was way too controversial for corporations." Instead, he said, in the beginning there were only a small number of foundations, including the Earhart Foundation, based on an oil fortune, the Smith-Richardson Foundation, derived from the cough and cold medicine dynasty, and, most importantly, the various Scaife family foundations. The late 1960s and the early 1970s were in fact a daunting time for corporate America and for those living off great corporate fortunes. The business community was reeling from the birth of the environmental and consumer movements, which spawned a host of tough new government regulations. Following the 1962 publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, exposing the devastating environmental fallout from irresponsible chemical practices, Congress passed the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Toxic Substances Control Act, and other laws creating the modern regulatory state. In 1970, with strong bipartisan support, President Nixon signed legislation creating both the Environmental Protection Agency and the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, giving the government new powers with which to police business. The standards decreed by the Clean Air Act were notably tough. In developing regulations, the EPA was directed to weigh only one concern: public health. Costs to industry were explicitly deemed irrelevant. Meanwhile, as opposition grew to the Vietnam War, protesters turned angrily against companies they accused of fueling the conflict, such as Dow Chemical, the producer of napalm, which became the target of more than 200 demonstrations in the 1970s. New left leaders, like Stoughton Lynd, urged the anti-war movement not to waste time on Washington but instead, as he wrote in 1969, to lay siege to corporations. Polls showed that Americans' respect for business was plummeting. As scientists link smoking to cancer, the tobacco industry was under particularly pointed attack, which might have heightened Powell's alarmism. As a director at Philip Morris from 1964 until he joined the Supreme Court, Powell was an unabashed defender of tobacco, signing off on a series of annual reports lashing out at critics. The company's 1967 annual report, for instance, declared, "We deplore the lack of objectivity in so important a controversy. Unfortunately, the positive benefits of smoking which are so widely acknowledged are largely ignored by many reports linking cigarettes and health, and little attention is paid to the scientific reports which are favorable to smoking." Powell took umbrage at the refusal by the Federal Communications Commission to grant the tobacco companies equal time to respond to their critics on television and argued that the company's First Amendment rights were being infringed. Powell's legal argument failed in the courts, increasing his sense of corporate embattlement. Jeffrey Clements, in Corporations Are Not People, suggests Powell's defense of the tobacco companies was a harbinger of the corporate rights movement and a big part of what led him to push in his memo for conservatives to empower more pro-business courts. Exacerbating corporate America's woes, the economy was buckling from stagflation, the unusual combination of high inflation and high unemployment. There were oil shocks and gas lines as well. And after generations of redistributive progressive income and inheritance taxes, the economic elite was losing its lead. Income in America during the mid-1970s was as equally distributed as at any time in the country's history. No thoughtful person can question that the American economic system is under broad attack, Powell declared in his memo. What distinguished his Jeremiad from many other conservative screeds was his argument that the greatest threat was posed not by a few extremists of the left, but rather by perfectly respectable elements of society. The real enemies, he suggested, were the college campus, the pulpit, the media, the intellectual and literary journals, the arts and sciences, and politicians. Powell called on corporate America to fight back. He urged America's capitalists to wage guerrilla warfare against those seeking to insidiously undermine them. Conservatives must capture public opinion, he argued, by exerting influence over the institutions that shape it, which he identified as academia, the media, the churches, and the courts. He argued that conservatives should control the political debate at its source by demanding balance in textbooks, television shows, and news coverage. Donors, he argued, should demand a say in university hiring and curriculum and press vigorously in all political arenas. The key to victory, he predicted, was careful long-range planning and implementation, backed by a scale of financing available only through joint effort. Powell was not alone. A number of activists on the right issued similar calls to arms, including Irving Kristol, the godfather of neoconservatism. A former Trotskyite, Kristol had become a columnist on the conservative editorial page of the Wall Street Journal, where he counseled business leaders to be more wily about public relations, arguing that they needed to downplay their single-minded pursuit of self-interest and instead tout moral values like family and faith. The Nixon White House aide Patrick Buchanan similarly argued in 1973 that in order to become a permanent political majority, conservatives needed to persuade corporate America and pro-Republican foundations to fund a think tank that would act as a tax-exempt refuge, a talent bank, and a communications center. But it was Powell's memo that electrified the right, prompting a new breed of wealthy ultra-conservatives to weaponize their philanthropic giving in order to fight a multi-front war of influence over American political thought. During this period, Scaife, like many conservatives, was growing disillusioned with more conventional political spending. Goldwater's defeat was a huge personal disappointment. Afterward, Scaife got involved in one more campaign in a big way, donating almost $1 million in $3,000 checks to 330 different front groups associated with Nixon's 1972 re-election campaign. The small increments of cash were designed to evade federal contribution limits. But when Nixon was implicated in the Watergate scandal, Scaife turned against him and against the idea of funding candidates. Scaife, who by then had bought a local newspaper, the Tribune-Review, in Greensburg, outside Pittsburgh, published a scalding editorial demanding Nixon's impeachment in 1974. Soon after, he refused to even take the president's phone calls. He was never a big candidate person since, says Christopher Ruddy. Frustrated by the electoral process, Scaife, like Charles and David Koch, sought to finance political victory through more indirect means. Though he continued to donate money to political campaigns and action committees, he began to invest far more in conservative institutions and ideas. His private foundations emerged as a leading source of funds for political and policy entrepreneurship. Think tanks, in particular, became what Pearson called the artillery in the conservative movement's war of ideas. In his memoir, Scaife estimates that he helped bankroll at least 133 of the conservative movement's 300 most important institutions. In 1975, the Scaife Family Charitable Trust donated $195,000 to a new conservative think tank in Washington, the Heritage Foundation. For the next 10 years, Scaife became its largest backer, donating $10 million more. By 1998, these donations had reached a total of some $23 million, which meant that Scaife accounted for a vastly disproportionate share of the think tank's overall funding. Previously, Scaife had been the largest donor to the American Enterprise Institute, AEI, the older, rival conservative think tank in Washington, but Heritage had a new model that won him over. In contrast to the research centers of the past, it was purposefully political, priding itself on creating, selling, and injecting deeply conservative ideas into the American mainstream. In fact, the Heritage Foundation was born out of two congressional aides' frustration with the more conventional think tank model. One of them, Edwin Foylner Jr., was a Wharton School graduate and Hayek acolyte, with a flair for fundraising. The other, Paul Weyrich, was a brilliant and fiercely conservative working-class Catholic press aide from Wisconsin, who described himself openly as a radical who was working to overturn the present power structure. The duo had become exasperated by AEI's refusal to weigh in on legislative fights until after they were settled, a cautious approach reflecting the older think tank's fear of losing its nonprofit status. Instead, they wanted to create a new sort of action-oriented think tank that would actively lobby members of Congress before decisions were made, take sides in fights, and in every way not just think but do. Lewis Powell's memo awoke the financial angels their project needed. The first of these was Joseph Coors, a scion of the arch-conservative Colorado-based Coors Brewery family. After reading Powell's memo, he was so stirred up he sent a letter to his senator, the Colorado Republican Gordon Allott, offering to invest in conservative causes. Weyrich, who worked for Allott, saw Coors's letter and pounced. He urged the magnate, who seemed to be offering unlimited funds with no strings attached, to come to Washington immediately. "I do believe I've never met a man as politically naive as Joe Coors," he reportedly said with a chuckle afterward. But Coors was enthralled. Weyrich had talked of being engaged in a war to preserve the freedom this country was built on. "Think of what we need as combat intelligence," he told Coors. Coors immediately enlisted. Like the Koches and Scaife, he and his brothers had inherited a lucrative private family business along with their parents' reactionary views. A supporter of the John Birch Society, Joe Coors regarded organized labor, the civil rights movement, federal social programs, and the counterculture of the 1960s as existential threats to the way of life that had enabled him and his forebears to succeed. The Coors Brewing Company, founded in 1873 by Adolf Coors, a Prussian immigrant, was famously hostile to unions and had repeated run-ins with the Colorado Civil Rights Commission, which accused the company of discriminating against minority employees. Convinced that radical leftists had overrun the country, Joe Coors, the youngest grandson of the founder, became the center of controversy when, as a regent at the University of Colorado, he had tried to bar left-wing speakers, faculty, and students on campus. His attempt to require faculty to take a pro-American loyalty oath was defeated by the other regents. Enraged that his own son had become a hippie at the school, he railed during a commencement address against pleasure-minded parasites, living off the state dole. By the time he connected with Weyrich, he already believed that the right needed new and more militant national institutions of the kind Weyrich described. Before long, Coors became the first donor to the fledgling conservative think tank that Weyrich and Foylner were launching, the forerunner of the Heritage Foundation, then called the Analysis and Research Association. On top of his initial contribution of $250,000, Coors promised $300,000 more for a headquarters building. Soon he was reveling in his new status as a national figure and jetting back and forth from Golden, Colorado, to Washington. Backed by the first of many multimillionaire political ideologues, the Heritage Foundation opened for business in 1973. Scaife's money soon followed, on an even bigger scale. A popular saying at the time was Coors gives six-packs, Scaife gives cases. Independent research institutes had existed since at least the turn of the century in the United States, but as John Judas writes in The Paradox of American Democracy, the earlier think tanks strove to promote the general public interest, not narrow private or partisan ones. In the tradition of the progressive movement, they professed to be driven by social science, not ideology. Among the best known was the Brookings Institution, founded in 1916 by the St. Louis businessman Robert Brookings, who defined its mission as free from any political or pecuniary interest. To assure an ethic of disinterestedness, Brookings, who was himself a Republican, mandated that scholars of many viewpoints populate its board. The same ideals animated the Rockefeller, Ford, and Russell Sage foundations, as well as most of academia and the elite news organizations of the era, like the New York Times, which strove to deliver the facts free from partisan bias. Because the self-perception of these institutions was that they were engaged in a modern, even scientific pursuit of the truth, they did not regard themselves as liberal, although frequently the answers they brought to social problems involved government solutions. In the 1970s, with funding from a handful of hugely wealthy donors like Scaife, as well as some major corporate support, a whole new form of think tank emerged that was more engaged in selling predetermined ideology to politicians and the public than undertaking scholarly research. Eric Warner, the former president of the Russell Sage Foundation, summed it up, saying, "The AEIs and the heritages of the world represent the inversion of the progressive faith that social science should shape social policy." According to one account, it was Hayek who spawned the idea of the think tank as disguised political weapon. As Adam Curtis, a documentary filmmaker with the BBC, tells the story, around 1950, after reading the Reader's Digest version of Hayek's Road to Serfdom, an eccentric British libertarian named Anthony Fisher, an Eton and Cambridge graduate who believed socialism and communism were overtaking the democratic West, sought Hayek's advice about what could be done. Should he run for office? Hayek, who was then teaching at the London School of Economics, told him that for people of their beliefs getting into politics was futile. Politicians were prisoners of conventional wisdom, in Hayek's view. They would have to change how politicians thought if they wanted to implement what were then considered outlandish free market ideas. To do that would require an ambitious and somewhat disingenuous public relations campaign. The best way to do this, Hayek told Fisher, who took notes, was to start a scholarly institute that would wage a battle of ideas. If Fisher succeeded, Hayek told him, he would change the course of history. To succeed, however, required some deception about the think tank's true aims. Fisher's partner in the venture, Oliver Smedley, wrote to Fisher saying that they needed to be cagey and disguise their organization as neutral and nonpartisan. Choosing a suitably anodyne name, they founded the grandfather of libertarian think tanks in London, calling it the Institute of Economic Affairs. Smedley wrote that it was imperative that we should give no indication in our literature that we are working to educate the public along certain lines which might be interpreted as having a political bias. In other words, if we said openly that we were reteaching the economics of the free market, It might enable our enemies to question the charitableness of our motives. Fisher would go on to found another 150 or so free market think tanks around the world, including the Manhattan Institute in New York, to which both Scaife and other conservative philanthropists would become major contributors. The Sarah Scaife Foundation, in fact, for many years was the Manhattan Institute's single largest contributor. The donations paid off, from Scaife's viewpoint, when they helped launch the careers of the conservative social critic Murray and the supply-side economics guru George Gilder, whose arguments against welfare programs and taxes had huge impacts on ordinary Americans. Fisher's early collaborator in founding the Manhattan Institute was William Casey, the Wall Street financier and future director of the CIA. The early think tank was not a spy operation, but it was funded by wealthy men who had no objections to using pretexts and disinformation in the service of what they regarded as a noble cause. In fact, Scaife during this period was simultaneously funding a CIA front group. In his memoir, he acknowledges that in the early 1970s he owned a London-based news organization called Forum World Features that was in reality a CIA-run propaganda operation. He had taken it over from Jock Whitney, the publisher of the New York Herald Tribune, who was a friend of his father's in the OSS. An element of subterfuge was also discernible in Weyrauch's early planning. His papers include correspondence that make his political organizations sound like clandestine corporate front groups. One associate writes, "As you well know, business people have been notoriously apathetic in the political field. This is primarily, I feel, due to the businessman's fear of his involvement with respect to his business and possible repercussions from the federal government. The organization we propose would screen him and provide him a vehicle which would in effect do his political work for him at a price." Earlier attempts by American tycoons to hide behind nonprofit front groups had proven both legally and politically toxic. In the 1930s, Democrats gleefully unmasked the DuPont family's funding for the American Liberty League, an ostensibly independent organization that opposed FDR's New Deal, ridiculing it as the American Cellophane League because it's a DuPont product and you can see right through it. In 1950, Congress investigated the group that became AEI, denouncing it as a big business pressure organization that should register as a lobbying shop and get barred from offering its donors tax deductions. In 1965, top AEI personnel took leaves of absence to form the Brain Trust for Goldwater's 1964 presidential campaign. The Internal Revenue Service nonetheless threatened the think tank's tax-exempt status. It was this searing experience that prompted AEI and other conservative groups of this period to avoid the appearance of being too partisan or of acting as corporate shills. But in the 1970s, such concerns became outmoded. Powell and others in the newly aggressive corporate vanguard inverted from a negative into a positive the accusation that conservative organizations were slanted by successfully redefining existing establishment organizations like Brookings and the New York Times as equally biased but on the liberal side. They argued that a market of ideas was necessary that would give equal balance to all views. In effect, they reduced the older organizations that prided themselves on their above-the-fray public service-oriented neutrality to mere combatants in a polarized war. Disoriented, Brookings and the Times rushed to add conservatives to their ranks in hopes of demonstrating their nonpartisanship. Brookings hurriedly made a Republican its president, while the Times in 1973 added Nixon's former speechwriter Bill Safire to its op-ed page as a columnist. In 1976, after the Scaife-funded Institute for Contemporary Studies issued a report accusing the media of liberal bias, the Times forced out the editorial page editor John Oakes for having an anti-business tone. The Ford Foundation, meanwhile, which had funded much of the early bipartisan environmental movement, as well as the public interest law movement, donated the first installment of $300,000 in grants to AEI in 1972 in an attempt to fight criticism that it was liberal. "That was quite the heist you pulled on the Ford Foundation, congratulations," a friend exclaimed in a note to a top AEI official. The upshot was that by the end of the 1970s conservative nonprofits had achieved power that was almost unthinkable when the League to Save Carthage first formed. Enormously wealthy right-wing donors had transformed themselves from the ridiculed, self-serving economic royalists of FDR's day into the respected other side of a two-sided debate. The new, hyper-partisan think tanks had impact far beyond Washington. They introduced doubt into areas of settled academic and scientific scholarship, undermined genuinely unbiased experts, and gave politicians a menu of conflicting statistics and arguments from which to choose. The benefit was a far more pluralistic intellectual climate, beyond liberal orthodoxy. The hazard, however, was that partisan shills would create balance based on fraudulent research and deceive the public about pressing issues in which their sponsors had financial interests. Some insiders, like Steve Clemens, a political analyst who worked for the Nixon Center among other think tanks, described the new think tanks as a Faustian bargain. He worried that the money corrupted the research. Funders increasingly expect policy achievements that contribute to their bottom line, he admitted in a confessional essay. We've become money launderers for monies that have real specific policy agendas behind them. No one is willing to say anything about it, it's one of the big taboo subjects. In an effort to prove their intellectual integrity, all of the new think tanks could cite occasional instances where they parted positions with some of their donors, but far more typical was the example of John M. Olin, a chemical and munitions company magnate whose foundation was a top sponsor of the American Enterprise Institute. Letters from Olin show that he grew increasingly agitated over what he regarded as the think tank's lassitude after he had earmarked a donation demanding that AEI militate against raising the estate tax during the Nixon years. In a note to the think tank's president, Olin railed about the tax as socialism out and complained that if the think tank didn't speak out soon, my estate would be practically liquidated upon my death. David Brock, a conservative apostate who became a liberal activist, described the Heritage Foundation, where he was a young fellow, as almost completely under the thumb of its wealthy sponsors. In his tell-all book Blinded by the Right, he writes, I saw how right-wing ideology was manufactured and controlled by a small group of powerful foundations like Smith Richardson, Adolph Kors, Lindy, and Harry Bradley, and John M. Olin. Scaife in his estimation was by far the most important, indeed, Brock describes him as the most important single figure in building the modern conservative movement and spreading its ideas into the political realm. How intellectually engaged Scaife personally was rather than delegating authority to key advisors such as his longtime aides, Richard Larry, and Larry's fellow ex-Marine R. Daniel McMichael remains something of a mystery. The recipients of Scaife's largesse, such as David Abshire, head of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and Edwin Meese III, Reagan's former Attorney General and a Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, invariably praised his acumen. It was Meese who described Scaife as the unseen hand who brought balance and sound principles back to the public arena and quietly helped to lay the brick and mortar for an entire movement. Yet one former aide to Scaife, James Schuman, told the Washington Post that had Scaife not inherited a huge fortune, I don't think he had the intellectual capacity to do very much. In his memoir, Scaife recounts his life story with some wit and charm, suggesting he could be quick and entertaining, if lacking in self-awareness. Yet one of the few public speeches he gave, at a Heritage Foundation rally celebrating Republicans' takeover of the House and Senate in 1994, was less than reassuring about his clarity of mind. Scaife meandered somewhat incoherently as he declared, with political victory, the ideological conflicts that have swirled about this nation for half a century now show clear signs of breaking into naked ideological warfare in which the very foundations of our republic are threatened and that we had better take heed. Scaife's rambling remarks were made in the same year that he returned to drinking after a life in and out of rehab programs. In 1987, his second wife, Margaret Ritchie Battle, took him with her to the Betty Ford Center. He stayed sober, associates said, for several years. His life, however, remained flamboyantly turbulent. After he met Ritchie, who was married, as was he in 1979, the couple carried on a soap opera-worthy affair. Scaife claimed he consummated it after Ritchie, a glamorous and memorably feisty Southerner, appeared in his office in an irresistible white Angora sweater. "We did what comes naturally," he told Vanity Fair. She retorted, "Never owned an Angora sweater. I'm allergic to things like that." While they were courting, Richie reportedly kicked Scaife in the testicles so hard he had to be taken to a hospital emergency room. Meanwhile, he and his first wife wrangled for almost 10 years over the divorce settlement as he fought to keep her from taking a share of some Gulf oil stock he'd belatedly come into. At one point, in order to evade a subpoena, Richie was carried out of Scaife's house rolled in a carpet, like Cleopatra, by his servants. His family life was in tatters. According to Scaife's son, David, Richie and Scaife visited him during this period at prep school Deerfield, again bringing alcohol and marijuana, which Scaife smoked with his son. In 1991, he married Richie, who continued to live in her own house around the corner. Their wedding reception scandalized Pittsburgh's upper crust with its blazing double entendre lawn sign spelling out "Richie loves Dick." That scandal paled, however, in comparison with the couple's spectacular breakup. After hiring a private detective who trailed Scaife to a roadside motel where rooms rented by the hour, and after documenting trysts between Scaife and a tall, blonde woman named Tammy Vasco who had an arrest record for prostitution, Richie herself was arrested for defiant trespass at her husband's house, for peeping into his windows and crawling in after spying servants setting a romantic, candlelit dinner table for two. The charges were dismissed, but the scorned wife soon came to blows with Scaife's housekeeper over custody of the couple's yellow Labrador retriever, Beauregard. After Richie succeeded in absconding with the dog, Scaife posted a sign in his front yard reading, "Wife and dog missing, reward for dog." These skirmishes were a minor prelude to the epic fight over their divorce settlement. Over the advice of his lawyer, Scaife had declined to insist upon a prenuptial agreement with Richie, a mistake he regretted bitterly in his memoir. Scaife maintained he hadn't meant to humiliate his former wife, explaining that he just believed in having an open marriage. "It was an issue," he joked, "that Bill Clinton and I have in common." Tammy Vasco, meanwhile, stayed in Scaife's life through his final days, accompanying him on trips to his houses in Nantucket and Pebble Beach, California, to the chagrin of his household staff and the disdain of Pittsburgh society. A friend of Scaife said that despite her arrest record for prostitution, he kept a photograph of Vasco by his bedside as he lay dying of cancer. All of which calls into question how in 1990 the Scaife Foundation could justify pressing the Heritage Foundation, of which it was the largest funder, to focus more on conservative social and moral issues and in particular family values. Heritage's president, Ed Foylner, quickly complied with his donor's request, hiring William J. Bennett. Soon after, Bennett, an outspoken social conservative who had been the Secretary of Education under Ronald Reagan and the Director of National Drug Control Policy under George H.W. Bush, was appointed Heritage's new Distinguished Fellow in Cultural Policy Studies. Lee Edwards, who wrote Heritage's official history, confirms that the Scaife Foundation had particularly in mind the disintegration of the family, an issue which became a major Heritage concern. Bennett also served as a Scaife Foundation director. Equally hard to fathom is how Scaife rationalized his foundation's funding of an obsessive investigation of President Clinton's marital infidelities during the 1990s that came to be known as the Arkansas Project. Hiring private detectives to dig up dirt from anti-Clinton sources, the project funneled smutty half-truths to the American Spectator magazine, which was also funded by Scaife's family foundations. Scaife's foundations also poured money into lawsuits against Clinton, all of which helped whip up the political frenzy that led to the Clinton impeachment hearings. Scaife, meanwhile, succumbed to a far-fetched conspiracy theory positing that the death of the Clinton White House aide Vincent Foster, which police had ruled a suicide, was actually a murder and, as he put it at one point, the Rosetta Stone to the Clinton administration. Scaife even insisted in an interview that Clinton can order people done away with at will. God, there must be 60 people associated with Clinton who have died mysteriously. Scaife's extraordinary self-financed and largely tax-deductible vendetta against Clinton demonstrated the impact that a single wealthy extremist could have on national affairs, and served as something of a dress rehearsal for the Koch's later war against Obama. Presidents might surround themselves with Secret Service agents and phalanxes of lawyers and operatives, but Scaife proved how hard it was to defend against unlimited, untraceable spending by an opponent hiding behind non-profit front groups. Eventually, however, the Arkansas Project got so out of hand that Scaife found himself ensnared in a serious legal mess, subpoenaed to testify before a grand jury about possible charges of tampering with a federal witness. One of the two pilots he kept on his staff flew him down to Arkansas in his private DC-9 to testify. No charges were brought. Enraged, however, Scaife cut off the American Spectator from his foundation's funding and turned against his longtime aide Richard Larry, who had led the anti-Clinton charge. Soon after, Larry resigned. Then, in a stunning turnaround in 2008, Scaife met with Hillary Clinton, who had fingered him as the ringleader of what she called a vast right-wing conspiracy to torment the Clintons. Conservative political pundit Byron York declared, "Hell has officially frozen over." After a pleasant editorial board chat, Scaife came out and wrote an opinion piece in his own paper declaring that his view of her as a Democratic presidential contender had changed and was now very favorable indeed. The rapprochement testified both to Hillary Clinton's political skills and to Scaife's almost childlike impressionability. Repeatedly in his memoir, he changes his political views after meeting antagonists in person, whether the liberal Kennedy family member Sargent Shriver or the Democratic Congressman Jack Murtha. Like many billionaires, he lived in a bubble, concluded his friend Ruddy, whose relations with the Clintons also thawed. Contrary information rarely penetrated it. Instead, Scaife's family fortune enabled him to build a political bulwark reinforcing his ideology and imposing it on the rest of the country. In Wichita, meanwhile, where he was rapidly expanding his family's company and searching for more effective means than electoral politics with which he could spread libertarianism, Charles Koch, too, was galvanized by Lewis Powell. In 1974, Charles gave a speech to a group of businessmen gathered at a hotel in Dallas, quoting Powell. As the Powell Memorandum points out, Koch warned the group, "Business and the enterprise system are in trouble, and the hour is late." Koch urged his fellow business leaders to undertake radical new efforts to overcome the prevalent anti-capitalist mentality. He declared that the development of a well-financed cadre of sound proponents of the free enterprise philosophy is the most critical need facing us today. Opponents of socialistic regulations, he said, should leverage their power by investing in pro-capitalist research and educational programs. That way, he argued, their efforts would have a multiplier effect. Charles's anger at the government by this point was more than merely philosophical. Koch Industries had just become the target of federal regulators. 1 month earlier, the government had charged the company with violating federal oil price controls. By 1975, the government had also cited a subsidiary of Koch Industries for overcharging $10 million for propane gas. More serious government allegations against the company were to come. Not long after echoing Powell's call to arms, Charles too set up a think tank, transforming his private foundation into the Cato Institute. The name paid homage to the nom de plume used by the authors of a series of pro-liberty letters during the American colonial period. Its start-up funding, according to one account, dwarfed even Scaife's early contributions to the Heritage Foundation, with Charles giving an estimated $10 to $20 million of tax-deductible donations to the nation's first libertarian think tank during its first 3 years. According to Ed Crane, a young, rakish California financier who shared Koch's enthusiasm for libertarianism but lacked his checkbook, the idea for the think tank was his. After the Libertarian Party candidate was predictably crushed in his 1976 presidential quest, Crane, who had been instrumental in the campaign, was ready to go back to the private sector. Instead, Charles, whom he'd met during the campaign, took him aside and asked what it would take to keep him in the libertarian movement. "I said my bank account is empty," Crane later recalled. He said, "How much do you need?" A libertarian think tank along the model of Brookings or AEI might be nice, Crane answered. To which, he said, Charles instantly replied, I'll give it to you. Crane became Cato's president, but early employees at Cato described Charles as single-handedly exerting absolute iron control. David Gordon, a libertarian activist who worked at Cato in the early days, told Washingtonian magazine, Ed Crane would always call Wichita and run everything by Charles. It was quite clear that Cook was in charge. Another early Cato employee, Ronald Hamoe, added, whatever Charles said, went. Despite Crane's antipathy toward government, by 1977 Cato was based in Washington, D.C. It soon hired a slew of scholars whom the mainstream media respectfully quoted as nonpartisan experts. Fundamentally, though, Cato was devoted to espousing Charles Koch's vision, that government's only legitimate role was to serve as a night watchman, to protect individuals and property from outside threat, including fraud. That is the maximum, as he told the Wichita Rotary Club in the 1970s. The Kochs consistently depicted Cato and other ideological projects their philanthropy supported as nonpartisan and disinterested. But from the start, the Kochs' ideology and business interests dovetailed so seamlessly it was difficult to distinguish one from the other. Lower taxes, looser regulations, and fewer government programs for the poor and the middle class all corresponded to the Kochs' accumulation of wealth and power. It's impossible to know exactly how much money private foundations and trusts, funded by a handful of extraordinarily wealthy families, poured into the right-wing think tanks beginning in the 1970s or how effective it was. Their grants were soon mixed with those from corporate donors, who cautiously followed the family's bold lead. Unlike other forms of paid political influence, much of this money was never revealed. Gifts to nonprofit groups could be concealed from the public. The new think tanks thus became fast-growing, sub-rosa corporate arsenals. In fact, after Watergate the conservative think tanks pitched themselves to businesses as the safest way to influence policy without scandal. By the early 1980s, a list of the Heritage Foundation's sponsors found in the private papers of one of its early supporters, Claire Booth Luce, is crammed with Fortune 500 companies. Amoco, Amway, Boeing, Chase Manhattan Bank, Chevron, Dow Chemical, Exxon, General Electric, General Motors, Mesa Petroleum, Mobil Oil, Pfizer, Philip Morris, Procter & Gamble, R.J. Reynolds, Searle, Sears, Roebuck, SmithKline Beckman, Union Carbide, and Union Pacific were all by then paying the think tank's bills while the think tank was promoting their agendas. James Pearson, the scholar and key figure in conservative philanthropy, has suggested at a minimum that the think tanks and conservative foundations made conservative ideas respectable. Before the surge in spending, he said, conservatives were seen as cranks on America's political fringe. One measure of the movement's impact was that starting in 1973, and for successive decades afterward, the public's trust in government continually sank. If there was a single unified message pushed by those financing the conservative movement, it was that government rather than business was America's problem. By the early 1980s, the reversal in public opinion was so significant that Americans' distrust of government for the first time surpassed their distrust of business. Another early sign that the investment was yielding real results on the national scale was the Republican wave that swept the 1978 midterm elections. That year, Republicans gained 3 Senate seats, 15 House seats, and 6 governorships. In Georgia, in a development that would have unforeseen future repercussions, Newt Gingrich was elected to Congress. External events such as the energy crisis and stagflation of course played into the election results, too. But the new conservative think tanks and other right-wing political organizations fanned the discontent and shaped the dominant narrative. Aiding the conservative resurgence was a newly organized and shockingly aggressive independent campaign offensive funded by donors on the right, run by the National Conservative Political Action Committee, or NCPAC, which introduced a whole new level of privately financed attack ads to American campaigns. Growing conservative clout was apparent in Congress, too. The labor movement, which had expected ambitious gains under Jimmy Carter's presidency, instead soon suffered a series of devastating setbacks dealt by the ascendant business caucus backed by the expanding network of think tanks and outside lobby groups. Weyrauch's hand was key here, too. He cemented the movement's influence in Congress by creating the Republican Study Committee, a caucus that united outside activists and conservative elected officials. For years, Heritage Foundation personnel were the only outsiders allowed to regularly caucus with Republican members of Congress because of this hybrid organization. "We are basically a conduit to and from the Heritage Foundation to and from conservative members of the House," its director, Don Eberly, said in 1983. Weyrauch, with SCAFE's financial backing, launched several other ingenious political organizations during this period. One was the American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, a group aimed at waging conservative fights in every state legislature in the country. From 1973 until 1983, the Scaife and Mellon family trusts donated $500,000 to ALEC, constituting most of its budget. ALEC is well on its way to fulfilling the dream of those who started the organization, a Weyrauch aide wrote to Scaife's top advisor in 1976. "Thanks wholly to your confidence and the tremendous generosity of the Scaife family charitable trusts." When one ALEC administrator complained that Scaife's foundation had too much influence over the organization's agenda, a Scaife employee retorted that they operated on the golden rule: whoever has the gold rules. Weyrauch, meanwhile, dramatically enlarged the conservative groundswell by co-founding with Jerry Falwell the Moral Majority, which brought social and religious conservatives into the pro-corporate fold. Weyrauch was particularly adept at capitalizing on white anger over desegregation. The results of these efforts became visible in 1980. At the top of the ticket, Reagan, a movement conservative, overwhelmingly defeated Carter. Conservatives, whose obituaries had been written by the liberal elite just a few years before, were stunningly resurgent. The upset reverberated at every level, including the Senate, where four liberal marquee names, George McGovern, Frank Church, John Culver, and Birch Bayh, were all defeated. Scaife, like the Kochs, hadn't initially backed Reagan's candidacy in 1980. In the primary, Scaife preferred John Connally. It barely mattered, though. By creating their own private idea factory, extreme donors had found a way to dominate American politics outside the parties. Once elected, Reagan embraced the Heritage Foundation's phone book-sized policy playbook, Mandate for Leadership, and distributed a copy of it to every member of Congress. His administration soon delivered an impressive number of items on its wish list. Heritage had laid out 1,270 specific policy proposals. According to Foylner, the Reagan administration adopted 61% of them. Andrew Mellon himself would have been pleased with the succession of hefty tax cuts that Reagan pushed through Congress. He slashed corporate and individual tax rates, particularly helping the wealthy. Between 1981 and 1986, the top income tax rate was cut from 70% to 28%. Meanwhile, taxes on the bottom 4/5 of earners rose. Economic inequality, which had flatlined, began to climb. The fossil fuel industry's fondest wishes were also fulfilled. Following proposals set forth by the Heritage Foundation, as soon as Reagan entered the White House, he abolished the economic controls on oil and gas that Nixon had imposed in order to address the energy crisis. These were among the regulations that Charles Koch had so bitterly opposed. He also cut taxes on oil profits. Koch Industries' profits, predictably, skyrocketed. Forbes noted that Koch, though little known, may well be the most profitable private business in the U.S. The new conservative nonprofits were thriving, too. By 1985, the Heritage Foundation's budget equaled that of Brookings and AEI combined. Scaife, who by then had donated $10 million to the think tank, was contributing at a rate of $1 million a year. He had gone far to turn Lewis Powell's dream into a reality. But one key part of Powell's agenda remained unfinished. Conservative foundations might have financed a parallel intellectual establishment of their own, but the League to Save Carthage still hadn't conquered America's colleges and universities. The Ivy League was no more hospitable to Scaife and his ilk than it had been the day he was expelled. Scaife claimed he was thankful to have been spared the liberal indoctrination. "I was lucky. Higher education did not push me left, and I've never regretted it," he wrote in his memoir. "I'd say the main reason that rich people feel guilty is that the schools teach them they should." That was about to change. Chapter 3. Beachheads, John M. Olin and the Bradley Brothers. If there was a single event that galvanized conservative donors to try to wrest control of higher education in America, it might have been the uprising at Cornell University on April 20, 1969. That afternoon, during Parents' Weekend at the Ithaca, New York, campus, some 80 black students marched in formation out of the student union, which they had seized, with their clenched fists held high in Black Power salutes. To the shock of the genteel Ivy League community, several were brandishing guns. At the head of the formation was a student who called himself the Minister of Defense for Cornell's Afro-American Society. Strapped across his chest, Pancho Villa style, was a sash-like bandolier studded with bullet cartridges. Gripped nonchalantly in his right hand, with its butt resting on his hip, was a glistening rifle. Chin held high and sporting an afro, goatee, and eyeglasses reminiscent of Malcolm X, he was the face of a drama so infamous it was regarded for years by conservatives such as the journalist David Horowitz as the most disgraceful occurrence in the history of American higher education. John M. Olin, a multimillionaire industrialist, wasn't there at Cornell, which was his alma mater, that weekend. He was traveling abroad. But as a former Cornell trustee, he could not have gone long without seeing the iconic photograph of the armed protesters. What came to be known as the picture quickly ricocheted around the world, eventually going on to win that year's Pulitzer Prize. Traveling almost as fast was the news that Cornell's administrators had quickly capitulated to the demands of the black militants, rather than risk a bloody confrontation. Under duress, the university's president had promised to accelerate plans to establish an independent Black Studies program at Cornell, as well as to investigate the burning of a cross outside a building in which several black female students lived. And to the deep consternation of many conservative faculty members and students on campus, the president also agreed to grant full amnesty to the protesters, some of whom were facing previous disciplinary proceedings following an earlier uprising in which they had reportedly flung books from the shelves of Cornell's libraries, denouncing the works as not relevant to the black experience. By all accounts, the confrontation was especially distressing to Olin. Cornell's library was one of 4 buildings on the Cornell campus bearing his family's name. Both he and his father had graduated from the school and had been proud and generous donors. Almost worse than the behavior of the protesters, from his standpoint, was the behavior of Cornell's president, James Perkins, a committed liberal who had gone out of his way to open the university's doors to inner-city minority students and now seemed to be bending the curriculum and lowering disciplinary standards to placate them. The catastrophe at Cornell inspired Olin to take his philanthropy in a bold, new direction, according to John J. Miller, whose authorized biography, A Gift of Freedom, provides a treasure trove of original research on Olin's life and legacy. Olin saw very clearly that students at Cornell, like those at most major universities, were hostile to businessmen and to business enterprise, and indeed had begun to question the ideals of the nation itself, an Olin Foundation memo recounts. As a result, according to Miller, instead of continuing to direct the bulk of his charitable contributions to hospitals, museums, and other standard patrician causes, as he had in the early years after he set up the John M. Olin Foundation in 1953, Olin embarked on a radical new course. He began to fund an ambitious offensive to reorient the political slant of American higher education to the right. His foundation aimed at the country's most elite schools, the Ivy League and its peers, cognizant that these schools were the incubators of those who would hold future power. If these young cotters could be trained to think more like him, then he and other donors could help secure the country's political future. It was an attempted takeover, but instead of waging it with bandoliers and rifles, he chose money as his weapon. By the time the John M. Olin Foundation spent itself out of existence in 2005, as called for in its founder's will, it had spent about half of its total assets of $370 million bankrolling the promotion of free market ideology and other conservative ideas on the country's campuses. In doing so, it molded and credentialed a whole new generation of conservative graduates and professors. These efforts have been instrumental in challenging the campus left, or more specifically, the problem of radical activists gaining control of America's colleges and universities, Miller concluded in a 2003 pamphlet published by the Philanthropy Roundtable, an organization run for conservative philanthropists. These guys, individually and collectively, created a new philanthropic form, which was movement philanthropy, said Rob Stein, a progressive political strategist, speaking of the Olin Foundation and a handful of other private foundations that funded the creation of a conservative counterintelligentsia during this period. What they started is the most potent machinery ever assembled in a democracy to promote a set of beliefs and to control the reins of government. Stein was so impressed that he went on to try to build a liberal version of the model. Each side would argue that the other had more money and more influence, depending on how broadly they defined the rival camp. But beginning in the 1970s, the left felt hard-pressed to match the far-ranging propagation of ideology pioneered by a few enterprising donors on the right. There is little doubt that the Cornell uprising radicalized Olin's philanthropy, but the official account citing this as the key to his thinking is incomplete. The protest took place in 1969, and Olin didn't begin to transform his foundation into an ideological instrument aimed at saving the free enterprise system, as his lawyer put it, until 4 years later, in the spring of 1973. On closer inspection, it appears that there were additional factors involved that shed less flattering light on his motivations. By 1973, the Olin Corporation was embroiled in multiple, serious controversies over its environmental practices, undermining its reputation, threatening its revenues, and ensnarling the company in expensive litigation. Founded by Olin's father, Franklin, in 1892, the company had begun in East Alton, Illinois, as a manufacturer of blasting powder for coal miners, but expanded into making small arms and ammunition. Like the Cook sons, Olin followed closely in his father's path. After attending prep school, he entered his father's alma mater, Cornell, where he struggled until he was allowed to conduct chemical research relating to his family's company. He graduated in 1913 with a degree in chemistry. He then returned to Illinois to join the family business. Although Olin regarded himself as self-made and disapproved of the New Deal-era government social programs, beliefs that fueled his later financing of free market ideology, the federal government was one of the greatest contributors to his company's growth and his personal wealth. As Miller's biography details, the firm's huge government arms contracts in World Wars I and II dramatically improved its bottom line. Revenues quintupled during World War I and exploded during World War II. Olin complained about the government's interference and inefficiency, but his company reaped $40 million in profits during World War II alone. By 1953, it was being celebrated by Fortune as one of the few great family-owned corporations. In 1954, the company went public and merged with the Matheson Chemical Corporation, doubling in size, diversifying its operations, and eventually changing its name to the Olin Corporation. The conglomeration, whose revenues were $500 million a year by then, made everything from pharmaceuticals in its Squibb division to cigarette paper. It manufactured Winchester rifles and, later, the hydrazine rocket fuel that powered Neil Armstrong's 1969 lunar landing. Meanwhile, Olin's national profile was growing. By 1957, Fortune ranked John M. Olin and his brother Spencer, who had taken over the company from their father, as the 31st wealthiest Americans, with fortunes estimated at over $75 million. Honors proliferated along with Olin's great wealth. Following his retirement as the company's executive committee chairman in 1963, he devoted himself to serving on the boards of several prestigious universities, including Cornell, and to his passion for the outdoors. He had appeared on the cover of Sports Illustrated with his wife in 1958, carrying shotguns and dressed in natty tweeds amid picturesque tall grass, for a profile highlighting his role as a hunter, and a breeder of champion dogs. Known as a conservationist, he was a director of the World Wildlife Fund. So it must have been a rude blow to him personally, as well as to the prestige and bottom line of his company, when in 1973 the Environmental Protection Agency singled out the Olin Corporation as one of its first targets, soon after Richard Nixon signed the agency into existence. Suddenly, under tougher scrutiny, the company that Olin had built was an outlaw, facing charges of egregious pollution practices in several states at once. In Alabama, the Olin Corporation became embroiled over its production of DDT. Rachel Carson, in her book Silent Spring, had identified the pesticide as a deadly contaminant to the biological food chain. The Olin Corporation had been producing 20% of the DDT used in the United States. Soon it was fighting a vigorous but losing battle with federal officials against new pollution standards tightening the chemical's production and use, which the company said would make it impossible to keep its plant open. In addition, 3 conservation groups, the Environmental Defense Fund, the National Audubon Society, and the National Wildlife Federation, were all suing the company to enjoin it from releasing effluents laced with DDT into a national wildlife preserve near Olin's Alabama plant. In 1972, the federal government banned the use of DDT altogether, forcing Olin to shut its production down. The company's extensive use of mercury in its production of chlorine and other products had also become a huge problem. In the summer of 1970, according to a front-page story in the New York Times, the U.S. Interior Department charged the Olin Corporation with dumping 26.6 pounds of mercury a day into the Niagara River in upstate New York. Mercury was by then a known human health hazard. Scientists had documented its damage to the human brain and reproductive and nervous systems. Subsequently, the Justice Department also charged the Olin Corporation with falsifying records, showing that the company had dumped 66,000 tons of chemical waste, including mercury, into a landfill in Niagara Falls, New York. The Hooker Chemicals and Plastics Corporation was simultaneously charged with dumping toxic chemicals at the same site, as well as the nearby Love Canal, which became an international symbol of toxic pollution. Eventually, the Olin Corporation and 3 of its former corporate officers were convicted of falsifying records in the dumping case, after which the presiding judge imposed the maximum available fine of $70,000 on the company. In the tiny Appalachian town of Saltville, Virginia, meanwhile, in the far southwestern corner of the state, the Olin Corporation was facing an environmental crisis of such major proportions that it threatened to end not only Olin's industrial operations there but also the entire town's way of life for years to come. The Olin Corporation's pollution was so extensive and intractable that the company faced the prospect of tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars in cleanup costs, with no end in sight. For decades, Saltville had been a prototypical company town, owned and run in an almost feudal fashion by its only large employer, the Olin Corporation. The company owned 10,000 acres in the ruggedly beautiful mountainous gap, as well as 450 modest clapboard houses that it rented to the town's 2,199 residents. It also owned the local grocery stores, the water system, the sewerage system, and the only school, which many workers left after no more than 6th or 7th grade. The company prided itself on paternalistic flourishes like a swimming pool and a small stadium for residents. When employees got sick, the company paid for the doctors. The mayor and virtually everyone else in Saltville worked in the chemical plant, which Olin acquired in its merger with the Matheson Chemical Corporation in 1954. The town's vast natural salt deposits made it a perfect place to produce chlorine and salt ash, and for years it was the picture of American industrial prosperity, at least for its owners. But for the employees, there was an ominous, unaddressed issue. Olin's chlorine production process used huge quantities of mercury, which the plant leaked into the public waterways on a daily basis. From 1951 to 1970, the company estimated its factory spilled about 100 pounds of mercury every day. Most of it emptied directly into the North Fork of the Halston River, which ran picturesquely along the town's edge. An open sediment pond, meanwhile, into which the company dumped its mercury waste, contained an astounding 53,000 pounds of the toxic substance. They all knew the dangers back then. They had some really good scientists and chemists. But you didn't have the regulations, says Harry Haynes, who runs a small history museum in Saltville and whose father used to work at the Olin plant. We all played with the mercury as children, he recalls. Daddy brought it home from the chemical plant. You'd drop it on the floor, and it would explode into a zillion little bits, and then sweep it together and it would clump back together again. The company issued gas masks to workers because of the pervasive chemical vapors, but, another resident recalled, no one wore them. In 1972, however, the world recoiled at photographs of birth defects resulting from severe mercury contamination at Minamata Bay in Japan. Scientists definitively linked the birth defects as well as other health horrors including cerebral palsy, mental retardation, blindness, deafness, coma, and death to consumption of seafood that had been contaminated by mercury waste in local fishing areas. After having been dumped in the water, the mercury had broken down into a soluble form toxic to aquatic life and to those ingesting it. The nightmare at Minamata drew concern about the effects of mercury pollution elsewhere, including at the Olin plant in Saltville. Testing conducted by the state soon revealed high levels of mercury in the sediment in the North Fork of the Halston River, which ran from Saltville on down to Tennessee, where it flowed into the Cherokee Lake Recreation Area, a favorite fishing destination. Dangerous levels of mercury were discovered in the fish for 80 miles south of the Olin plant, according to one report. In response to the rising concerns in Saltville, in 1970 Virginia passed strict new standards that the company said it couldn't meet. As a result, Olin said, it would cease operations in Saltville by the end of 1972. The company actually had several other reasons for shutting the plant. It was unable to compete with more efficient Western salt ash manufacturers. Also, it was under pressure from the United Mine Workers Union, which had succeeded after bitter battles in representing the employees. In all likelihood, the factory was doomed not just for environmental reasons. Yet the storyline blaming environmental activists for its problems proved irresistible. Life magazine produced an elegiac photo essay called End of a Company Town, and the Wall Street Journal lamented the crushing new regulatory burden on corporate America. The Olin Corporation, meanwhile, demolished its factory and sold most of its Saltville real estate back to local residents but found no takers for its mercury waste muck pond. It tried removing a foot or so of topsoil around it, and it tried building a ditch along the river to divert the toxic runoff, but these efforts were hopelessly deficient. Soon after, the EPA designated Saltville one of the country's first Superfund sites. It's a ghost town. It was extremely polluted and still is, says Shirley Sissy Bailey, who grew up near Saltville and still lives there. To this day, that muck pond is still there, and you can still see clumps of mercury along the river. The drinking water is so full of lead and mercury it isn't fit for a dog to drink. She says she lived the history, ran as a kid on riverbanks so poisoned no grass grew. The air often smelled of chlorine and other chemicals. The Olin company was dirty and treated the people bad, not like people, she says. Most of the workers were poorly educated, and they led them around like sheep. A lot of people got sick, and there were more birth defects in Saltville than in other parts of the state, she asserts, although there has been no study proving this or establishing any causal correlation. Common sense should have made companies take responsibility, but until the 1970s there were no regulations on this. The EPA became a form of accountability, says Stephen Lester, the Harvard-educated science director for the Center for Health, Environment, and Justice in Falls Church, Virginia, a nonprofit environmental group that provided technical assistance to Bailey in a later mercury contamination fight in Saltville. Of course that imposes costs and affects the bottom line, so it wasn't popular with the company. The cost of cleaning up Saltville, in fact, was projected to be upward of $35 million. Former officials at the Olin Foundation, when asked about the company's ignominious environmental record, downplay any link to the nonprofit's pro-corporate, anti-regulatory ideology. It is possible that Mr. Olin was influenced to some degree by litigation and regulations against the company, says James Pearson, the conservative scholar, who was executive director and trustee of the Olin Foundation from 1985 to 2005. But that would be one factor among many others, and he was no longer running the company on a day-to-day basis by this time. He added, there were a lot of cross-currents in the air: the Cold War, détente, Watergate, inflation, a stock market crash, war in the Middle East, Vietnam, environmentalism, feminism. William Vogeley, who was program officer at the Olin Foundation from 1988 to 2003, says, the Olin family had very little to do during these years with either the John Olin Foundation or the Olin Corporation. He added, I never heard one word, during my years at the foundation, about how its grants might affect the Olin Company, whose stock constituted less than 1% of our endowment, or the finances of the Olin family. Whatever else can be said of our conservative agenda, it was disinterested. It was, however, against a backdrop of serious clashes with the increasingly robust regulatory state that John Olin directed his lawyer to enlist his fortune in the battle to defend corporate America. As he put it, my greatest ambition now is to see free enterprise re-established in this country. Business and the public must be awakened to the creeping stranglehold that socialism has gained here since World War II. At first, the foundation funneled money into the same conservative think tanks that Scaife and Coors were supporting, the Heritage Foundation, the American Enterprise Institute, and the Hoover Institution, the conservative think tank located on Stanford University's campus. But soon John Olin's focus diverged. Perhaps because of his upset over Cornell, his foundation became uniquely centered on transforming academia. As he wrote in a private letter to the president of Cornell, he regarded the campus as overrun by scholars with definite left-wing attitudes and convictions. Olin noted, it matters little to me whether the economic development is classified as Marxism, Keynesianism, or whatnot. He said he regarded liberalism and socialism as synonymous. All of these academic trends, he asserted, needed very serious study and correction. To get his bearings, Olin's labor lawyer, Frank O'Connell, contacted a handful of other private conservative foundations. He sought advice from colleagues at the Cook and Scaife Foundations, as well as a few others on the right such as the Earhart Foundation and the Smith-Richardson Foundation, which was funded by the Vicks VapoRub fortune. George Pearson, who was running the Charles G. Cook Foundation at that point, guided O'Connell, assigning him a free market reading list that included Hayek's essay The Intellectuals and Socialism. Hayek's point was emphatic: to conquer politics, one must first conquer the intellectuals. O'Connell recalled, it was like a home study course. The fledgling right-wing foundations were also studying their establishment counterparts during this period, particularly the giant Ford Foundation. By the late 1960s, Ford was pioneering what its head, McGeorge Bundy, a former dean at Harvard and national security advisor to the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, called advocacy philanthropy. Ford was, for instance, pouring money into the environmental movement, funding the Environmental Defense Fund and the Natural Resources Defense Council. By supporting public interest litigation, it showed conservatives how philanthropy could achieve large-scale change through the courts while bypassing the democratic electoral process, just as the early critics of private foundations had feared. In 1977, Olin raised his foundation's stature by choosing William Simon as its president. Simon was a social acquaintance of Olin's from East Hampton, Long Island, where they both had beach houses, and Olin described Simon's thinking as almost identical with mine. While Olin kept a low profile, however, Simon loved the spotlight, the hotter the better. As Vochley recalled, Simon was like Alice Longworth's description of her father, Theodore Roosevelt. He wanted to be the bride at every wedding, and the corpse at every funeral. Simon had been Energy Czar and later Treasury Secretary under Presidents Nixon and Ford, and was a famously intemperate critic of those he considered stupid. This large category included liberals, radicals, and moderate members of his own Republican Party. Like Olin, he was incensed by the expansion of the regulatory state. He especially detested environmentalists and other self-appointed guardians of the public interest, describing them as the new despots. In his 1978 manifesto, A Time for Truth, he wrote, "Since the 60s, the vast bulk of regulatory legislation passed by Congress has been largely initiated by a powerful new lobby that goes by the name of the public interest movement." Simon disparaged these college-educated idealists who claimed to be working for the well-being of consumers, the environment, minorities, and other non-material causes, accusing them of wanting to expand the police powers of the state over American producers. He challenged their purity. Noting that they claimed to care little for money, he accused them of being driven by another kind of self-interest. Quoting his colleague Irving Kristol, the neoconservative intellectual, he charged that these usurpers wanted the power to shape our civilization. That power, he argued, should belong exclusively to the free market. Simon's hatred and suspicion of the liberal elite approached Nixonian levels in his 1980 sequel manifesto, A Time for Action. He claimed that a secret system of academics, media figures, bureaucrats, and public interest advocates ran the country. Picking up where Lewis Powell had left off in his memo 9 years earlier, Simon warned that unless businessmen fought back, our freedom is in dire peril. Simon's foreboding, like that of Olin, is somewhat hard to fathom given that both men had reached pinnacles of American power and wealth. They were both millionaires many times over, with more properties, possessions, titles, honors, and accomplishments than they could easily count. Both men were born into privilege. Like Scaife, Simon was chauffeured to grade school, and his family was so wealthy he likened his parents to the carefree and careless characters in F. Scott Fitzgerald's fiction. Nonetheless, he regarded himself proudly as self-made. His father evidently lost his mother's fortune, motivating Simon to make his own. On Wall Street, he became a hugely successful partner at Salomon Brothers, where he was an early leader in the lucrative new craze for leveraged buyouts. But what neither Olin nor Simon had was influence over the next generation. "We are careening with frightening speed towards collectivism," Simon warned. Only an ideological battle could save the country, in Simon's view. "What we need is a counterintelligentsia. It can be organized to challenge our ruling new class opinion makers," Simon wrote. "Ideas are weapons, indeed the only weapons with which other ideas can be fought." He argued, capitalism has no duty to subsidize its enemies. "Private and corporate foundations," he said, "must cease the mindless subsidizing of colleges and universities whose departments of politics, economics, and history are hostile to capitalism. Instead, they must take pains to funnel desperately needed funds to scholars, social scientists, and writers who understand the relationship between political and economic liberty," as he put it. "They must be given grants, and more grants in exchange for books, and more books." Under Simon's guidance, the Olin Foundation tried to fund a new counterintelligentsia. At first, it tried supporting little-known colleges where conservative ideas and money were welcome. But Simon and his associates soon realized that this was a losing strategy. If the Olin Foundation wanted impact, it needed to infiltrate prestigious schools, especially the Ivy League. The man who put his mark on the Olin Foundation more than its namesake, or even Simon, was its executive director, Michael Joyce, a fierce former liberal who had become a neoconservative acolyte of Kristol's. A friend of Joyce's said that he believed philanthropy was about power and that those with great fortunes needed political capos like him to tell them how to wield it. Joyce was a brawler who wanted to take on America's liberal establishment, not just supplement it in some milquetoast way. In the words of Ralph Benko, a libertarian blogger for Forbes, Joyce was a true radical. He was inspired by Antonio Gramsci. He wanted to effect radical transformation. In Miller's view, Joyce was an intellectual among activists, and an activist among intellectuals. He understood how the world of ideas influenced the real world. Joyce was characteristically more blunt. "My style," he said, "was the style of the toddler and the adolescent: fight, 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 rest, get up, fight, fight, fight. No one ever accused me of being pleasant. I made a difference." It was acknowledged by friend and foe. Joining Joyce was Pearson, a thoughtful, soft-spoken neoconservative whose path to the Olin Foundation had also run through Irving Kristol. Pearson had befriended the Kristol family at the University of Pennsylvania, where he taught government and political theory alongside Irving's son, Bill. Both had felt marginalized by their more liberal peers. Having closely observed America's academic intelligentsia, Pearson concluded that the foundation needed to penetrate the most elite institutions, because they were emulated by other colleges and universities of lesser stature. As Hillel Fradkin, who also worked at the Olin Foundation, put it, "The only way you're going to change the debate in this country is by looking to those schools. Giving money to conservative outposts won't get much done." What emerged was a strategy they called the beachhead theory. The aim, as Pearson later described it in an essay offering advice to fellow conservative philanthropists, was to establish conservative cells, or beachheads, at the most influential schools in order to gain the greatest leverage. The formula required subtlety, indirection, and perhaps even some misdirection. The key, Pearson explained, was to fund the conservative intelligentsia in such a way that it would not raise questions about academic integrity. Instead of trying to earmark a chair or dictate a faculty appointment, both of which he noted were bound to generate fierce controversy, he suggested that conservative donors look for like-minded faculty members whose influence could be enlarged by outside funding. In time, such a professor could administer an expanded program. But Pearson warned that it was essential for the integrity and reputation of the programs that they be defined not by ideological points of view. To overtly acknowledge preordained conclusions would doom a program. Instead of saying the program was designed to demonstrate the falsity of Marxism or to promote free enterprise, he advised that it was better to define programs in terms of fields of study, like the John M. Olin Fellowships in Military History. He wrote, "Often a program can be given a philosophical or principled identity by giving it the name of an important historical figure, such as the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions at Princeton University." Indeed, after years of trial and error, the Olin Foundation funded Princeton's Madison Program with $525,000 in startup grants in 2000. Run by Robert George, an outspoken social and religious conservative, the program serves as the beau ideal of the beachhead theory. As a friend of George's described him to The Nation in 2006, he is a savvy right-wing operative, boring from within the liberal infrastructure. Pearson warned conservative philanthropists that taking the liberal out of liberal arts education would require patience and cunning. As a former academic himself, he knew how politically charged a frontal assault would be. Rather than openly trying to overhaul academia overnight, he suggested, perhaps we should think instead about challenging it by adding new voices. As he put it, this may well be the best means of changing the college culture, for a few powerful voices of criticism may at some point bring the entire ideological house of cards crashing down upon itself. If the Olin Foundation was less than transparent about its mission, it was not for the first time. Between 1958 and 1966, it secretly served as a bank for the Central Intelligence Agency. During these 8 years, the CIA laundered $1.95 million through the foundation. Olin, according to Miller, regarded his undercover role as just part of his patriotic duty. Many of the government funds went to anti-communist intellectuals and publications. But in 1967, the press exposed the covert propaganda operation, triggering a political furor and causing the CIA to fold the program. The CIA money at the Olin Foundation, which was not publicized at the time, disappeared as quietly as it had arrived. The idea of using the private foundation to fund ideologically aligned intellectuals, however, persisted. Soon the Olin Foundation was investing in William F. Buckley Jr., whose television show, Firing Line, the foundation supported. It was also funding Alan Bloom, author of the best-selling Slam from the Right at American Higher Education, The Closing of the American Mind, in which Bloom also lashed out at rock music as a non-stop, commercially pre-packaged masturbation fantasy. The foundation also supported Dinesh D'Souza, author of Illiberal Education, which blasted political correctness, castigating rules requiring sensitivity to women and minorities as the overreaching of liberal thought police. In addition, the Olin Foundation funded professors at leading schools all over the country, including Harvard's Harvey C. Mansfield and Samuel P. Huntington. It donated $3.3 million to Mansfield's program on constitutional government at Harvard, which emphasized a conservative interpretation of American government, and the foundation donated $8.4 million to Huntington's John M. Olin Institute for Strategic Studies, which inculcated a hawkish approach to foreign policy and national security. Through these carefully curated programs, the foundation trained the next generation of conservatives, whom Joyce likened to a wine collection that would grow more valuable as its members aged, increasing in stature and power. The foundation kept track of those who passed through Huntington's Olin program, proudly noting that many went into public service and academia. Between 1990 and 2001, 56 of the 88 Olin Fellows at the Harvard program continued on to teach at the University of Chicago, Cornell, Dartmouth, Georgetown, Harvard, MIT, Penn, and Yale. Many others became public figures in government, think tanks, and the media. In all, by the time it closed its doors in 2005, the Olin Foundation had supported 11 separate programs at Harvard, burnishing the foundation's name and ideas and proving that even the best-endowed American university would allow an outside, ideological group to build beachheads, so long as the project was properly packaged and funded. On top of these programs, the foundation doled out $8 million to more than 100 John M. Olin faculty fellows. These funds enabled scores of young academics to take the time needed to research and write in order to further their careers. The roster of recipients includes John Yoo, the legal scholar who went on to become the author of the George W. Bush administration's controversial torture memo legalizing the American government's brutalization of terror suspects. Without the rigorous peer-reviewed standards required by prestigious academic publications, the Olin Foundation was able to inject into the mainstream a number of works whose scholarship was debatable at best. For example, Olin Foundation funds enabled John R. Lott Jr., then an Olin Fellow at the University of Chicago, to write his influential book More Guns, Less Crime. In the work, Lott argued that more guns actually reduce crime and that the legalization of concealed weapons would make citizens safer. Politicians advocating weaker gun control laws frequently cited Lott's findings. But according to Adam Winkler, the author of Gunfight, Lott's scholarship was suspect. Winkler wrote that Lott's claimed source for this information was national surveys, which under questioning he revised to just one survey that he and research assistants had conducted. When asked to provide the data, Winkler recounts, Lott said he had lost it in a computer crash. Asked for any evidence of the survey, writes Winkler, Lott said he had no such evidence. Proving that the recipients of Olin funds weren't ideologically monolithic, Winkler, too, had received funds from the foundation. Another Olin-funded book that made headlines and ended in accusations of intellectual dishonesty was David Brock's Real Anita Hill, to which the foundation gave a small research stipend. In the book, Brock defended the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas by accusing Hill of fabricating her sworn testimony against him during his Senate confirmation hearings. Later, though, Brock recanted, admitting that he had been wrong. He apologized for the book and said that he had been deceived by conservative sources who had misled him. Still, the combined impact of the Olin grantees was a triumph, according to Miller. Writing as a conservative in 2003, he enthused that a small handful of foundations have essentially provided the conservative movement with its venture capital. He noted that in contrast to the days when Lionel Trilling had declared conservatism over, conservative ideas are in broad circulation, and many believe they are now ascendant. He added, if the conservative intellectual movement were a NASCAR race, and if the scholars and organizations who compose it were drivers zipping around a racetrack, virtually all of their vehicles would sport an Olin bumper sticker. In time, the Olin Foundation's success in minting right-leaning thinkers drew the envy of the left. On the right, they understood that books matter, says Steve Wasserman, now the editor-at-large at Yale University Press, who formerly tried but failed to get wealthy liberal donors to match the intellectual investments being made by conservatives. I remember meeting at a restaurant in California with some of the major Democratic operatives and funders, Marjorie Tabankin, Stanley Scheinbaum, and Danny Goldberg. I was telling them that they needed to figure out a way to fund books on the left. But books aren't sexy. They weren't interested. They didn't think that in the political culture it mattered. The Democrats were hostage to star personalities and electoral politics. The Olin Foundation's most significant beachheads, however, were established in America's law schools, where it bankrolled a new approach to jurisprudence known as law and economics. Powell, in his memo, had argued that the judiciary may be the most important instrument for social, economic, and political change. The Olin Foundation agreed. As the courts expanded consumer, labor, and environmental rights and demanded racial and sexual equality and greater workplace safety, conservatives in business were desperate to find more legal leverage. Law and economics became their tool. As a discipline, law and economics was seen at first as a fringe theory embraced largely by libertarian mavericks until the Olin Foundation spent $68 million underwriting its growth. Like an academic Johnny Appleseed, the Olin Foundation underwrote 83% of the costs for all law and economics programs in American law schools between the years of 1985 and 1989. Overall, it scattered more than $10 million to Harvard, $7 million to Yale and Chicago, and over $2 million to Columbia, Cornell, Georgetown, and the University of Virginia. Miller writes, John Olin, in fact, was prouder of law and economics than any other program he supported. Following Pearson's cautious playbook, the program's title conveyed no ideology. Law and economics stresses the need to analyze laws, including government regulations, not just for their fairness but also for their economic impact. Its proponents describe it in apolitical terms as bringing efficiency and clarity to the law, rather than relying on fuzzy, hard-to-quantify concepts like social justice. Pearson, however, admitted that the beauty of the program was that it was a stealth political attack and that the country's best law schools didn't grasp this and therefore didn't block the ideological punch it packed. I saw it as a way into the law schools. I probably shouldn't confess that, he told the New York Times in 2005. Economic analysis tends to have conservatizing effects. In a later interview with the political scientist Stephen M. Telles, he added that he would have preferred to fund a conservative constitutional law program, but had the foundation tried such a direct political challenge, it probably would have been barred entry to America's best law schools. If you said to a dean that you wanted to fund conservative constitutional law, he would reject the idea out of hand. But if you said you wanted to support law and economics, he would be much more open to the idea, he confided. Law and economics is neutral, but it has a philosophical thrust in the direction of free markets and limited government. That is, like many disciplines, it seems neutral, but it isn't in fact. The Olin Foundation's route into the country's best law schools was circuitous. The foundation began by financially supporting an early leading figure in law and economics, the libertarian Henry Mann, an acolyte of the Chicago School of Free Market Economics. Brilliant, impolitic, and an ideological purist, Mann was considered a marginal, even eccentric character in the legal academy, according to Tellys, when the Olin Foundation first started funding him in the early 1970s. To the frustration of the foundation, though, he didn't teach at high-prestige schools. In 1985, however, the foundation seized a golden opportunity to establish a beachhead at the pinnacle of legal prestige. That year, Harvard Law School was riven by controversy. Leftist professors were urging students to sabotage corporate law firms from within. Conservative professors and alumni were scandalized. The ruckus attracted national press coverage in The New Yorker and elsewhere. Among the many outraged Harvard Law School alumni was one of the Olin Foundation's trustees, George Gillespie. Sensing an opening, he contacted a conservative Harvard Law School professor, Phil Arita, whom he had been in school with, and offered the foundation's help. The Olin Foundation took the initiative, and Harvard took the cash. Out of this ideological pact came the John M. Olin Center for Law, Economics, and Business at Harvard Law School, on which the foundation ultimately spent $18 million. The donation was the biggest in Olin's history. Harvard's president at the time, Derek Bok, was reportedly delighted at the new source of funding and the opportunity to soothe the disgruntled alumni. After Harvard approved law and economics, other schools soon followed. By 1990, nearly 80 law schools taught the subject. Olin Fellows in Law and Economics, meanwhile, began to beat a path to the top of the legal profession, winning Supreme Court clerkships at a rate of approximately one each year, starting in 1985. Many of the adherents were outstanding lawyers and not all were conservative, but they were changing the prevailing legal culture. By 1986, Bruce Ackerman, then a professor at Columbia Law School, called law and economics the most important thing in legal education since the birth of Harvard Law School. Tellys, in his 2008 book, The Rise of the Conservative Legal Movement, described law and economics as the most successful intellectual movement in the law of the past 30 years, having rapidly moved from insurgency to hegemony. As law and economics spread, underwritten at each step by the Olin Foundation and other conservative backers including the Kochs and Scaife, liberal critics grew alarmed. The Alliance for Justice, a liberal nonprofit in Washington, published a critical report in 1993 warning that a small wealthy group was trying to fundamentally alter the way that justice is dispensed in our society. It revealed that the Olin Foundation was paying students thousands of dollars to take classes in law and economics at Georgetown Law School and to attend workshops on the subject at Columbia Law School. Despite this ethically dubious situation, only one law school, at the University of California in Los Angeles, turned the Olin funds away, arguing that by plying students with grant money, the foundation was taking advantage of students' financial need to indoctrinate them with a particular ideology. More controversial still were law and economics seminars that the Olin Foundation funded for judges. The seminars were initiated by Henry Mann, who had become dean of the George Mason University School of Law in Virginia, which he was trying to transform into a hub of libertarian jurisprudence. The seminars treated judges to 2-week-long, all-expenses-paid immersion training in law and economics, usually in luxurious settings like the Ocean Reef Club in Key Largo, Florida. They soon became popular free vacations for the judges, a cross between Maoist cultural re-education camps and Club Med. After a few hours of learning why environmental and labor laws were anathema, or why, as Mann argued, insider trading laws did more harm than good, the judges broke for golf, swimming, and delightful dinners with their hosts. Within a few years, 660 judges had gone on these junkets, some, like the U.S. Court of Appeals judge and unconfirmed Supreme Court nominee Douglas Ginsburg, many times. By one count, 40% of the federal judiciary participated, including the future Supreme Court Justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Clarence Thomas. A variety of major corporations eagerly joined Olin and other conservative foundations in footing the bills. A study by the Nonpartisan Center for Public Integrity found that between 2008 and 2012 close to 185 federal judges attended judicial seminars sponsored by conservative interests, several of which had cases before the courts. The lead underwriters were the Charles Cook Foundation, the Searle Freedom Trust, ExxonMobil, Shell Oil, the pharmaceutical giant Pfizer, and State Farm, the insurance company. Topics ranged from the moral foundations of capitalism to terrorism, climate, and central planning, challenges to liberty and the rule of law. Simultaneously, the Olin Foundation provided crucial start-up funds for the Federalist Society, a powerful organization for conservative law students founded in 1982. With $5.5 million from the Olin Foundation, as well as large donations from foundations tied to SCAFE, the Kochs, and other conservative legacies, the Federalist Society grew from a pipe dream shared by 3 ragtag law students into a powerful professional network of 42,000 right-leaning lawyers, with 150 law school campus chapters and about 75 lawyers groups nationally. All of the conservative justices on the Supreme Court are members, as are the former Vice President Dick Cheney, the former Attorneys General Edwin Meese and John Ashcroft, and numerous members of the federal bench. Its executive director, Eugene B. Meyer, son of a founding editor of National Review, acknowledged that without Olin funding it possibly wouldn't exist at all. Looking back, the Olin Foundation staff described it as one of the best investments the foundation ever made. John M. Olin died in 1982 at the age of 89, but after his death his foundation became even more robust. He left it about $50 million in his estate and another $50 million in a trust for his widow, which came to the foundation in 1993 after she died. The funds were well invested, growing to some $370 million in all before the foundation spent it down and closed its doors in 2005. Olin had directed his foundation to shut down during the lifetime of the trustees for fear that it would fall into the hands of liberals, as he believed the Ford Foundation had tragically done. William Simon remained the head of the Olin Foundation until his own death in 2000. He also continued to amass a stupendous fortune of his own during the 1980s, using controversial financial maneuvers. By the late 1980s, Forbes estimated Simon's wealth at $300 million. Around the same time, the Olin Foundation made a key $25,000 investment of its own in an unknown writer named Charles Murray, funding a grant at the Manhattan Institute that would support a book he was writing that attacked liberal welfare policies. The backstory to Losing Ground, Murray's book, was a primer on the growing and interlocking influence of conservative nonprofits. At 39, Murray was an unknown academic, toiling thanklessly at a Washington Beltway firm evaluating U.S. government social programs. Frustrated and just scraping by, he was about to try writing a thriller novel in order to make ends meet when his application for a job at the Heritage Foundation caught the eye of the conservative philanthropy world. Soon, he was the beneficiary of its growing network. Heritage placed an anti-welfare piece by Murray on the op-ed page of the Wall Street Journal. This sparked a grant from the Olin Foundation that enabled him to work full-time on what became his path-breaking 1984 book, Losing Ground, even though he hadn't previously considered turning his research into a book. It was a classic case of philanthropic entrepreneurship, Murray says. The hidden force behind Murray was Joyce, the Olin Foundation's enfant terrible. Mike Joyce was one of the most influential obscure people of the last century, says Murray. Losing Ground, which was written in a tone of sorrow rather than anger, blamed government programs for creating a culture of dependence among the poor. Critics said it overlooked macroeconomic issues over which the poor had no control, and academics and journalists were split, with several challenging Murray's scholarship. Nonetheless, with ample funding from Olin and other conservative foundations, Murray succeeded in shifting the debate over America's poor from society's shortcomings to their own. Despite Reagan's professed antipathy toward big government, his administration steered cautiously away from Murray's controversial libertarianism, preferring to criticize welfare cheaters rather than the whole idea of government-run anti-poverty programs. But to the dismay of liberals, Bill Clinton, a New Democrat, later embraced his ideas, calling Murray's analysis essentially right and incorporating many of his prescriptions, including work requirements and the end to aid as an entitlement, in his 1996 welfare reform bill. It took 10 years, Murray has said, for losing ground to go from being controversial to conventional wisdom. The Olin Foundation also backed what came to be known as the Collegiate Network, privately financing a string of right-wing newspapers on America's college campuses. Among them was the Dartmouth Review, which infamously published an editorial in Ebonix proclaiming, "Now we be come into Dartmouth and be up over our froze in studies, but we still be not graduate in Phi Beta Kappa." The paper hosted a feast of lobster and champagne to mock a student fast against global hunger, sledgehammered shanty towns erected by students protesting apartheid in South Africa, and published a transcript of a secretly taped meeting of students belonging to Dartmouth's Gay Student Association. The Dartmouth Review became an incubator for right-wing media figures like D'Souza and the future conservative radio host Laura Ingraham. Its counterpart at Vassar, meanwhile, gave starts in journalism to the ABC correspondent Jonathan Karl and Mark Thiessen, an online columnist at the Washington Post best known for his defense of the Bush administration's use of torture. As the Olin Foundation spent itself out of existence, Michael Joyce jumped to a new and far more powerful private foundation, started by another conservative family. In 1985, a corporate merger in Milwaukee created a spectacular windfall, boosting a previously sleepy local charity, the Lindy and Harry Bradley Foundation, overnight into a nonprofit juggernaut. Its assets rocketed from $14 million to over $290 million, making it one of the 20 largest foundations in the country. Swimming in cash, the foundation's small, unpaid staff, which had mostly focused on conventional local do-gooding until then, sought out Joyce, telling him, "We've got money, and we want to do what you did at Olin. We want to become Olin West." Almost on the spot, Joyce moved to Milwaukee to run the Bradley Foundation himself. He left Pearson behind to cope with Simon's famously short temper and the 20-year plan to spend the Olin Foundation out of business. At the Bradley Foundation, Joyce had a freer hand. He basically invented the field of modern conservative philanthropy, according to Pearson. During the next 15 years, the Bradley Foundation would give away $280 million to his favorite conservative causes. It was small in comparison with older research foundations like the Ford Foundation, but unlike Ford, under Joyce's direction Bradley regarded itself as a righteous combatant in an ideological war, giving it a single-minded focus. At least two-thirds of its grants, according to one analysis, financed conservative intellectual activity. It paid for some 600 graduate and postgraduate fellowships, right-wing think tanks, conservative journals, activists fighting communism abroad, and its own publishing house, Encounter Books. Continuing the strategic emphasis on prestigious schools, the foundation gave both Harvard and Yale $5.5 million during its first decade under Joyce's management. It was an activist force on the secondary school level, too. The Bradley Foundation virtually drove the early national school choice movement, waging an all-out assault on teachers' unions and traditional public schools. In an effort to wean Americans from government, the foundation militated for parents to be able to use public funds to send their children to private and parochial schools. When Joyce took over the Bradley Foundation, he continued to fund many of the same academic organizations he had at Olin, including half of the same colleges and universities. Typically, it was not just the same university but the same department, and in some cases, the same scholar, Bruce Murphy wrote in Milwaukee Magazine, charging that this led to a kind of intellectual cronyism. The anointed scholars were good ideological warriors but rarely great scholars, he wrote. For instance, Joyce stuck with Murray in the face of growing controversy over his 1994 book, The Bell Curve, which correlated race and low IQ scores to argue that blacks were less likely than whites to join the cognitive elite, and was loudly and convincingly discredited. The Manhattan Institute fired Murray over the controversial project. They didn't want the grief, says Murray. But Joyce reportedly kept an estimated $1 million in grants flowing to Murray, who decamped to the American Enterprise Institute. I knew from Mike Joyce my fellowship was portable, Murray says. But the controversy stirred by the book clouded the Bradley Foundation's reputation. Joyce, who was accused of racism, said he received death threats. He felt so threatened he demanded enhanced security. The book, he acknowledged, left an indelible imprint on us. Joyce stepped down from Bradley in 2001 amid rumors of alcoholism and erratic and self-destructive behavior. Demons were rumored, recalls a friend. According to one well-informed source, Joyce's drinking, which had escalated from 3 beer lunches to complete benders, reached a crisis when he presided as the master of ceremonies at a formal Washington event in a state of scandalous, public inebriation. Afterward, the Bradley Foundation's board gave Joyce the choice of going into a rehab program or resigning. Realizing he had lost the board's respect, he resigned. After that, the few remaining years of his life were a lonely, powerless downward spiral. Nonetheless, Joyce's achievements transcended his personal problems. When he retired, Joyce was showered with accolades from the right. National Review described him as the chief operating officer of the conservative movement. It added, wherever you looked in the battle of ideas, a light dusting would have turned up his fingerprints. The Tribute concluded, over the period of his Bradley service, it's difficult to recall a single, serious thrust against incumbent liberalism that did not begin or end with Mike Joyce. What received no attention, however, was that the small government conservatism that the Bradley Foundation promoted was fueled by federal funds. The Bradley Foundation very deliberately cast itself as a foe of big government. In 1999, Joyce wrote a confidential memo to the Foundation's board arguing that to win, conservatives needed to package for public consumption dramatic stories depicting citizens as plucky Davids fighting gallantly against the massive, statist, bureaucratic Goliath. But the Foundation owed much of its existence to that Goliath in the form of taxpayer-funded defense spending. The event that multiplied the Bradley Foundation's assets by a factor of 20 almost overnight, transforming it into a major political force, was the 1985 business takeover in which Rockwell International, then America's largest defense contractor, bought the Allen Bradley Company, a Milwaukee electronics manufacturer, for $1.65 billion in cash. The deal created an instant windfall for the Bradley family's private foundation, which held a stake in the company. Its assets leaped from $14 million to some $290 million. When it bought the Allen Bradley Company, 2/3 of Rockwell's revenues, and half of its profits, came from U.S. government contracts. Rockwell had become, in fact, a poster child for wasteful government spending. The Los Angeles Times called it a symbol of a military-industrial complex gone berserk. Rockwell's coffers were bulging with cash, but its reputation had taken a hit from its role as the main contractor producing the B-1 bomber, an aircraft so maligned it earned the nickname the Flying Edsel. President Carter had cancelled the program as a waste of money, but after Rockwell waged a strenuous lobbying campaign, President Reagan had brought it back to life. As part of his administration's huge defense buildup, Reagan also authorized the manufacture of the MX missile system, another multi-billion-dollar defense program that was widely criticized as unnecessary, for which Rockwell was the largest contractor. Thus, by 1984, thanks to profligate government spending, Rockwell had one of the strongest balance sheets in the business, with $1.3 billion in cash piling up on its ledgers. Business analysts warned that the company needed to diversify in order to become less reliant on federal contracts. It was this dubious set of circumstances that sent the company on the shopping spree that ended in its purchase of Allen Bradley and the phenomenal enrichment of the Bradley Foundation. In its early days especially, Allen Bradley had relied heavily on government defense contracts, to pull it through. Founded in 1903 by two enterprising high school dropouts, brothers Lindy and Harry Bradley, along with investor Stanton Allen, it grew from making rheostats to many other kinds of industrial controls, particularly for the radio, machine tool, and auto industries. The business had teetered on the edge of solvency until the United States entered World War I, according to a history by the Milwaukee historian John Gerda that was commissioned and published by the Bradley Foundation. But thanks to government defense contracts, which accounted for 70% of the company's business, orders increased tenfold over 6 years, and the company was, according to Gerda, launched. World War II proved even more of a boon. Gerda describes its impact on the company as staggering. By 1944, government war work accounted for nearly 80% of the company's orders. Its business volume more than tripled during World War II. Even more than the Olin Corporation, Allen Bradley sponsored an amazing array of generous if paternalistic fringe benefits for its workers, including its own jazz orchestra, led by a full-time music director, which serenaded lunch crowds. There were badminton courts on its roof deck, overseen by an athletic director, and an employee reading room, too. The Bradley brothers, who erected an iconic four-faced, Florentine-style clock tower that soared 17 stories above the plant on the south side of Milwaukee, regarded themselves as benevolent civic leaders, overseeing a family of employees. They were therefore bitterly wounded when their employees, who saw the situation differently, unionized and then went out on strike in 1939. The elder brother, Lindy, died not long after, but the younger brother, Harry, who lived until 1965, became avidly right-wing. Like Fred Koch, he was a vigorous supporter of the John Birch Society, frequently hosting its founder, Robert Welch, as a speaker at company sales meetings. Bradley also was a devoted follower of Dr. Frederick Swartz, a melodramatically anti-communist physician from Australia who had converted to Christianity from Judaism, and who stumped across the heartland for his Christian anti-communism crusade, preaching that Karl Marx was a Jew, and like most Jews he was short and ugly and lazy and slovenly and had no desire to go out and work for a living, but also possessed a superior, evil intelligence like most Jews. Swartz, too, was a regular visitor to the company and a favorite among Bradley's causes. Bradley was also a keen supporter of the Manian Forum, whose followers believed that social spending in America was part of a secret Russian plot to bankrupt the United States. Despite the life-saving financial boost that federal spending had provided to his own company, Bradley reportedly regarded the growing federal government in America and world communism as the two major threats to human freedom. The company's embrace of the free market, however, didn't preclude price fixing. In 1961, Harry Bradley's successor and confidant of many years, Fred Lock, was convicted of price fixing with 29 other electrical equipment firms. He narrowly escaped incarceration, according to the authorized history. Both the company and its chief executive paid substantial fines. The company's relations with federal authorities worsened further in the 1960s as the Allen Bradley Company, not unlike the Olin Corporation, found itself in the crosshairs of new laws driven by more demanding societal expectations. In 1966, a federal judge sided with a group of female employees who sued the company for paying them lower wages than male employees operating the same machinery. Then, in 1968, federal authorities targeted the company for racially discriminatory hiring policies. In response, the company agreed to institute an affirmative action plan. Meanwhile, unionized employees at the plant went on strike, causing an 11-day work stoppage. The combination of antitrust, race, gender, and labor disputes at the company provided fertile ground for the politics of backlash building in the executive suite. The Bradley Foundation, meanwhile, also became increasingly politicized. Originally, the foundation's purpose was to help aid needy employees and the residents of Milwaukee, as well as prevent cruelty to animals. Harry Bradley and his wife were animal lovers, doting on a pet poodle, Defy, who was named for the modern artist and who had a penthouse dog run. After Joyce took over the foundation in 1985, however, a new mission statement was drafted, directing its grants to the support of limited, competent government, a dynamic marketplace, and vigorous defense. The Bradley brothers had hoped to keep the company in the private hands of the family, and the jobs in the community, in perpetuity. Their will was explicit about this. Their heirs, however, with the help of the Milwaukee law firm Foley and Lardner, managed to sell the company to Rockwell nonetheless, cashing in handsomely. One of the law firm's partners, Michael Grebe, subsequently became chairman and CEO of the newly enriched foundation. What remained of Allen Bradley, however, did less well. Its sad slide traced the fall of American manufacturing during the end of the 20th century and the hollowing out of decent blue-collar jobs. In 2010, Rockwell Automation, which is what was left of the company in Milwaukee 25 years after it was sold, outsourced the last of the plant's remaining manufacturing jobs to low-wage areas, largely in Latin America and Asia. Robert Granum, president of Local 1111 of the United Electrical, Radio, and Machine Workers of America, the union that represented the last laid-off workers, told the Milwaukee Business Journal that Rockwell's decision would deprive future generations of working people of the opportunity to have decent family-supporting jobs. Allen Bradley's distinctive Florentine clock tower still rose above Milwaukee's south side. But by then Milwaukee was described as the most polarized part of the most polarized state in a polarized nation. The industrial base had collapsed, the manufacturing jobs disappeared, and many of the white immigrants who had worked at Allen Bradley had long since moved to the suburbs, leaving Milwaukee close to 40% black, with the second highest black poverty rate in the country and with an unemployment rate that was nearly 4 times higher for blacks than for whites. The Bradley Foundation, meanwhile, had become central to the conservative movement. Thanks to smart investments, its assets ballooned, enabling it to finance a movement that ascribed poverty to dependency on government handouts, not to the trade, labor, and industrial policies that had resulted in American jobs, such as those at Allen Bradley, getting shipped overseas. By 2012, the Bradley Foundation's assets had reached more than $630 million, enabling it to dole out more than $32 million in grants during that year alone. The funds continued to finance welfare reform initiatives that required the poor to find jobs, as well as a tax on public schools. The foundation also continued to support conservative beachheads in 35 different elite colleges and universities including Harvard, Princeton, and Stanford. The foundation's annual Bradley Prizes had by then become the glittering Academy Awards ceremony for conservatives, a night at Washington's Kennedy Center on the banks of the Potomac filled with evening gowns, tuxedos, overlong acceptance speeches, live musical fanfares, and up to 4 annual $250,000 prizes given to a who's who of the movement. Over the years, winners have included the newspaper columnist George Will, who subsequently became a trustee of the foundation. Also honored with the award were the founders of the Federalist Society as well as Princeton's Robert George, Bill Kristol, the neoconservative editor of the Weekly Standard, the Harvard professor Harvey Mansfield, the Fox News president, Roger Ailes, and the Heritage Foundation stalwarts Ed Meese and Ed Foylner. Almost all of the recipients had played major roles in tugging the American political debate to the right. And almost all had also been supported over the years by a tiny constellation of private foundations filled with tax-deductible gifts from a handful of wealthy reactionaries whose identities and stories very few Americans knew but whose overarching purpose, as Joyce said, was to use philanthropy to support a war of ideas. Chapter 4. The Cook Method, Free Market Mayhem. For 21 years, while the Kochs were financing an ideological war aimed at freeing American business from the grip of government, Donald Carlson was cleaning up the dregs their industry left behind. Stitched to the jacket he wore to work at Cook Refining Company, the booming Pine Bend refinery in Rosemount, Minnesota, was the name Bull. His colleagues called him this because of his brawn and his willingness to shoulder the tasks no one else wanted to touch. He wasn't always the greatest guy or dad, but he got up every morning and went to work. He stepped up to the plate every day, recalls his widow, Doreen Carlson. If a job was too hard, they gave it to him. Beginning in 1974, when he was hired, Carlson worked 12 and sometimes 16-hour shifts at the refinery. Its profitability had proven the Koch's purchase of Pine Bend prophetic. It had become the largest refinery north of Louisiana with the capacity to process 330,000 barrels of crude a day, a quarter of what Canada exported to the United States. It provided over half of the gas used in Minnesota and 40% of that used by Wisconsin. Carlson's job was demanding, but he enjoyed it. He cleaned out huge tanks that contained leaded gasoline, scraping them down by hand. He took samples from storage tanks whose vapors escaped with such force they sometimes blew his helmet off. He hoisted heavy loads and vacuumed up fuel spills deep enough to cause burns to his legs. Like many of the 1,000 employees at the refinery, Carlson was often exposed to toxic substances. He was practically swimming in those tanks, his wife recalled. But Carlson never thought twice about the hazards. "I was a young guy," he explained later. "They didn't tell me anything, I didn't know anything." In particular, Carlson said, no one warned him about benzene, a colorless liquid chemical compound refined from crude oil. In 1928, 2 Italian doctors first detected a connection between it and cancer. Afterward, numerous scientific studies linked chronic benzene exposure to greatly increased risks of leukemia. 4 federal agencies, the National Institutes of Health, NIH, the Food and Drug Administration, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Centers for Disease Control have all declared benzene a human carcinogen. Asked under oath if he'd been warned about the harm it posed to his hemoglobin, Carlson replied, "I didn't even know what hemoglobin was." In 1995, Carlson became too sick to work any longer at the refinery. When he obtained his company medical records, he and his wife were shocked by what they read. In the late 1970s, OSHA had issued regulations requiring companies whose workers were exposed to benzene to offer annual blood tests, and to retest, and notify workers if any abnormalities were found. Companies were also required to refer employees with abnormal results to medical specialists. Cook Refining Company had offered the annual blood tests as legally required, and Carlson had dutifully taken advantage of the regular screening. But what he discovered was that even though his tests had shown increasingly serious, abnormal blood cell counts beginning in 1990, as well as in 1992 and 1993, the company had not mentioned it to him until 1994. Charles Cook had disparaged government regulations as socialistic. From his standpoint, the regulatory state that had grown out of the progressive era was an illegitimate encroachment on free enterprise and a roadblock to initiative and profitability. But while such theories might appeal to the company's owners, the reality was quite different for many of their tens of thousands of employees. Carlson continued working for another year but grew weaker, needing transfusions of 3 to 5 pints of blood a week. Finally, in the summer of 1995, he grew too sick to work at all. At that point, his wife recalls, they let him go. 6 months' pay is what they gave him. It was basically his accumulated sick pay. Carlson argued that his illness was job-related, but Cook Refining denied this claim, refusing to pay him workers' compensation, which would have covered his medical bills and continued dependency benefits for his wife and their teenage daughter. The doctor couldn't believe he was never put on workman's comp, she added. "We were just naive. We didn't think people would let you die. We thought, they help you, don't they?" In February 1997, 23 years after he joined Cook Industries, Donald Carlson died of leukemia. He was 53. He and his wife had been married 31 years. "Almost the worst part," she said, "was that he died thinking he'd let us down financially." She added, My husband was the sort of man who truly believed that if you worked hard and did a good job, you would be rewarded. Furious at the company, Doreen waged a one-woman battle to get Cook Industries to acknowledge some responsibility for her husband's death and apologize. "I'm looking for some accountability," she told Tom Mearsman, a reporter for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. For 3 years, Carlson pressed her legal claim. The company offered her some money but refused to call it compensation for a work-related death. It resisted until minutes before the case was about to be heard by a judge. And when it did finally agree to her terms, it did so only if she would sign a confidentiality agreement, keeping the matter private. They never admitted it. They avoided court. There was no written record. They just gave me those little crumbs and told me to keep my mouth shut, she recalled. More than a dozen years later, Carlson's confidentiality agreement had expired, and she could speak out. "I don't think you could write what I think of Cook. You're just collateral damage. It's just money for them, and they never have enough." Pressed about whether it was fair to pin the blame on the Kochs themselves, rather than on lower-level executives she dealt with, she retorted, "Charles Cook owns the refinery." She went on, "And they want less regulations. Can you imagine? What they want is things that benefit them. They never cut into their profits. I hear they're backing a lot of people politically, and I bet it's all about getting rid of regulations," she said. "But those regulations are for safety. It's not to make your workers rich, it's so they don't die." Carlson's case was just one of many targeting Cook Industries' corporate conduct in the decades after Charles took over the company. The company was expanding at a breathtaking rate into a global conglomerate with vast chemical, manufacturing, energy, trading, and refining interests. But growing at an equally astonishing pace were its legal conflicts. Rather than making peace with the government overseers who frustrated his libertarian ideals, Charles declared war. As he portrayed it, his defiance was a stand for high principle. In 1978, for instance, he wrote an impassioned call to arms to other businessmen in the Libertarian Review, arguing, "We should not cave in the moment a regulator sets foot on our doorstep, do not cooperate voluntarily, instead, resist wherever and to whatever extent you legally can. And do so in the name of justice." It's difficult to disentangle Charles's philosophical opposition to regulations from his financial interest in avoiding them. As he described it, he was trying to unceasingly advance the cause of liberty in the face of arrogant, intrusive, totalitarian laws. Critics such as Thomas Frank, the author of What's the Matter with Kansas?, who grew up in Kansas watching the Kochs, saw it quite differently. Libertarianism is supposed to be all about principles, but what it's really about is political expedience. It's basically a corporate front, masked as a philosophy. What is indisputable is that whatever the motivations were, in the quarter century between 1980 and 2005, under Charles Koch's leadership, his company developed a stunning record of corporate malfeasance. In April 1996, for instance, as Bull Carlson was dying of leukemia in Minnesota, Sally Barnes-Solis, a Cook Industries environmental technician, knocked on the door of government regulators in Corpus Christi, Texas, where the Kochs owned and operated another refinery, and blew the whistle on the company for lying about illegal quantities of benzene that it was leaking into the air. Environmental regulations, even more than those dealing with workplace safety, proved to be constant obstacles for Cook Industries, as the problems at the refinery in Corpus Christi exemplified. Barnes-Solis later told Bloomberg Markets magazine, "The refinery was just hemorrhaging benzene into the atmosphere." Rather than comply with the new 1995 federal regulation requiring reductions in such emissions, Cook Industries had tried to conceal its output in a report that it was required to file with the Texas Natural Resource Conservation Commission. Internally, a Cook lawyer conceded that the company's self-reporting was misleading and inaccurate, so the company had then called in Barnes-Solis to provide a more accurate account. She had been working with Cook Industries for 5 years and loved the job because she felt she was contributing directly to the health and safety of employees and the public. As directed, she carefully retabulated the refinery's benzene emissions and found the company had released 15 times more than the legal limit. Her bosses were unhappy with her findings. She had a bachelor's degree in science and environmental health and a master's of science in industrial hygiene, so she knew what she was doing, but nonetheless she redid the math many times. But she kept getting the same unwelcome results. There were a lot of meetings to try and get me to change the number. It was hard, but I held firm to my convictions, she recounted to Bloomberg Markets. She was thus shaken when she saw the subsequent report submitted by Cook to the Texas authorities. It falsified the benzene emissions to 1/149th of the amount she had calculated. When I saw they had actually falsified that document, I had no recourse but to notify the authorities, she told Bloomberg Markets, which described the episode as part of a pattern of outlaw behavior by Cook Industries. On her lunch break, she drove to the state regulator's office and reported the fraud. Defenders of Cook Industries have suggested that the whistleblower was merely a disgruntled employee, looking for a pretext to save her job. But Cook Industries in Corpus Christi was hit with a 97-count indictment on September 28, 2000, charging it with covering up the discharge of 91 metric tons of benzene. The company faced the potential of $352 million in fines, and 4 Cook employees faced potentially long prison sentences and fines of $1.75 million each. The company fought back hard in the courts, trying to withhold hundreds of internal emails about its emissions, but the presiding judge rejected its argument that these were trade secrets, castigating its lawyer as a front man who was trying to impede regulators from discovering the extent of its non-compliance. During the course of the wrangling, the company revealed that it would have cost $7 million to comply with the emission standards. High though the cost might seem, it was dwarfed by the refinery's profits. Prosecutors testified that the Koch's Corpus Christi refinery earned $176 million in profits during 1995 alone. Eventually, Cook Industries pleaded guilty to 1 felony charge of concealment of information about its benzene emissions and paid $10 million in fines, and made another $10 million payment for projects to improve the environment in Corpus Christi. A spokeswoman for the company stressed afterward that the charges against the individual Cook managers had been dropped, and she argued, the government's case ultimately collapsed. David Ullman, the career prosecutor who headed the environmental crimes section of the Justice Department at the time, however, said that to the contrary Cook Industries pleaded guilty to an orchestrated scheme to conceal benzene emissions, a known carcinogen, from regulators and the community. He calls the suit one of the most significant cases ever brought under the Clean Air Act. He notes, environmental crimes are almost always motivated by economics and arrogance, and in the Cook case there was a healthy dose of both. An eye-opening sideline was the company's treatment of Barnes-Solis. For her whistleblowing, she said she was quarantined to an empty office with no responsibilities and no email access. Eventually, she quit and sued the company for harassment, and in 1999 Cook paid her an undisclosed amount in a sealed settlement. Around the same time, another would-be whistleblower, Carnell Green, who was a low-level employee at Cook Industries in Louisiana, said that the company threatened to arrest him if he didn't recant. According to 2 statements that Green gave in 1998 and 1999 to a private investigator who was working for Bill Cook, Green was a pipeline technician and gas meter serviceman for Cook Industries when he ran afoul of the management. He had worked for the company from 1976 until 1996, during which time he said that he was told to sweep mercury spills from the 36 gas meters that he monitored out the door and onto the ground. He said that he was also told to dispose of the old meters, which contained about a quart of mercury each, in dumpsters and to pour additional containers of mercury down the sink, as he witnessed his supervisor doing. Green said the mercury was so pervasive that when he got home, balls of it would roll off his clothes and out of his shoes. After attending a class on hazardous materials in 1996, though. Green said that he sent a report to his supervisors alerting them that mercury posed a serious health hazard and should be disposed of more carefully. Green said his supervisors told him not to talk about it. Soon after, Green said, a man who identified himself as FBI Special Agent Mormon came to interrogate him and accused him of lying about the mercury. He said the official threatened to arrest him and put him in jail if he did not retract his allegations against the company, and also warned him that if he told anyone else, including outside authorities, about the mercury, he would be fired. Green said his immediate supervisor then presented him with a prepared statement to sign, saying there was no mercury at the Cook facilities. Fearing that he would otherwise be imprisoned, Green signed it. Worried about his health, Green said that he nonetheless filed a complaint with OSHA. Cook Industries subsequently fired him, he said, for making false statements. In his statement, Green added that he later learned that Special Agent Mormon worked not for the FBI but for Cook Security in Wichita, Kansas. At the time, Larry M. Mormon was an investigator in Cook Industries' legal department. Mormon later became the director of corporate security for Cook Industries. According to the private investigator, Richard Jim Elroy, soil samples were later taken from one of the locations that Green identified as having been polluted with mercury by Cook Industries and sent to an independent laboratory for testing. The soil samples, according to Elroy's report, were so highly contaminated with mercury that the lab refused to send them back through the U.S. mail and demanded payment for specialized disposal of hazmat substances. But by then, Green had lost his job. Green was just a nice, working-class black guy from Louisiana, trying the best he could to make a living, said Elroy, who took Green's statement while working on behalf of Bill Cook in his litigation against his brothers Charles and David at the time. Cook just runs over these people and then discards them as trash, Elroy said. Asked about Green's allegations, neither Mormon nor the spokesman for Cook Industries responded. But as allegations concerning pollution mounted nationally, federal prosecutors began to piece together an enormous case against the company for violating the Clean Water Act. In 1995, the Justice Department sued Cook for lying about leaking millions of gallons of oil from its pipelines and storage facilities in 6 different states. Federal investigators documented over 300 oil spills during the previous 5 years, including one 100,000-gallon crude oil spill that left a 12-mile-long slick in the bay off Corpus Christi, not far from where the Cook refinery was located. Angela O'Connell, the lead federal prosecutor in the case against Cook Industries, later described it as unlike any other oil company she had ever dealt with, noting that over her 25-year career at the Justice Department she dealt with most of them. They're always operating outside of the system, she told Daniel Schulman, who provides a vivid account of the company's serial lawbreaking in Sons of Wichita. Leaks and spills, she noted, are endemic in the oil business, but she maintained that while other companies would sit down with regulators and admit their failings, Cook Industries repeatedly lied, to avoid penalties. As O'Connell compiled the massive multi-state case against Cook Industries, she developed an uneasy sense that she was being spied on. She thought her trash was being searched, and her phone bugged, but she could never prove it. She was rattled badly enough by the situation that from that point on she monitored everything she said and did, to make sure it couldn't be used against her. Documents show that beginning in 1983 Cook Industries hired a former employee of the U.S. Secret Service, David Nicastro, to assist its security operations. By 1994, Nicastro had his own small investigative firm in Texas, Secure Source, and for the next 4 or 5 years, he confirmed, I worked on different projects for the Koches, including the litigation between the brothers. In court papers, he described his role as conducting numerous investigations for Cook Industries and what he called its entities. Joining Nicastro was Charles Dickey, a former FBI agent. In looking back many years later, O'Connell said she regarded the Koches as dangerous and still felt uncomfortable talking about them. Dropping her voice, as if they might be listening, she recalled, they tried to attack my reputation. She recounted that as she was working on the case against the company, it obtained a meeting with the head of the Environmental Protection Agency at the time, Carol Browner, at which company representatives accused O'Connell of acting overzealously, in an unsuccessful effort to have her removed from the case. They lie about everything, and they get away with it because they're a private company, she says. They obstructed every step of discovery. It was always, I didn't do it, it's not our oil, it's not our pipes. You can't believe anything they say. They definitely don't play the game the way other companies do, she says. On January 13, 2000, O'Connell's division at the Justice Department prevailed. Koch Industries agreed to pay a $30 million fine, which was the biggest in history at that point, for violations of the Clean Water Act. The EPA issued a press release accusing Koch Industries of egregious violations and trumpeting that the huge fine proved that those who try to profit from polluting our environment will pay the price. But O'Connell, who retired from the Justice Department in 2004, was still haunted by the damage from the oil leaks a decade later. The thing is, oil sinks to the bottom and poisons the fish. If people eat it, they get really, really sick, she said. People die. While a few legal violations could be understood as misfortunate accidents, Koch Industries' pattern of pollution was striking not just for its egregiousness but also for its willfulness. As the company was settling the oil spill case that O'Connell brought, its Pine Bend refinery in Rosemount, Minnesota, pleaded guilty to still more violations of the Clean Water Act. The refinery paid an $8 million fine for dumping 1 million gallons of ammonia-contaminated wastewater onto the ground, along with negligently spilling some 600,000 gallons of fuel into a protected natural wetland and the nearby Mississippi River. Earlier the refinery had already paid a $6.9 million fine to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to settle charges stemming from the same violations. In this pollution case, like that in Corpus Christi, government authorities accused Koch of trying to cover up its offenses, in this instance by surreptitiously dumping extra pollutants on weekends and late at night in order to evade monitoring, and later falsifying the records. A former employee, Thomas Holden, who had worked at the Pine Bend refinery, told the Minnesota Star-Tribune, "There were times when, yeah, we lied. We did do that. And I won't cover that up." These misdeeds paled, however, in comparison with what befell two teenagers in the rural town of Lively, Texas, some 50 miles southeast of Dallas, on August 24, 1996. That afternoon, Danielle Smalley, a newly minted high school graduate, was at home in the family trailer, packing her things for college. A friend, Jason Stone, was over, to talk about the farewell party they were planning for her that night. Smalley's father, Danny, a mechanic, was home too, watching sports on television. A faint but increasingly nauseating gassy smell was the only sign that something was amiss. After they could find no source, Danielle and Jason decided to drive to a neighbor's house to report a possible gas leak. The family had no phone of their own. Borrowing Danny Smalley's truck, they set out, but the truck stalled a few hundred yards away. When Danielle, who was at the wheel, tried to restart it, the ignition lit an invisible cloud of butane gas that was leaking from a corroded, underground Koch pipeline that ran not far from the house, setting off a monstrous blast. A towering fireball utterly consumed the truck. Danielle and Jason burned to death. Koch Industries offered Danny Smalley, Danielle's father, money to drop the wrongful death lawsuit he subsequently brought against the company. Like Doreen Carlson, however, the surviving family member wanted more than cash. The pretrial maneuvering was fierce, with Koch Industries reportedly hiring a fleet of top-flight lawyers and a private investigator to tail Smalley. Smalley's lead lawyer, Ted Leon, meanwhile, suspected his law office was being bugged. He hired a security firm to inspect, which discovered that tiny transmitters had been planted in his office. "I'm not saying the Koches did it," the lawyer later said. "I just thought it was very interesting that it happened during the period we were litigating the case." As the two sides prepared for trial, a chilling picture of corporate negligence emerged. An investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board found that Cook Pipeline Company, the unit in charge, knew that the pipeline was corroded and had neither made all of the necessary repairs nor told the 40 or so families living near the explosion site how to handle an emergency. An expert witness for the Smalleys described the pipeline as Swiss cheese. The explosion, according to the witness, Edward Ziegler, a certified oil industry safety expert, resulted from a total failure of a company to follow the regulations, keep their pipeline safe and operate it as the regulations require. For 3 years, the company had in fact stopped using the old pipeline in favor of a newer one. But the company decided to revive the older pipeline when it realized it could make an additional $7 million annually by patching it and using it to carry liquid butane. Bill Caffey, an executive vice president at Cook Industries, admitted in a deposition, Cook Industries is definitely responsible for the death of Danielle Smalley, but he stressed that he had believed that the pipeline was safe when he authorized its use. He praised Charles Cook as admirably focused on complying with safety and other regulations but acknowledged there were financial pressures. We were to work on reducing wasteful spending, he explained. A former employee, Kenneth Wittstein, testified in a deposition that when he brought concerns to his boss at the company about another corroding pipeline, which he feared could cause a fatal accident if ruptured, he was told that it would be cheaper to pay off damages from a lawsuit than make the repairs. Finally getting the chance he had waited for, Danny Smalley took the stand as the last witness in the trial and delivered an enraged soliloquy denouncing the Koches as caring only about money. As he later told 60 Minutes, they said, "We're sorry, Mr. Smalley, that your child lost her life and Jason lost his life. Sorry doesn't get it? They're not sorry. The only thing they looked at was the bottom dollar. How much money would they lose if they shut the pipeline down? They didn't care, all they wanted was the money. If the Koch's cavalier safety practices were a gamble, they lost when the jury rendered its verdict." On October 21, 1999, it found Cook Industries guilty not just of negligence but of malice, too, because it had known about the extreme hazard its decaying pipeline had posed. In his suit, Danny Smalley had asked for $100 million in damages from the company, a staggering sum. The jury, however, imposed a fine almost 3 times larger, demanding Cook Industries pay him $296 million. At the time, it was the largest wrongful death award on record. As they reeled from the verdict, the brothers also faced a growing political crisis. The U.S. Senate had opened an investigation into allegations that the company stole tens of millions of dollars worth of oil from wells on Native Americans' tribal land. After a year-long investigation in 1989, it released a scathing report accusing Cook Oil of a widespread and sophisticated scheme to steal crude oil from Indians and others through fraudulent mismeasuring. The Senate investigation had penetrated Cook Industries' well-guarded secrecy, compelling Charles Cook to be deposed at the company headquarters in Wichita. One committee official recalled him as quietly enraged by the government intrusion. Under oath, Charles admitted that the company had improperly taken approximately $31 million worth of crude oil over a 3-year period from Indian lands but argued that it had been accidental. He told investigators that oil measurement is a very uncertain art. The committee, however, produced evidence showing that none of the other companies buying oil from Indian land at the time had substantial problems with measurements. In fact, the other companies, most of which were far better known, had secretly turned Cook in, because they regarded it as cheating. The Senate investigation was marked by what was becoming a familiar pattern. Those challenging the Koches began to feel that someone was trying to watch and possibly intimidate them. Richard Jim Elroy, who later became a private eye himself, was at the time an FBI agent detailed to the Senate investigation. His specialty had been investigating corruption in Oklahoma, and he had handled a number of tough cases, including some involving organized crime. But he soon faced a situation that he said he had never before encountered. Even when investigating the mafia, he became certain that he was being followed. One day, Elroy stopped his car, jumped out, and confronted the driver who had been tailing him, dragging him out of his car at gunpoint, flashing his FBI identification, and warning him, "Tell your boss the next time he tries this, you'll be in a body bag." Elroy recounted that the driver explained, "I'm a private investigator who works with Koch Industries." The company's legal affairs head reportedly denied hiring private investigators to spy on Elroy. But other Senate investigators had unsettling experiences as well. According to the Senate report, another investigator discovered that a Koch employee tried to get dirt on him from his former wife. The committee's chief counsel, Kenneth Bolin, who had previously worked as a prosecutor against organized crime in New Jersey, believed that one of his assistants was paid to get dirt on him. Luckily, Bolin said, there wasn't any. It wasn't like politics, it was like investigating organized crime, Bolin recalled. Charles Koch, he maintains, is a scary guy to take on. Most people back off, rather than tangling with them, Bolin observed. These people have amassed an amazing amount of unaccountable power. Another young lawyer working on the Senate investigation, Wick Sollers, who later became a managing partner at the blue-chip law firm King & Spalding, also found the experience disturbing. Sollers was an assistant U.S. attorney in Baltimore when the Senate committee recruited him. The company was unhappy with the investigation, he noted. They sent various people to try to stop us, emissaries, lawyers as well as a senator, to try to stop the investigation. The senator in question was the Oklahoma Republican Don Nichols, a social and fiscal conservative who received many campaign contributions from Koch Industries over the years and whose lobbying firm was later hired by the company. Sollers said that several staff members believed that someone was going through their garbage. "We don't know who sent them," Sollers said carefully, "but someone hired private investigators to dig up anything they could." Later, after he left the Senate for King & Spalding, he recalled that an anonymous package was sent to his mentor at the firm, filled with news clippings and court documents meant to sully his reputation. Some of the documents trumpeted the Koch's innocence. "I've not experienced anything like this in any other part of my practice," he said. Someone was trying to intimidate and silence the Koch's critics. "I'm not political, but it was troubling." Christopher Tucker, a witness against the Koch's who testified to committee investigators, also experienced unusual harassment. After accusing Koch Industries of cheating in its oil measurements, he was smeared in newspaper stories as a perjurer, denounced in a letter by 4 senators, and tipped off by his landlady's daughter that men in business suits had taken away his garbage. The basis of the complaint against him was that a professional credential he had cited on his resume wasn't finalized until shortly after he testified. In this instance, when pressed, the company acknowledged initiating the senator's letter against him. "It's very intimidating," Tucker told the reporter Robert Perry. "You have a company with lots of money. They've got more money than many small countries do." The Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs nonetheless released a remarkably damning report on Koch Industries. Afterward, Elroy, who was still an FBI agent, wrote a memo to the U.S. Attorney in Oklahoma City referring a potential criminal case against the company, alleging that it stole oil. Before sending the memo, however, Elroy warned Bill Koch that these developments could result in his brothers going to jail. "Then lock 'em up." Elroy recalled Bill saying, "I did not want my family, my legacy, my father's legacy, to be based on organized crime," Bill told one news outlet. The level of enmity between the brothers had only grown. Soon after Charles and David bought the other 2 brothers out in 1983 for a total of some $800 million, Bill became convinced that he had been cheated out of his fair share of the family fortune, because he thought his brothers had deliberately undervalued the company. In retaliation, Bill had launched a barrage of litigation against Charles and David, and even at one point against their mother. But soon Bill Koch again felt outmaneuvered. After weighing the committee's charges against Koch Industries for 18 months, the Oklahoma City grand jury cleared the company in a decision that was clouded by the kind of intrigue that would characterize the Koch's later political involvement. The nation obtained internal company records showing that in the face of potential criminal charges, the Koch's had launched an emergency strategy aimed at buying political leverage. In Oklahoma, where the grand jury was meeting, they made donations to key politicians, including Senator Nichols. Around the same time, Nichols recommended the appointment of a new U.S. attorney in Oklahoma City to oversee the grand jury investigation. In making his recommendation, Senator Nichols passed over the head of the criminal division in the office and chose a protege, Timothy Leonard, a former Republican state senator with no experience in criminal law whose family had financial interests in oil wells receiving Koch royalties. There were calls for his recusal, but President George H.W. Bush's Justice Department granted his request for a waiver. Nancy Jones, the assistant U.S. attorney in the office who was handling the Oklahoma grand jury investigation of Koch Industries, parsed her words carefully when asked later if political pressure had ended the probe. "You can say this," she said, after a notably long pause. The man who was passed over to be U.S. attorney was a liberal Democrat from out of state, and the one they appointed was a Republican with no federal, criminal, or trial experience. Elroy, the former FBI agent, was less circumspect. In his opinion, Nichols put the kibosh on the prosecution there. He got involved in the appointment of the U.S. attorney. He was getting a tremendous amount of support from Koch. He was their man. He was the best senator money could buy. Nichols summarily dismissed allegations of political interference, saying he was not even aware that the U.S. Attorney's Office was involved in a criminal investigation of Koch. He added that he had never had a conversation with Leonard, the U.S. Attorney, about it. Leonard also denied any impropriety. But Arizona's Democratic Senator, Dennis DeConcini, a former prosecutor who had chaired the Select Committee on Indian Affairs, said at the time, "I was surprised and disappointed. Our evidence was so strong. Our investigation was some of the finest work the Senate has ever done. There was an overwhelming case against Koch." The federal criminal investigation had also been stymied by the mysterious disappearance of key Koch Industries documents. Jones had tried to assemble the record corroborating the Senate testimony so that it wasn't reliant on witnesses whose testimony might be dismissed as the word of disgruntled employees. But when she subpoenaed documents from the company, she was told that many had simply vanished. Discouraged, she eventually gave up and resigned. Elroy also departed. He retired from the FBI and went to work for Bill Koch as a full-time private investigator, ensuring that both sides of the family had their own personal detectives. Bill Koch also retained the services of a former Israeli intelligence officer. "You have to have intelligence," Bill explained when asked about this. "But there are legal ways, and illegal ways to do it." With his hopes fading of seeing his brothers criminally prosecuted, Bill Koch pressed an alternative legal strategy that stirred even greater problems for Koch Industries. In his own display of the family's relentlessness, he filed a whistleblower lawsuit against Koch Industries under the False Claims Act, accusing the company of stealing oil from government lands. A Civil War-era statute allows citizens to bring such qui tam suits in instances where they can prove that private contractors have defrauded the government. It was essentially the same case as the one that the Oklahoma grand jury had rejected, but the level of proof required in civil cases is lower. As the civil case wended its way forward, Elroy went to work, gathering more evidence against Koch Industries. He crisscrossed the country, interviewing 500 potential witnesses. In a fraternal version of the comic Spy vs. Spy, Bill Koch's investigators became convinced that Charles and David had private eyes intercepting their communications. Bill's team resorted to buying a $5,000 secure phone. Suspecting that Bill's lawyer's office had been infiltrated, his team also planted a salacious fake memo on a desk as bait, which his investigator, Elroy, claims the other side soon asked about. "They had a mole who was getting into the lawyer's office," maintains Elroy. "He worked on another floor in the same building, and they were paying him to get into the legal department. Elroy's suspicions were not baseless. A Republican political operative who signed a confidentiality agreement, and so asked not to have his name disclosed, admits that Charles and David Cook hired him, through a law firm, to trek across the country for months, scouring for anything he could find in the way of damaging personal, business, or legal information on their brother Bill. He recalled, it was to find anything that would cause trouble, that could be used like a sharp stick to poke in his eye. The results of one such espionage operation still reside in a padlocked rental storage locker just off a busy highway on the eastern shore of Maryland. Inside the locker, boxes of old files document a remarkable effort by private investigators to compile dirt on Bill Cook. The files contain the confidential work records of a now-defunct private investigative firm called Beckett Brown International. Handwritten notes scrawled on the documents reveal that in 1998 the detective firm was hired to find out if Bill Cook was behind a spate of anti-Cook television advertisements that had begun airing. The ads, which were made by a group calling itself Citizens for a Clean America, showed the Cook brothers stuffing money into their pockets while they polluted the environment. The investigation did in fact point to Bill Cook being behind the group. But it appears that the methods used to unmask him were easily as questionable as his ploy. The files show that the detective firm set up D-lines, which is slang for an operation that digs through garbage containers. They also surreptitiously obtained private telephone records, including those belonging to the advertising executive in Richmond, Virginia, whose small firm had produced one of the anti-Cook commercials. The executive, Barbara Foltz, says that she had no idea any of the Koches were involved. She thought that she was making an ad for a good government group. When she heard 15 years later that investigators had somehow obtained her personal phone records, which still sat in a pile of old files in a locked storage unit on Maryland's eastern shore, many with handwritten notes scrawled about whom she was calling, Foltz said, "That blows my mind. I definitely did not give my phone records to anyone," said Foltz, a grandmother who is now retired. Foltz remembered that many years earlier the Richmond police had called her at 2 a.m. to tell her that the door to her office suite was ajar, which struck her as strange. She wondered if this is how her phone records were obtained. "It's frightening that someone would go into my space looking through my records without me knowing. I'm not political," she said, "but it makes me sad that the awesome freedom we have in the USA can be undermined by sneaky, power-hungry, unethical people." In late 1999, at the same moment that Danny Smalley's wrongful death case went to trial in Texas, Bill Cox's whistleblowing lawsuit alleging that Cook Industries engaged in a deliberate pattern of fraud simultaneously went on trial in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Elroy and other investigators working for Bill Cook had produced a devastating list of witnesses. Under oath, one former Cook employee after the next described stealing oil for the company. "I had to do what they said to do or I wouldn't have a job," one former employee, L.B. Perry, told the jury. In rebuttal, Cook Industries produced its own witnesses, who defended the company's practices as commonplace and legal and debunked its accusers as liars and disgruntled employees. But the turning point in the trial was reached when Phil Dubose, a Louisianan who had worked for Cook Industries for 27 years before being laid off in 1994, took the stand. Dubose had started as a gauger, one of the grunts who measure crude oil as it's bought from suppliers, and had worked his way up to a senior management post supervising the company's transport of oil up and down the eastern seaboard. He oversaw 4,000 miles of pipeline, 186 trucks, and a full marine division of barges. Dubose took the stand and testified about what he and other employees called the Cook method. As he later described it, they were just mismeasuring crude oil from the Indian reservations as they did all over the U.S. If you bought crude, you'd shorten the gauge. They'd show you how. They had meters in the field. They'd recalibrate them, so if it showed a barrel, they'd say it was just 3/4 of a barrel when they were buying it. You did it in different ways. You cheated. If we sold a barge with 1,500 barrels, you'd say it was 2,000. It all involved weights and measurements, and they had their thumb on the scale. That was the Cook method. Bill Cox investigators said they had stumbled across Dubose blindly, going down a list of former Cook employees. Not long before they knocked on Dubose's door, he had suffered a family tragedy and become more religious. When they arrived to ask him questions about Cook Industries, Dubose said he'd try to answer as best he could. As he began talking, in his Louisiana drawl, they knew they had struck another kind of gusher and invaluable witness. Dubose contended, the Kochs never did play by the rules. They had their own playing field. They just didn't abide by anything. Not the EPA or anything else. They constantly polluted. If they got fined, it didn't matter, because they made so much money doing it. We never reported things like busted pipeline out in the field. Otherwise, we'd get fined. When we spilled oil, we never reported the real amount. We were told to do that, to keep our costs down. The Kochs expected us to lie and try to cover it up, he said. Dubose maintained that the pressure to keep costs low was intense and, he believed, sprang from the top, infusing every level of the company. If your books were short for more than a month or two, you'd be looking for a job, he said. Perhaps because he had been laid off without explanation, he was bitter, but he made an indelible impression. They got that money dishonestly, he asserted. They made it off the girls and the boys in the trenches, through their deceit. You don't have to be a genius like Bill Gates to make money the way they did, he concluded. They just did it by breaking the rules all over the country. Before the trial ended, Charles Cook himself took the stand, while his wife as well as David and David's wife, Julia, all watched. He denied defrauding the government and argued that if oil producers believed his company cheated, they would have sold their oil to the Kochs' competitors instead. Evidently, the jury wasn't convinced. On December 23, 1999, it found Cook Industries guilty of making 24,587 false claims to the government. The company faced a potential fine of more than $200 million. As an additional insult, it would have to pay up to a quarter of the penalty to Bill Cook, who triumphantly declared to the press, "This shows they are the biggest crooks in the oil industry." It was the first time they were defeated, said Dubose, looking back. We won because they didn't have a weapon as big as the one we used. Asked to what he was referring, he answered, "The truth." In the end, Cook Industries settled Bill Cox's whistleblower suit for $25 million. While most of the fines went to the federal government, the company paid over $7 million to Bill, along with his legal fees. As part of what came to be known in the family as the Global Settlement, by mid-2001 the Waring brothers finally also agreed to a ceasefire. Charles, David, and Bill signed a pact promising no further litigation and agreeing to a binding non-disparagement clause that imposed hefty escalating financial penalties for violations. On at least one occasion when Bill spoke too freely about his brothers, the general counsel for Cook Industries warned him that he was risking a fine. The pact bought an uneasy peace. But the damage to the company's image, and to the family's reputation, was already profound. The Cook Industries spokeswoman Melissa Kalmia has said that the Kochs' serious legal losses were a learning experience and that as a result the company stepped up its corporate compliance efforts. After the 1990s, the company's overall environmental record did improve some, although in 2010 the company was still rated as one of the top 10 air polluters in the United States by the Political Economy Research Institute at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. In 2012, the Environmental Protection Agency's database revealed Cook Industries to be the #1 producer of toxic waste in the country. Producing 950 million pounds of toxic waste, it topped the list of 8,000 companies required by law to account for their handling of 650 toxic and carcinogenic chemicals spun off by industrial processes. Charles Cook has acknowledged that he miscalculated earlier, writing in his 2007 book, The Science of Success, "We were caught unprepared by the rapid increase in regulation." As he explained it, while business was becoming increasingly regulated, We kept thinking and acting as if we lived in a pure market economy. From Charles's standpoint, the problem wasn't so much Koch Industries' conduct as the legal regime in which it operated. He seemed to be arguing that in the pure market economy that he favored, no such regulations would exist. As the Koches took stock, it was clear that America was far from the laissez-faire utopia they idealized in the Freedom School. Having had their company fined hundreds of millions of dollars, labeled crooked by the U.S. Senate, and barely escaping federal criminal prosecution, the Koches retooled. They sold off many of their most troublesome pipelines, paring their holdings down to 4,000 miles, and they moved heavily into the finance sector, trading commodities and derivatives, where regulations and oversight were weaker. They diversified rapidly, acquiring DuPont's synthetic textile division, Invista, for $4.1 billion in 2004, which made them the world's producers of Lycra and other well-known brands such as Stainmaster Carpet. A year later, in 2005, they bought out Georgia-Pacific, the huge wood products company, for $21 billion, which made them among the world's biggest manufacturers of plywood, laminates, and ubiquitous paper products like Dixie cups, brawny paper towels, and quilted northern toilet paper. It also made them a major producer of formaldehyde, whose classification as a human carcinogen Koch Industries quietly fought, despite David Koch's public philanthropic support for cancer research. The clash between Koch Industries' corporate interests and David Koch's philanthropic work surfaced publicly in 2009. While David Koch sat on the advisory board of the National Cancer Institute, NCI, and the National Institutes of Health was concluding that formaldehyde should be treated as a known human carcinogen, a top executive at Georgia-Pacific protested the government's findings. Trailer Champion, the company's vice president of environmental affairs, sent a formal letter of protest to federal health authorities stating that the company strongly disagrees with the NIH's conclusion that formaldehyde should be treated as a known human carcinogen. David Koch neither recused himself from the NCI's advisory board nor divested himself of his company's stock while the carcinogenic properties of formaldehyde were evaluated. When questions were raised, Koch, who had undergone rounds of advanced treatment for prostate cancer, was incensed that anyone could question his integrity. But James Huff, deputy director at the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, a division of the NIH, said it was disgusting for Koch to be serving on the advisory board. It's just not good public health, he said. Vested interests should not be on the board. Those boards are very important. They're very influential as to whether NCI goes into formaldehyde or not. Billions and billions are involved in formaldehyde. Harold Varmus, a former director of the National Cancer Institute, who knew Koch as a donor to scientific institutions, noted that many philanthropists had large business interests but admitted that he was surprised to learn of the company's stance on formaldehyde. The Koch's corporate interests clashed with their philosophical positions on other issues as well, including their opposition to government-supported crony capitalism. Koch Industries took full advantage of a panoply of federal subsidies, ranging from artificially low grazing fees on the 40% of their 500,000 acres of cattle ranches that used federal lands, to a deal with the Bush administration in 2002 to sell 8 million barrels of crude oil to fill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a federal supply set aside as a hedge against market disruptions. Can you think of any more anti-free market tool than the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Asked a former Koch executive. Energy doesn't operate in a free market, he pointed out. Koch Industries' practices belied its owners' virtuous talk in other ways, too. According to an investigative report by Bloomberg Markets, Koch Industries was involved in improper payments to win business in Africa, India, and the Middle East and had sold millions of dollars of petrochemical equipment to Iran, a country the U.S. identifies as a sponsor of global terrorism. The report suggested that the Koch's Iranian deals flouted a trade ban put in place against the outlaw state by President Clinton in 1995. Koch Industries acknowledged that it had helped Iran build what became the largest methanol plant in the world in the midst of the trade embargo but insisted that the deal had been structured in a strictly legal way, by relying on foreign subsidiaries. The company subsequently fired the employee who exposed the controversial practices. Yet as Charles and David continued to plow 90% of their company's profits back into their business, a strategy they often noted would be impossible if they were required to pay quarterly dividends to public shareholders. Its revenues grew phenomenally. In 1960, it grossed a healthy $70 million, but by 2006 it was grossing an astounding $90 billion. It is beyond spectacular, one Wall Street investment banker, Roger Altman of Evercore, observed. It's just gigantically successful. It is in everything. Chapter 5. The Cocktopus, Free Market Machine. After suffering humiliating losses in the courts and Congress, the Kochs began to retool their approach not just to business but also to politics. They began to engage far more strategically, funneling money into the pursuit of power in a whole new way. More than anyone else, the man behind the Kochs' political transformation was Richard Fink, nicknamed the Pirate by detractors within their sphere for the handsome living he made on their payroll. Fink was famous for flying to Wichita in the late 1970s as a 27-year-old graduate student, wearing a garish blue tie, a checkered shirt, and a brand new white-piped black polyester suit, to beg for money from Charles. "What a jackass I looked like," he later admitted. After growing up in Maplewood, New Jersey, in a family that he joked made The Sopranos look like a home movie, Fink had become a devotee of Austrian free market theory. He hoped Charles would fund a program in it at Rutgers in New Jersey, where he was teaching part-time while pursuing a graduate degree at NYU. Courses in Austrian economics were as rare as Viennese waltzes in most colleges at that time. But soon after Fink made the pitch, Charles pledged $150,000 for the program. When Fink later asked Charles why he'd thrown so much money at a long-haired, bearded graduate student in a shiny disco suit, Charles had supposedly quipped, "I like polyester. It's petroleum-based." By the late 1980s, Fink had supplanted Cato's Ed Crane as Charles Koch's main political lieutenant. Unlike Crane, who was interested in libertarian ideas but regarded it as creepy when you have to deal with politicians, Fink was fascinated by the nuts and bolts of power. After studying the Kochs' political problems for 6 months, he drew up a practical blueprint, ostensibly inspired by Hayek's model of production, that impressed Charles by going beyond where his own 1976 paper on the subject had left off. Called The Structure of Social Change, it approached the manufacture of political change like any other product. As Fink later described it in a talk, it laid out a 3-phase takeover of American politics. The first phase required an investment in intellectuals whose ideas would serve as the raw products. The second required an investment in think tanks that would turn the ideas into marketable policies. And the third phase required the subsidization of citizens groups that would, along with special interests, pressure elected officials to implement the policies. It was in essence a libertarian production line, waiting only to be bought, assembled, and switched on. Fink's plan was tailor-made for Charles Koch, who deeply admired Hayek and approached both business and politics with the systematic mindset of an engineer. While some might find it disturbing to regard the democratic process as a factory, Charles soon adopted the approach as his own. As he told Brian Doherty, the libertarian writer, to bring about social change requires a strategy that is vertically and horizontally integrated. It must span, he said, from idea creation to policy development to education to grassroots organizations to lobbying to political action. Before long, libertarian wags had dubbed the Kochs' publicity-shy, multi-armed assembly line the Cocktopus, a name that stuck. In contrast to their idealistic but amateurish approach during the old Libertarian Party days, with Fink's help the Kochs' methods became decidedly more pragmatic. Facing serious threats to their business, they began playing the Washington political game as aggressively as any other corporation, if not more so. After the public relations fiasco of the Senate hearings into Indian oil theft, for instance, Koch Industries crossed ideological lines to hire Robert Strauss, the former chairman of the Democratic National Committee, who was by then Washington's premier lobbyist. The company soon opened an office in the capital, which grew into a formidable in-house lobbying operation. Fink explained that it had been necessary for the company to establish a presence in Washington because it had felt so brutalized by the process and lacked corporate defense capabilities. The Kochs had previously disdained conventional politics, but now they became major Republican donors. It was the investigation that got them to the Republican Party, notes Kenneth Bolin, the former counsel to the Senate's investigative committee. Before that, he points out, Charles had been so far right he was off in the ether. They thought Reagan was a sellout. But they were worried about their business. It was about power. Doherty saw the Kochs' embrace of the Republican Party in much the same way. He credits the Kochs with being by far the largest funders of libertarian ideas, but notes they also became direct funders of Republican politicians for all the same reasons other businesses are. It confuses a lot of people in the libertarian world, who think of them as sellouts, he conceded. Their investment quickly transformed the brothers' political status. By 1996, they had grown into major players in the Republican Party. David Cook went from dismissing Bob Dole, the senator from Kansas, the home of Cook Industries, as just another establishment politician with no moral principles, in the early 1980s, to becoming the vice chair of Dole's 1996 presidential campaign against Bill Clinton. No longer an outsider, the Cook family became Dole's third-largest financial backer. David Cook in fact hosted a birthday party for Dole, at which the candidate raised $150,000. Dole reportedly helped the Kochs, too. Critics said he did them a legislative favor designed to indemnify companies like theirs that had been charged with regulatory violations from having to pay huge federal legal fines. But the proposed legislative fix died when a sudden outbreak of salmonella in hamburgers scared Congress from weakening such penalties. Had it passed, though, it would have nullified tens of millions of dollars in fines that had been levied on Cook Industries. According to the Washington Post, Cook Industries did succeed in getting Dole's help on another matter, an exemption from a new real estate depreciation schedule, a favor that saved the company millions of dollars. As Dole conceded decades later, after he retired from politics, "I've always believed when people give big money, they maybe silently expect something in return." The Kochs' affinity for hardball in politics, as in business, soon stirred controversy. In 1997, they became the focus of yet another Senate investigation. That year, the Clintons were in the headlines for campaign finance scandals ranging from virtually renting the Lincoln bedroom to big donors to taking contributions from a dubious Democratic bundler who later pleaded guilty to raising some of the money from China. The bundler, Johnny Chung, had infamously said, "I see the White House is like a subway. You have to put in coins to open the gates." In retaliation, the Democrats in the Senate, who were in the minority, conducted their own much less noticed probe, which soon led to the two little-known brothers from Wichita. The Democrats produced a scathing report exposing what they called an audacious scheme by undisclosed big donors to illegally buy elections in the final moments of the 1996 campaign. It was undertaken by a suspicious shell corporation called Triad Management Services that had paid more than $3 million for unusually harsh attack ads against Democratic candidates in 29 races. More than half of the advertising money came from an obscure nonprofit group whose real source of funds was a mystery, the Economic Education Trust. The Senate committee's investigators believed that the trust was in fact financed in whole or in part by Charles and David Cook of Wichita, Kansas. The trust was a front group, according to the Senate report, designed to conceal the real donors' identities, in violation of campaign finance laws. The brothers, who had long opposed restrictions on their political spending, were suspected of having secretly paid for the attack ads, most of which aired in states where Cook Industries did business. In Kansas, where Triad Management was especially active, the funds were suspected of having tipped the outcome in 4 close races. The conservative Republican Sam Brownback's race for the U.S. Senate received a special boost, which included a barrage of phone calls informing voters that his opponent, Jill Docking, was a Jew. The shady victories in Kansas had national impact, helping Republicans retain control of the House of Representatives, despite President Clinton's re-election. The Kochs, when asked by reporters if they had given the money, refused to comment. Charles Cook also failed to respond to an inquiry from the Senate investigators. In 1998, however, the Wall Street Journal finally confirmed a link, noting that a consultant on the Kochs' payroll had been involved in the scheme. Republicans argued that they were simply trying to balance the score against spending by labor unions, but in 1998 business outspent labor by a ratio of 12-1. In the end, the Federal Election Commission ruled that the Triad scheme was illegal and fined its president and founder, Carolyn Malnick. Other participants, however, were never identified. Charles Lewis, who heads the investigative reporting workshop at American University and who founded the Center for Public Integrity, a nonpartisan watchdog group, describes the Triad scandal of 1996 as a historic moment in American politics. There had of course been many bigger campaign scandals before then. But Triad was a new model. He said it was the first time a major corporation used a tax-exempt nonprofit as a front group or, as he put it, a cutout to secretly influence elections in a threatening way. He said the Kochs showed that you could dump $1 million on someone's head by using cutouts. After reporting on political corruption in Washington for years, Lewis concluded that Koch Industries was the poster child of a company run amok. What made the Koch family's growing financial role in American politics extraordinary was not just its willingness to flout the rules but also the way that in accordance with Fink's plan it merged all forms of political spending, campaign, lobbying, and philanthropic into one investment aimed at paying huge future dividends to the donors. Lewis's investigative reporting workshop spent a year in 2013 culling through the Kochs' financial records and concluded that their operation was unprecedented in size, scope, and funding, and also in the way that it was mutually reinforcing to the direct financial and political interests of Koch Industries. In 1992, David Koch likened the brothers' multi-pronged political strategy to that of venture capitalists with diversified portfolios. My overall concept is to minimize the role of government and to maximize the role of the private economy and to maximize personal freedoms, he told the National Journal. By supporting all of these different nonprofit organizations, I am trying to support different approaches to achieve those objectives. It's almost like an investor investing in a whole variety of companies. He achieves diversity and balance. And he hedges his bets. What resulted from this approach was a complicated flowchart enabling the Kochs to use their fortune to influence public policy from an astounding number of different directions at once. At the top, the funds all came from the same source, the Kochs. And in the end, the contributions all served the same pro-business, limited government goals. But they funneled the money simultaneously through three different kinds of channels. They made political contributions to party committees and candidates, such as Dole. Their business made contributions through its political action committee and exerted influence by lobbying. And they founded numerous nonprofit groups, which they filled with tax-deductible contributions from their private foundations. Other wealthy activists made political contributions, and other companies lobbied. But the Kochs' strategic and largely covert philanthropic spending became their great force magnifier. By 1990, enterprising conservative and libertarian activists were wearing a path to Wichita, where they, like Fink before them, would pitch their proposals to Charles Koch in hopes of his patronage. Typical was the experience in 1991 of two former Reagan administration lawyers, Clint Bolick, a former aide to Clarence Thomas, and William Chip Meller III, in search of seed money for a new kind of aggressive, right-wing public interest law firm that would litigate against government regulations in favor of economic liberty. Meller recalled thinking, "Who else would give us enough money to be serious?" According to Meller, after lower-level aides initially turned down the proposal, Charles Koch himself committed $1.5 million on the spot, but with strings attached, keeping him in control. As Meller recalled, he said, "Here's what I'm going to do. I'll give you up to $500,000 a year for 3 years, each year, but you have to come back each year and demonstrate that you've met these milestones that you've set out to accomplish, and I will evaluate it on a yearly basis, and there's no guarantees." The legal group, the Institute for Justice, went on to bring numerous successful cases against government regulations, including campaign finance laws, several of which reached the Supreme Court. In recent years, a prescient news story noted in 1992, money from Wichita has gushed into the coffers of virtually every Washington think tank and public interest group dedicated to free market economics and the libertarian credo of minuscule government regulation. In 1990 alone, the article noted, the 3 main private foundations controlled by Charles and David Cook dispersed $4 million to such ostensibly nonpartisan but politically motivated groups. Few outside the rarefied world of far-right, laissez-faire economics noticed, but the Koch's multidimensional political spending kept growing. Between 1998 and 2008, for instance, Charles Koch's private fund, the Charles G. Cook Charitable Foundation, made more than $48 million in tax-deductible grants, primarily to groups promoting his political views. The Claude R. Lamb Charitable Foundation, which was controlled by Charles and his wife, Liz, along with 2 company employees and an accountant, similarly made more than $28 million in tax-deductible grants. David Koch's fund, the David H. Cook Charitable Foundation, made more than $120 million in tax-deductible grants, many to cultural and scientific projects rather than political. Meanwhile, during those years Cook Industries spent more than $50 million on lobbying. Separately, the company's Political Action Committee, Cook PAC, donated some $8 million to political campaigns, more than 80% of it to Republicans. In addition, the Kochs and other family members spent millions more on personal campaign contributions. Only the Kochs know precisely how much they spent on this sprawling political enterprise, because the public record remains incomplete. By dispersing much of the money through a labyrinth of nonprofit groups, the Kochs made the full extent of their political investment difficult if not impossible for the public to detect. In 2008 alone, public tax records indicate that the 3 main Cook family foundations gave money to 34 different political and policy organizations, 3 of which they founded and several of which they directed. There were some legal boundaries. By law, tax-exempt charities, which the IRS designates as 501(c)(3)(s), must refrain from involvement in lobbying and electoral politics and serve the public rather than their donors' interests. But such laws are rarely enforced and are subject to flexible interpretation. Critics began to complain that the Koch's approach to philanthropy subverted the purpose of tax-exempt charitable giving. A 2004 report by the National Committee for Responsive Philanthropy, a watchdog group, found the Koch's philanthropy self-serving. These foundations give money to nonprofit organizations that do research and advocacy on issues that impact the profit margin of Cook Industries, it charged. But the Kochs defended the millions they gave to groups fighting environmental regulations and supporting lower taxes on industry and the rich as public-spirited. Several longtime associates questioned this. Gus Riga, the former family friend, suggested that the Koch's youthful ardor for libertarianism had largely devolved into a rationale for corporate self-interest. Perhaps he has confused making money with freedom, he said of Charles. One conservative who worked closely with the Kochs but declined to be identified in order not to inflame the relationship went so far as to call their tax-exempt giving a shell game. He contended they merely saw philanthropy as preferable to paying taxes. People say, "Wow, they're so generous," he marveled. It's just the best available option for them. If they didn't give it to their causes, they would have to give it to the government. At least this way they control how it's spent. He noted that by blending their corporate and charitable work, they draw some pretty fine lines. It's really another form of lobbying. But he conceded, they built a pretty amazing machine. From the start, the Kochs exerted unusually tight personal control over their philanthropic endeavors. "If we're going to give a lot of money, we'll make darn sure they spend it in a way that goes along with our intent," David Koch has acknowledged. "And if they make a wrong turn and start doing things we don't agree with," he told Doherty, "we withdraw funding." An early example of Charles Koch flexing his muscles took place at the Cato Institute in 1981, when he fired one of the think tank's 5 original stockholders. Ironically, although Charles had criticized Robert Welch for turning the John Birch Society into a cult of personality by flaunting his ownership of the organization's stock, Charles had set Cato up in the same way, as a nonprofit with stockholders, who picked the board of directors. The arrangement was rare in the nonprofit world. But as Charles had observed of the John Birch Society, it guaranteed the directors an unusual measure of continuing control. The director whom Charles fired at Cato was a major figure in libertarian circles, Murray Rothbard, a radical Upper West Side Jewish intellectual whose work Charles had subsidized in happier days. Rothbard called the putsch iniquitous, high-handed, and illegal. He went on to claim that Charles had confiscated the shares which I had naively left in Koch's Wichita office for safekeeping, an act clearly in violation of our agreement as well as contrary to every tenet of libertarian principle. Some suspected that Rothbard, an Austrian economic school purist, was fired for criticizing Koch, whom he had accused of watering down unpopular libertarian positions in order to get more votes for his brother's 1980 candidacy. The platform, for instance, had pulled back from advocating the complete abolition of all income taxes. It also called for shrinking rather than abolishing the military. The controversy set off alarms in the hothouse libertarian community, marking Charles in the eyes of those who took Rothbard's side as ruthless and rapacious, more interested in power than in principle. Charles's drive for control was the focus later of testimony that Rothbard gave in one of the many rounds of fights between the four Koch brothers over their patrimony. A memo summarizing Rothbard's prospective testimony quoted him saying that Charles cannot tolerate dissent and will go to any end to acquire/retain control over the nonprofit foundations with which he is associated. Rothbard accused Charles of dictating everything from the office decor to the design of Cato's stationery. Further, he alleged that while Charles wanted absolute control of the nonprofits with which he was associated, he was intent on being able to spend other people's money. This criticism would later be reprised in connection with the Koch seminars, which some saw as Charles's means of creating a political slush fund filled with other people's money but under his own control. Rothbard also accused Charles of using nonprofit organizations to acquire access to, and respect from, influential people in government. In the mid-1980s, as called for in the first phase of Fink's plan, the Kochs also began to establish an academic beachhead of their own. Their particular focus was on George Mason University, a little-known campus of Virginia's prestigious higher education system, located in the Washington suburbs. In 1977, the Washington Post described the school as toiling in the wilderness of obscurity. By 1981, Fink had moved his Austrian economics program there from Rutgers, eventually naming it the Mercatus Center. The think tank was entirely funded by outside donations, largely from the Kochs, but it was located in the midst of the public university's campus, so it touted itself, somewhat misleadingly, as the world's premier university source for market-oriented ideas bridging the gap between academic ideas and real-world problems. Financial records show that the Koch family foundations donated some $30 million to the school, much of it going to the Mercatus Center. The Washington Post described Mercatus as a staunchly anti-regulatory center funded largely by Koch Industries Incorporated. This, however, raised questions about whether the Mercatus Center was in fact an independent intellectual center or an extension of the Kochs' lobbying operation. Clayton Coppin, who taught history at George Mason and compiled the confidential study of Charles's political activities for Bill Koch, describes Mercatus outright in his report as a lobbying group disguised as a disinterested academic program. The arrangement, he points out, had financial advantages for the Kochs, because it enabled Charles to have a tax deduction for financing a group, which for all practical purposes is a lobbying group for his corporate interest. Sharing a building with the Mercatus Center was the heavily Cook-funded Institute for Humane Studies, chaired by Charles Cook. The IHS was founded by F.A. Baldy Harper, a free market fundamentalist who had been a trustee at the Freedom School, where he had written essays for the Freeman, calling taxes theft, welfare immoral, and labor union slavery, and opposing court-ordered remedies to racial segregation. Charles Cook had eulogized Harper glowingly, saying, "Of all the teachers of liberty, none was as well beloved as Baldy, for it was he who taught the teachers and, in teaching, taught them humility and gentleness." The aim of the IHS was to cultivate and subsidize a farm team of the next generation's libertarian scholars. Anxious at one point that the war of ideas was proceeding too slowly, Charles reportedly demanded better metrics with which to monitor students' political views. To the dismay of some faculty members, applicants' essays had to be run through computers in order to count the number of times they mentioned the free market icons Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman. Students were tested at the beginning and the end of each week for ideological improvement. The institute also housed the Charles G. Cook Summer Internship Program, a paid fellowship placing students who shared the Koch's views in like-minded nonprofit groups, where they could join the Libertarian Network. George Mason's economics department, meanwhile, became a hotbed of controversial theories that began to transform Americans' tax bills, serving as an incubator for the supply-side tax cuts in the Reagan administration that hugely advantaged the rich. Paul Craig Roberts, an adjunct professor at GMU, drafted a precursor to the first supply-side tax cut bill of the Reagan era, which was introduced by his former boss Congressman Jack Kemp. While these tax cuts starved the government, George Mason also belittled its role philosophically. A star on its faculty was James Buchanan, the founder of public choice theory, who often described his approach as politics without romance because he categorized elected officials and public servants as just another greedy, self-aggrandizing private interest group, a view popular with anti-government libertarians. In 1986, Buchanan was awarded a Nobel Prize in economics. Liberal economists were aghast. Robert Lekakeman, for instance, lambasted Buchanan for reducing all human behavior to simple self-interest. The prize nonetheless was an indisputable achievement, helping to put the school, and libertarianism, on the map. Julian Sanchez, a fellow at the Cato Institute, soon exalted George Mason as a libertarian mecca, saying, "It may well be the most heavily libertarian-staffed institution of higher education in the country." Liberals, however, regarded the Koch's singular influence over the school with suspicion. "It's ground zero for deregulation policy in Washington," said Rob Stein, the Democratic political strategist who studied how the right wing spent money. Noting the Koch's unusually large role, he said, "George Mason is a public university and receives public funds. Virginia is hosting an institution that the Koch's practically control." The many hats that Rich Fink wore only underscored critics' concerns. As he grew in importance to Charles Cook, Fink relinquished his formal role at the Mercatus Center, handing its stewardship off to a protege, and joined Cook Industries as its head of lobbying but remained on the university's prestigious Board of Visitors. He also was at one point the president of the Charles G. Cook Charitable Foundation, the president of the Claude R. Lamb Charitable Foundation, a director of the Fred C. and Mary R. Cook Foundation, and an integral member of several of the Koch's political groups. The fungibility of his roles hinted at the fine line between nonprofit and for-profit pursuits within the Koch's enterprise. As Fink's star rose, Crane's fell. Crane still ran the Cato Institute, but in 1992 Charles Cook resigned from the Libertarian think tank's board, although David remained a trustee. Associates suspected that Crane, who didn't take orders gladly, had not demonstrated sufficient fealty to his patron. Crane had privately ridiculed Charles's management philosophy, which Charles trademarked under the name Market-Based Management, or MBM, and later distilled into his book The Science of Success. In essence, Charles believed that businesses' corporate culture should replicate the competitiveness of the free market. Employees at almost every level of his company were compensated on the basis of the value they created, competing with each other for bonuses, which constituted large portions of their annual pay. Charles described MBM as a holistic system containing 5 dimensions: vision, virtue and talents, knowledge processes, decision rights and incentives. Some company employees privately mocked the cutthroat culture that MBM fostered as making the brothers money. Forbes, too, lampooned Charles a bit, in its review of his book, describing him as an autodidact who had almost a Marxist faith in fixed laws that govern human well-being and whose system for grading employees was especially obtuse. Despite the mixed reviews, Charles insisted that personnel in all corners of his enterprise adhere to his system, setting aside regular time to practice and review the techniques. It became exactly the kind of bureaucracy that libertarians detest, noted one former employee, before adding, "He's the billionaire, not me, so who knows?" Market-based management embraced the notion that employees at every level, even the bottom, might have superior ideas to those at the top. Theoretically, it was an egalitarian approach, yet how open Charles really was to those like Crane who challenged his top-down authority is debatable. Many found him remarkably humble for one of the wealthiest men in the world, noting that he lunched regularly in the company cafeteria alongside his employees. But in a 1999 speech, Charles likened his fixed beliefs to those of Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism. In that, "I echo Martin Luther," he said of his own free market views. "Here I stand. I can do no other." The comparison was revealing. In any case, Crane was less than reverent when Charles tried to impose his management system on the Cato Institute. From his large office in Cato's strikingly modern, light-filled Washington headquarters, Crane later made clear that he regarded Charles as a serious thinker and an exemplary businessman, but he couldn't help but poke fun at MBM. "He thinks he's a genius. He's the emperor, and he's convinced he's wearing clothes," Crane said with a snicker. Fink, by contrast, was much more solicitous of Charles's ideas. "Ritchie exploited MBM to the hilt," a Cato official said of Fink. "He took over with a shiv in Crane's back. He's well named." With Cato and the Institute for Humane Studies, the Kochs checked off the first item on Fink's shopping list for social change institutions that could hatch scholarly ideas in line with their own thinking. The Mercatus Center checked off the second item, a more practical organization aimed at promoting these ideas into action. Its location, just across the Potomac from the Capitol, was a bonus, enabling its fellows to testify regularly as independent experts at congressional hearings. By 2004, the Wall Street Journal dubbed it the most important think tank you've never heard of and noted that 14 of the 23 regulations that President George W. Bush placed on a hit list had been suggested by Mercatus scholars. 8 of those were environmental protections. Fink told the paper that the Kochs have other means of fighting their battles and that the Mercatus Center does not actively promote the company's private interests. But Thomas McGarity, a law professor at the University of Texas who specialized in environmental issues, argued that Koch has been constantly in trouble with the EPA, and Mercatus has constantly hammered on the agency. One environmental lawyer who clashed repeatedly with the Mercatus Center dismissed it as a lobbying shop dressed up as a nonprofit, calling it a means of laundering economic aims. The lawyer explained the strategy: you take corporate money and give it to a neutral-sounding think tank, which hires people with pedigrees and academic degrees who put out credible-seeming studies. But they all coincide perfectly with the economic interests of their funders. In 1997, for instance, the EPA moved to reduce surface ozone, a form of air pollution caused, in part, by emissions from oil refineries. Susan Dudley, an economist who became a top official at the Mercatus Center, came up with a novel criticism of the proposed rule. The EPA, she argued, had not taken into account that by blocking the sun, smog cut down on cases of skin cancer. She claimed that if pollution were controlled, it would cause up to 11,000 additional cases of skin cancer each year. In 1999, the District of Columbia Circuit Court embraced Dudley's pro-smog argument. Evaluating the EPA rule, the court found that the EPA had explicitly disregarded the possible health benefits of ozone. In another part of the opinion, the court also ruled, 2-1, that the EPA had overstepped its authority. Afterward, the Constitutional Accountability Center, a watchdog group, revealed that the judges in the majority had previously attended one of the all-expenses-paid legal seminars for judges that were heavily funded by the Koch's foundations. This one had taken place on a Montana ranch run by a group that the Koch's helped subsidize called the Foundation for Research on Economics and the Environment. The judges claimed that their decision was unaffected by the junket. Their embrace of the Mercatus Center's novel argument, however, soon proved embarrassing. The Supreme Court overruled their position unanimously, noting that the Clean Air Act's standards are absolute and not subject to cost-benefit analysis. Although their side lost in the end, the case illustrated that the Koch's ideological pipeline was humming. The most fateful Mercatus Center hire might have been Wendy Graham, an economist and director at the giant Texas energy company Enron, who was the wife of Senator Phil Graham, the powerful Texas Republican. In the mid-1990s, she became the head of Mercatus's Regulatory Studies program. There, she pushed Congress to support what came to be known as the Enron loophole, exempting the type of energy derivatives from which Enron profited from regulatory oversight. Both Enron and Koch Industries, which also was a major trader of derivatives, lobbied desperately for the loophole. Koch claimed there was no need for government policing because corporations' concern for their reputations would cause them to self-regulate. Some experts foresaw danger. In 1998, Brooks Lee-Born, chair of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, warned that the lucrative but risky derivatives market needed more government oversight. But Senator Graham, who chaired the Senate Banking Committee, ignored such warnings, crafting a deregulatory bill made to order for Enron and Koch, called the Commodity Futures Modernization Act. Despite Born's warning, the Clinton administration embraced the exemptions too, swayed by Wall Street pressure. In 2001, Enron collapsed in a heap of bogus financial statements and fraudulent accounting practices. But Wendy Graham had pocketed up to $1.8 million from Enron the year after arguing for the loophole. And it emerged that before going under, Enron had made substantial campaign contributions to Senator Graham, while its chairman, Kenneth Lay, had given money to the Mercatus Center. By the end of 2002, the Grahams had gone into semi-retirement, but at the Mercatus Center the zeal to exempt enormously risky markets, including energy derivatives favored by Koch Industries, lived on. The consequences wouldn't become fully visible until the economic crash of 2008. By then, George Mason University was both the largest single recipient of Koch funds for higher education and the largest research university in Virginia. George Mason was the Koch's largest libertarian academic project but far from the only one. By 2015, according to an internal list, the Charles Koch Foundation was subsidizing pro-business, anti-regulatory, and anti-tax programs in 307 different institutions of higher education in America and had plans to expand into 18 more. The schools ranged from cash-hungry West Virginia University to Brown University, where the Koch's, in the tradition of the Olin Foundation, established an Ivy League beachhead. At Brown, which is often thought of as the most liberal of the Ivy schools, Charles Koch's Foundation gave $147,154 in 2009 to the Political Theory Project, a freshman seminar in free market classics taught by a libertarian, Professor John Tomasi. After a whole semester of Hayek, it's hard to shake them off that perspective over the next 4 years, Tomasi confided slyly, according to a conservative publication. Charles Koch's Foundation gave additional funds to Brown to support faculty research and postdoctoral candidates in such topics as why bank deregulation is good for the poor. At West Virginia University, the Charles Cook Foundation's donation of $965,000 to create the Center for Free Enterprise came with some strings attached. The foundation required the school to give it a say over the professors it funded, in violation of traditional standards of academic independence. The Koch's investment had an outsized impact in the small, poor state where coal, in which the Koch's had a financial interest, ruled. One of the WU professors approved for funding, Russell Sobel, edited a 2007 book called Unleashing Capitalism, Why Prosperity Stops at the West Virginia Border and How to Fix It, arguing that mine safety and clean water regulations only hurt workers. Are workers really better off being safer but making less income? It asked. Soon, Sobel was briefing West Virginia's governor and cabinet, as well as a joint session of the Senate and the House Finance Committees. The state Republican Party chairman declared Sobel's anti-regulatory book the blueprint for its party platform. In 2014, a sparsely regulated West Virginia company, Freedom Industries, spilled 10,000 gallons of a mysterious, foul-smelling chemical into the drinking water of Charleston, the state's largest city, triggering panic in 300,000 residents, whom authorities ordered away from their taps. It was just another in a seemingly endless history of tragic industrial disasters afflicting West Virginia. By then, though, Sobel was long gone. He was listed as a visiting scholar at the Citadel in South Carolina, and an expert at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Defenders of the Koch's growing academic influence, like John Hardin, Director of University Relations at the Charles Cook Foundation, argued that their grants were bringing ideological diversity and debate to campuses. We support professors who add to the variety of ideas available on college campuses. And in every case the school maintains control over its staffing and teaching decisions, he wrote in the Wall Street Journal. But in the eyes of critics, the Koch's had not so much enriched as corrupted academia, sponsoring courses that would otherwise fail to meet the standards of legitimate scholarship. John David, an economics professor at West Virginia University Tech who witnessed the school's transformation, wrote in a scathing newspaper column that it had become clear that entire academic areas at universities can be bought just like politicians. The difference is that universities are supposed to permit open dialogue and exchange of ideas and not be places for the indoctrination of innocent students with dictated propaganda prescribed by outside special interests. The first two steps of Fink's plan were now complete. Yet the Cook brothers concluded that these steps were still not enough to effect change. Free market absolutism was still a sideshow in American politics. They needed the third and final phase of Fink's plan, a mechanism to deliver their ideas to the street and to mobilize the public's support behind them. Even great ideas are useless if they remain trapped in the ivory tower, Charles noted in a 1999 speech. David put it differently. What we needed was a sales force. Part 2. Secret sponsors. Covert operations, 2009 to 2010. Total liberty for wolves is death to the lambs. Isaiah Berlin. Chapter 6. Boots on the ground. In his 1976 blueprint for the creation of a libertarian movement, Charles Cook had emphasized the need to use all modern sales and motivational techniques. Less than a decade later, in 1984, he set out to launch a private political sales force. On paper, it was yet another Cook-funded conservative nonprofit group fighting for less government. It called itself Citizens for a Sound Economy, CSE. From the outside, it looked like an authentic political group, created by a groundswell of concerned citizens, much like Ralph Nader's public interest research groups, which had sprung up all over the country. According to the Nonpartisan Center for Public Integrity, however, it was in fact a new kind of weapon in the arsenal of several of America's biggest businesses, a fake populist movement secretly manufactured by corporate sponsors, not grassroots, but AstroTurf, as such synthetic groups came to be known. Unlike corporate lobbying or campaign spending, contributions to Citizens for a Sound Economy could be kept hidden because it classified itself as a nonprofit educational group, as well as having its own charitable foundation and political action committee. By far the largest of the new group's shadowy sponsors were the Kochs, who provided it with at least $7.9 million between 1986 and 1993. The idea of employing a deceptive front group to mask corporate self-interest was not original, even within the Koch family. The same ruse had been used not just by the DuPont family and others during the New Deal years but also by a group to which Fred Koch belonged in the 1950s. He was an early and active member of the Wichita-based DeMille Foundation for Political Freedom, an anti-labor union group that was a forerunner of the National Right to Work Legal Defense Foundation. In a revealing private letter, one of its staff members explained the group's AstroTurf strategy. In reality, he said, big business industrialists would run the group, serving as its anonymous quarterbacks, and call the turns. But he said they needed to sell the yarn that the group was composed of housewives, farmers, small businessmen, professional people, wage earners, not big business industrialists. Otherwise, he admitted, the movement was almost certainly doomed to failure. Fred Koch's sons used the same playbook at Citizens for a Sound Economy. Libertarianism remained a lonely crusade, but CSE used corporate treasuries to market its spread and give it the aura of a mass movement. Its mission, according to one early participant, Matt Kibb, was to take these heavy ideas and translate them for mass America. Kibb explained, we read the same literature Obama did about nonviolent revolutions, Saul Alinsky, Gandhi, Martin Luther King. We studied the idea of the Boston Tea Party as an example of nonviolent social change. We learned we needed boots on the ground to sell ideas, not candidates. Within a few years, the group had mobilized 50 paid field workers, in 26 states, to rally voters behind the Koch's agenda of lower taxes, less regulation, and less government spending. CSE, for instance, pushed to abolish progressive taxes in favor of a flat tax and to privatize many government programs, including Social Security. Ideas don't happen on their own, noted Kibb. Throughout history, ideas need patrons. Although the Kochs were the founders and early funders of the group, it soon served as a front for dozens of the country's largest corporations. Its head denied that it was a rent-a movement. But private records obtained by the Washington Post showed that a procession of large companies ranging from Exxon to Microsoft had made contributions to the organization, after which it had mobilized public support for their agendas. Many of the companies were embroiled in fights against the government. Microsoft, for instance, was trying to stave off an antitrust suit. It reportedly made a contribution to the foundation set up by Citizens for a Sound Economy that was aimed at reducing the Justice Department's antitrust work. The group's unorthodox practices occasionally stirred controversy. In 1990, the organization created a spin-off, Citizens for the Environment, which called acid rain and other environmental problems myths. When the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette investigated the matter, it discovered that the spin-off group had no citizen membership of its own. One insider said the main organization's membership claims were deceptive as well. They always said they had 250,000 members, he later recalled, but when he asked if that meant they carried cards or paid dues, he was told no, it just meant they'd contributed money at one point, no matter how long ago or how small an amount. It was intellectually dishonest, he maintains. By the time Bill Clinton became president, Citizens for a Sound Economy had become a prototype for the kinds of corporate-backed opposition campaigns that would proliferate after Obama was elected. In 1993, it waged a successful assault on Clinton's proposed tax on energy, which would have taxed fossil fuel use but exempted renewable energy sources. In a show of force, without revealing its corporate sponsors, CSE ran advertisements, staged media events, and targeted political opponents. It also mobilized noisy, grassroots-seeming anti-tax rallies outside the Capitol, which NPR described as designed to strike fear into the hearts of wavering Democrats. Dan Glickman, one of the Democrats who supported the energy tax and who formerly represented the Koch's hometown of Wichita, believes that secret money they funneled against him ended his 18-year congressional career. I can't prove it, but I think I was probably their victim, he said. Having come from Wichita, he had friends in common with the Kochs who vouched for their ideological sincerity, yet to him it seemed obvious that sincere though they may be, their political theory is nothing more than a rationalization for self-interest. Fink later gave credence to Glickman's suspicions. After the election, he admitted that their campaign to defeat the energy tax had been motivated by their bottom line. Our belief is that the tax, over time, may have destroyed our business, he told the Wichita Eagle. CSE's success in helping to kill Clinton's energy tax emboldened the group. Next, it went after his proposed tax increase on high earners. According to the Wall Street Journal, however, CSE's ads were deeply misleading, focusing on owners of car washes and other mom-and-pop small businesses, implying that the tax was aimed at the middle class when in fact it would affect only the wealthiest 4%. It was the kind of exaggerated scare tactic that would become a Koch trademark during the Obama years. The secret corporate donors, though, were ecstatic about Citizens for a Sound Economy. They can fly under the radar screen, there are no limits, no restrictions, and no disclosure, one exulted. But at the end of 2003, internal rivalries caused Citizens for a Sound Economy to split apart. The split was about control, recalled Dick Armey, the former Republican House Majority Leader from Texas who chaired the organization after leaving Congress. I never totally understood it, and I'm not sure I understand it now. He believed the Kochs wanted to use the group to push their business interests, they wanted CSE to lobby on those issues, he said. Others have suggested it was Armey who was pushing the interests of his law firm's clients, a charge Armey denies. There was another factor, too, behind the split, Armey suggested. I saw it as a power grab by Richard Fink. He was trying to get a greater place in the sun to maintain his standing and his good living with the Koch family. Armey didn't know the Kochs well, but he had talked with Charles before joining the organization and found him a little peculiar. Charles seemed half mysterious, he said. He was half secretive. He'd speak in cryptic tones. You'd have to think, what does he mean? He'd talk about this business of trying to save the country and all that. It seemed to Armey that Charles had conflicting aims. Charles wanted to be more in control, but he also wanted to be more behind the scenes. I don't get it. Another veteran of Citizens for a Sound Economy concluded that while the Kochs loved liberty as an abstraction, they were very controlling, very top-down. You can't build an organization with them. They run it. Armey went on to start another conservative free market group, Freedom Works, with a few other renegades from the organization. It was at this moment, in 2003, that the Kochs inaugurated the first of their twice-a-year donor summits, which, according to one insider, were originally designed as a means of offloading the costs of Koch Industries' environmental and regulatory fights onto others. The first conference was a fairly dismal affair, with fewer than 20 participants, mostly from Charles's social circle. The lectures were painfully dull, according to one insider. Meanwhile, David Koch and Richard Fink created a new nonprofit advocacy group out of the remaining shards of Citizens for a Sound Economy. They called their new organization Americans for Prosperity. Like CSE, it would be accused by critics of using the guise of nonprofit status to work, behind a screen of anonymity, on behalf of the Kochs' corporate and political interests. Like Citizens for a Sound Economy, the new group had several different divisions, with different tax statuses. One wing of the new organization was the Americans for Prosperity Foundation, whose board members included both David Koch and Richard Fink. The foundation was a 501(c)(3) educational organization, so donations to it could be written off as tax-deductible charitable gifts. But while it could educate the public, it could not participate in electoral politics. The other division was an advocacy organization, just called Americans for Prosperity. Under the tax code, it was a 501(c)(4) social welfare group, which meant that it could participate in electoral politics so long as this was not its primary activity. Donations to the side of the organization could also be made in secret but were not tax deductible. To run this more political side of the operation, the Kochs hired Tim Phillips, a political veteran who had worked with Ralph Reed, the former head of the Christian Coalition. Reed was regarded as the religious right's savviest political operative. He and Phillips had co-founded Century Strategies, a dynamo of a campaign consulting firm that became notorious for its close and lucrative business ties to Jack Abramoff, a lobbyist who went to prison for defrauding millions of dollars from Native American casino owners, among other clients. Phillips was not charged in connection with the scandal but had helped create a religious-sounding organization that in fact handled casino cash for Abramoff. Phillips was part of a tough, hard-ball-playing group, far from the wonky, intellectual mists of Charles Koch's early libertarian musings. Both Reed and Abramoff were early protégés of Grover Norquist, the influential Washington-based anti-tax activist famous for proclaiming his hope of shrinking government to the size where he could drown it in the bathtub. Norquist had confided once that he regarded Reed and Abramoff as his two greatest students. Grover told me Ralph was his Trotsky, and Abramoff was his Stalin, recalls Bruce Bartlett, the conservative economist. Phillips had grown up poor in South Carolina in a family of Democrats so ardent that his father, who worked in the textile mills before becoming a bus driver, was named Franklin Delano Roosevelt and his grandfather had worked in Roosevelt's WPA. But in what Phillips recalled as one of the most traumatic moments of his adolescence, he was mesmerized one evening in 1980 by Ronald Reagan while watching the television news. He told his father, "I'm gonna be for that guy." Shocked, his father turned off the television, called his mother into the room, and warned him sternly that the Republicans are for the rich man, son. "Come on, are you kidding me?" Phillips retorted, "Well, maybe I want to be rich one day." His parents were so dismayed, he recalled, "You'd have thought I'd said, you know, I'm moving to the Soviet Union, I'm gonna become, you know, a godless communist atheist or whatever." A Southern Baptist, Phillips enrolled in Liberty University, Jerry Falwell's evangelical school in Lynchburg, Virginia. But after one semester, he ran out of money and dropped out. From that point on, he was helped by one conservative group after the next, taking internships with free housing until he was hired as an operative on a Republican congressional campaign in Virginia. By 1997, he had founded Century Strategies with Reed. Together, they helped turn out evangelical voters in 2004 to re-elect George Bush. The Christian right drew criticism that year for motivating social conservatives by fanning fears about gay rights. In 2005, David Cook and Art Pope, the North Carolina dime store magnate and regular at the Cook seminars, drafted him to run Americans for Prosperity. "I was intrigued by the idea of being able to build a movement based on economic issues, the way that Christian right folks had built a movement based on social issues," he recalled, explaining why he took the job. Phillips's online biography described him as an expert in grasstops and grassroots political organizing. The Koch's choice of Phillips, a hardened professional, signaled a tough new phase for the Kochtopus. Norquist, famous for praising throat slitters in politics, approvingly called Phillips a grown-up who can make things happen. Phase 3 of Fink's plan could now begin in earnest. Chapter 7. Tea Time. According to most conventional wisdom, the Tea Party movement sprang to life in America spontaneously, unsullied by vested financial interests. As with most creation myths, however, the reality is quite another story. The often told tale was that the remarkable awakening of anti-government rage that spread across the country in 2009 was triggered by an unplanned outburst on live television from Rick Santelli, a former futures trader, who was a regular on-air contributor to the CNBC Business News Network. The date of Santelli's tirade was notably early in Obama's presidency, February 19, 2009, less than 1 month after Obama was sworn in as president. At the time, Obama enjoyed approval ratings of over 60%. A year later, a congressman championing Obama's healthcare proposal would be spat on, and 2 years later his party would lose control of the House of Representatives, effectively ending his ability to enact change you can believe in, as promised in his campaign. Arguably, the precipitous downhill slide began that day. Pundits, opponents, and disillusioned supporters would blame Obama for squandering the promise of his administration. Certainly he and his administration made their share of mistakes. But it is hard to think of another president who had to face the kind of guerrilla warfare waged against him almost as soon as he took office. A small number of people with massive resources orchestrated, manipulated, and exploited the economic unrest for their own purposes. They used tax-deductible donations to fund a movement to slash taxes on the rich and cut regulations on their own businesses. While they paid focus groups and seasoned operatives to frame these self-serving policies as matters of dire public interest, they hid their roles behind laws meant to protect the anonymity of philanthropists, leaving more folksy figures like Santelli to carry the message. What came to be known as Santelli's rant started slowly and built as he held forth from the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. The immediate provocation was the previous guest. Minutes before Santelli appeared, Wilbur Ross Jr. had denounced a proposal Obama had floated the previous day to provide emergency help in restructuring mortgages for millions of homeowners facing foreclosure. Ross, a personal friend of David Cox, wasn't a disinterested policy analyst. His private equity company, W.L. Ross & Co., a so-called vulture fund, was heavily involved in servicing mortgages. Santelli, who tended in general toward tough guy, free market pronouncements, excitedly agreed with Ross that the government shouldn't help. "Mr. Ross has nailed it," he began. He denounced Obama's plan as Cuban-style statism. Stressed homeowners in his view were losers who deserved their fate. He objected to the government playing a redistributive role, casting his argument in moral terms. By helping to bail out homeowners who made bad financial bets, he argued, the government was promoting bad behavior. Critics would later point out that his indignation had not been similarly stirred by the Bush administration's bailouts of the country's largest banks, about which he had grumblingly conceded, "I agree, something needs to be done." Yet when Obama proposed help for the overextended underclasses, Santelli looked into the camera and shrieked, "This is America. How many of you people want to pay your neighbor's mortgage that has an extra bathroom, and can't pay their bills? Raise their hand. President Obama, are you listening?" As his fellow traders whistled and cheered, he went on to say, "We're thinking of having a Chicago Tea Party in July. All you capitalists that want to show up to Lake Michigan, I'm gonna start organizing." From the start, the analogy was inapt. As Michael Grunwald, author of The New Deal, a richly reported book about Obama's stimulus plan, observed, the Boston Tea Party was a protest against an unelected leader who raised taxes, while Obama was an elected leader who had just cut them. Nonetheless, Santelli's spontaneous invocation of the Boston Tea Party, according to most accounts, was what launched the movement. For instance, the Koch's political advisor, Richard Fink, said, "It was the guy in Chicago, yelling on the stock exchange floor, that started it." He added, "Our programs had nothing to do with it." In April 2009, as the Tea Party movement was gathering force, Melissa Kalmia, a spokesperson for Koch Industries, also denied that the Kochs had any direct links to the unrest, issuing a statement saying, "No funding has been provided by Koch companies, the Koch foundations, or Charles Koch or David Koch specifically to support the Tea Parties." A year later, David Koch continued to insist in New York Magazine, "I've never been to a Tea Party event. No one representing the Tea Party has ever even approached me." When asked by a sympathetic interviewer for the Daily Beast, Elaine Lafferty, if the New Yorker's report on the Koch's involvement was true, he responded, "Oh, please." Such denials helped shape the early narrative of the Tea Party movement as an amateur uprising by ordinary citizens, a new strain of populism metastasizing before our eyes, as Mark Lilla wrote in the New York Review of Books. Its members were described as nonpartisan everymen, incensed by the Democrats and Republicans, national debt, and other assorted peeves, as National Public Radio reported. These reports of spontaneous political combustion weren't entirely wrong. But they were far from the whole story. To begin with, the Tea Party was not a new strain in American politics. The scale was unusual, but history had shown that similar reactionary forces had attacked virtually every Democratic president since Franklin Roosevelt. Earlier business-funded right-wing movements, from the Liberty League to the John Birch Society to Scaife's Arkansas Project, all had cast Democratic presidents as traitors, usurpers, and threats to the Constitution. The undeniable element of racial resentment that tinged many Tea Party rallies was also an old and disgracefully enduring story in American politics. Nor could the Tea Party accurately be described as nonpartisan. As a New York Times poll later showed, over 3/4 of its supporters identified as Republican. The bulk of the remainder felt the Republican Party was not Republican enough. Finally, although many of its supporters were likely political neophytes, from the start the ostensibly anti-elitist rebellion was funded, stirred, and organized by experienced political elites. On closer inspection, as the Harvard political scientist Theda Skocpol and the PhD student Vanessa Williamson observed in their 2012 book, The Tea Party and the Remaking of Republican Conservatism, the Tea Party movement was a mass rebellion, funded by corporate billionaires, like the Koch brothers, led by over-the-hill former GOP kingpins like Dick Armey, and ceaselessly promoted by millionaire media celebrities like Glenn Beck and Sean Hannity. Behind the street theater were some of the country's wealthiest businessmen who had painstakingly been trying to build up the counter-establishment since the 1970s and now saw the public's unrest as an amazing opportunity to at long last mobilize popular support for their own agendas. As Bruce Bartlett, the economist, put it, the problem with the whole libertarian movement is that it's been all chiefs and no Indians. There weren't any actual people, like voters, who gave a crap about it. So the problem for the Kochs has been trying to create an actual movement. With the emergence of the Tea Party, he said, everyone suddenly sees that for the first time there are Indians out there, people who can provide real ideological power. The Kochs, he said, immediately began trying to shape and control and channel the populist uprising into their own policies. In fact, they and a handful of other wealthy allies had made repeated efforts to foment anti-government rebellions well before Santelli's rant, often invoking the image of the Boston Tea Party. The history stretched back decades, to Charles Koch's blueprint for a libertarian revolution in the late 1970s and Richard Fink's three-part plan, The Structure of Social Change, in the 1980s. By the 1990s, non-profit grassroots advocacy groups funded by the Kochs and a few close associates had begun explicitly pushing the anti-Koch Tea Party theme. But the early efforts, as Bartlett suggested, got little traction. In 1991, Citizens for a Sound Economy promoted what was advertised as a massive reenactment of the Boston Tea Party in Raleigh, North Carolina, to protest tax increases. Among those present, the press corps nearly outnumbered the clutch of protesters in Revolutionary War, Uncle Sam, and Santa Claus costumes. The following year, Citizens for a Sound Economy was involved in another plan to stage a Tea Party protest. This one was secretly funded by tobacco companies to fight cigarette taxes and was cancelled after its covert funding was exposed. By 2007, Citizens for a Sound Economy had split up. The Kochs' new organization, Americans for Prosperity, tried to stage another Tea Party protest against taxes, this time in Texas. It too was a dud. Nonetheless, by the time Obama was elected and the economy was melting down, the rudiments of a political machine were in place, along with a network of paid operatives expert in creating colonially garbed astroturf groups to fake the appearance of public support. What Obama was up against was a new form of permanent campaign. It was waged not by politicians but by people whose wealth gave them the ability to fund their own private field operations with which they could undermine the outcome of the election. So-called outside money that spent by individuals and groups outside of the campaigns themselves exploded during the Obama years. Much attention was paid to the portion of this spending that was directed at elections. Less attention was paid to the equally unrivaled role that outside money played in influencing the way the country was governed. Most of this spending was never disclosed. But as the Koch's political lieutenant, Fink, boasted to the Wichita Eagle in 2012, "I think that's actually one of the things that happened at the Obama administration, is that every rock they overturned, they saw people who were against it, and it turned out to be us." A trial run of this non-electoral outside spending actually began in the summer of 2008. Karl Rove, the operative whom George W. Bush called the architect of his 2004 re-election, had long dreamed of creating a conservative political machine outside the traditional political party's control that could be funded by virtually unlimited private fortunes. His hope was to draft conservative donors of all stripes into creating a self-financed militia that could be called into action without the transparency, legal restrictions, or accountability that circumscribed conventional campaigns. And that summer, the Kochs had participated briefly in a version of this project, according to the Politico reporter Kenneth Vogel. Their representatives met clandestinely with political operatives working for other hugely wealthy donors, such as the Las Vegas casino magnate Sheldon Adelson. The ideal, one participant said, was a never-ending campaign. After the disappointment of Obama's victory, though, the group disbanded. The Kochs, among others, regrouped. The lesson learned, as one donor, the late Texas billionaire Harold Simmons, put it, was that next time they needed to spend even more. Simmons, who made a fortune in leveraged buyouts, had put almost $3 million into a group running television ads trying to tie Obama to the 1960s radical Bill Ayers during the 2008 campaign. "If we had run more ads, we could have killed Obama," he lamented. When Obama took office, the stock market was down nearly 6,000 points, and unemployment was shooting up toward 7%. As the former Senator Tom Dashley later recalled, there was a growing sense of calamity. Obama expected bipartisan support at a moment that seemed like an economic version of the September 11, 2001, crisis. He had proclaimed in his 2004 keynote address to the Democratic National Convention, "There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America." Or so he thought. Obama's billionaire opponents wasted no time indulging him in a honeymoon. 48 hours after Obama was sworn in, Americans for Prosperity started attacking his first major piece of legislation, a massive $800 billion Keynesian-inspired boost in public spending and tax cuts meant to stimulate the economy, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. The Kochs advocacy group began organizing porkooloos rallies around the country, deriding public spending as corrupt pork. The term was coined by Rush Limbaugh. It's reasonable to assume that the Kochs were too busy to follow such minutiae, but a former member of their inner circle asserts that Americans for Prosperity did nothing more, and nothing less than they wanted it to do. Poorly attended at first, the porkooloos rallies became dress rehearsals for the Tea Party. Americans for Prosperity soon launched a no-stimulus effort that sponsored anti-Obama media events featuring the star of the Cook Seminar that January, South Carolina Senator Jim DeMint. The group also hosted a website, aired television advertisements, and pushed a petition that it claimed collected 500,000 signatures aimed at stopping Congress from passing Obama's stimulus bill. "We cannot spend our way to prosperity," it proclaimed. As the bill took shape, the group sent a sharply worded letter to Republicans in Congress, demanding that they vote no on the spending bill, regardless of any compromises or modifications that the new administration might offer. The attacks reflected Charles Koch's revisionist belief that government interference in the economy was what had caused the last Great Depression. Bankers, brokers, and businessmen, he argued, had been falsely blamed. The true culprits were Herbert Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt, both of whom he regarded as dangerous liberals. In his view, The economic policies of Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge, the latter had famously declared, "The chief business of the American people is business," had been unfairly maligned. Charles argued that the New Deal only prolonged and deepened the decline. Shortly after Obama was elected, Charles sent out a newsletter with this history lesson to his 70,000 or so employees, essentially reprising the robber baron's revisionism that he had been taught at the Freedom School. He also mobilized the Cocktopus, the sprawling network of some 34 public policy and political organizations his fortune supported by 2008. During the Bush years, it had been relatively quiescent. Think tanks funded by the Kochs and their allied network of donors, such as the Cato Institute, the Heritage Foundation, and the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, where 6 attendees at the Koch's annual seminars served in official capacities, began cranking out research papers, press releases, and op-ed columns opposing Obama's stimulus plan. Much of the research was later challenged by less biased experts. The Mercatus Center at George Mason University, for instance, released a report claiming that stimulus funds were directed disproportionately at Democratic districts. Eventually, the author was forced to correct the report, but not before Rush Limbaugh, citing the paper, had labeled Obama's program a slush fund, and Fox News and other conservative outlets had echoed the sentiment. The paid advocates formed a national echo chamber. Phil Kerpen, the vice president for policy at Americans for Prosperity, was a contributor to the Fox News website. Another officer at Americans for Prosperity, Walter Williams, the John M. Olin Distinguished Professor of Economics at George Mason University, was a frequent guest host on Limbaugh's radio show, which claimed to have an audience of 20 million listeners. Some conservatives have insisted that the Tea Party movement owed nothing to wealthy donors, citing the example of Kelly Carrender, an ostensibly lone Seattle activist whose Porkouloos protest preceded Santelli's rant by a week. Carrender, however, borrowed the term Porkouloos from Limbaugh. The company that syndicated Limbaugh's show, Premier Networks, meanwhile, was getting paid a handsome $2 million or so a year by the Heritage Foundation to push the think tank's line on issues, tying the message back to the same ultra-rich funding pool. The steady stream of exposés accusing the fledgling Obama administration of malfeasance fanned public anger and provided useful ammunition for congressional Republicans, who in truth needed all the help they could get. The conventional wisdom at the beginning of the Obama presidency was that the 2008 election had been such a wipeout for Republicans that their only hope of staying relevant was to cut deals with Obama, who was seen as far too popular to oppose. But those who expected compromise, which included the president and his top aides, hadn't noticed the growing extremism in the grand old party. Even before the new congressional session began, Eric Cantor, a lawyer from Richmond, Virginia, who was about to become the new minority whip in the House, told a handful of trusted allies in a private planning meeting in his Washington condo, "We're not here to cut deals and get crumbs and stay in the minority for another 40 years. Instead," he argued, "the Republicans needed to fight. They needed to unite in opposition to virtually anything Obama proposed in order to deny him a single bipartisan victory." The group, which included his deputy, Kevin McCarthy, called itself the Young Guns. The strategy of obstruction that they adopted won the Republicans the nickname the Party of No. At their first official leadership retreat in January 2009, the model that the House Republicans chose to emulate was the Taliban. The Texas Congressman Pete Sessions, the new leader of the Republican House Campaign Committee, held up Afghanistan's infamous Islamic extremists as providing an example of how they could wage asymmetric warfare. The country might be in an economic crisis, but governing, he told his colleagues, was not the reason they had been elected. As he flashed through a slide presentation at the Annapolis Inn, he asked his colleagues, "If the purpose of the majority is to govern, what is our purpose?" His answer was simple: "The purpose of the minority is to become the majority." That one goal, he said, was the entire conference's mission. John Boehner, the new minority leader, wasn't himself part of the Young Guns, but it was increasingly clear that if he didn't yield to them, they might depose him. As power shifted from the parties to outside money, much of which came from donors more extreme than the electorate at large, moderates had to fear primary challenges and internal coups from their right flank. Steve Latourette, a longtime Republican moderate congressman from Ohio who was a close friend of Boehner's, explained, in the past, it was rare that someone would run against an incumbent in their own party. But the money that these outside groups have is what gives these people liquid courage to run against an incumbent. He described the outside donors as a bunch of rich people who you can count on maybe two hands who have an inordinate impact. One or two might have been the guy in high school with the pocket protector picking his nose, but now he's inherited $40 million and has his chance to be a player. Once they were able to infuse massive amounts of money, they got a disproportionate amount of influence. It's not one man one vote anymore, he said with a sigh. It's all about the money. It's not a function of anything else. Latourette was astonished, he said, when he went to the first meeting of the Republican caucus after Obama was elected. When the question came up, about why we lost, these folks were saying, it's because we weren't conservative enough. Well, I looked at the numbers, and we lost 58% of the independents. Yet moderates like himself were getting frozen out. He became so frustrated he eventually retired, becoming a lobbyist and starting an organization aimed at battling the forces of extremism in his party. I left, he said, because I was sick of it. I couldn't take it anymore. I was there 18 years. I understood it was a contact sport, but whether it was transportation or student loans, there were things you'd do without thinking. Now you can't get anything done. Some people don't want the government to do anything, he concluded. The Republican leadership, according to an anecdote related by Grunwald, told GOP members of the House that as one of them, Jerry Lewis, a member of the House Appropriations Committee, put it, we can't play. David Obey, the Democratic chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, was incensed at the lack of cooperation. What they said right from the get-go, he said, was that it doesn't matter what the hell you do, we ain't going to help you. We're going to stand on the sidelines and bitch. The Republicans of course saw it differently. They accused Obama of being too partisan and took umbrage when he flaunted his election mandate and reminded Cantor during one tense session, I won. In Lewis's view, the Democrats were arrogant, intolerant, and overbearing. Obama nonetheless continued to seek bipartisan support. His experience with what Hillary Clinton labeled the vast right-wing conspiracy was limited. He had vaulted in only 5 years from the Illinois State Senate to the White House. He turned out to be unrealistically confident that he could transcend partisan rancor as he had while editing the Harvard Law Review. So when he received an invitation from Boehner and the others in the House Republican caucus to come up to Capitol Hill to consult with them about the stimulus package, Obama accepted, with much fanfare. On January 27, he climbed into his armored limousine for his first presidential motorcade to the Hill. Meeting exclusively with Republicans was unusual, as was a president coming to their turf to lobby. But the administration had promised to discard narrow partisan division. In fact, Obama's economic advisors thought they had tailored the stimulus plan for Republican support by deriving 1/3 of it from tax cuts. Liberals were dismayed by the compromise, warning that government spending would do more to revive the economy than tax cuts and that the overall stimulus spending numbers were too small to really jumpstart the economy. Despite these concessions, Obama's meeting on the Hill nonetheless turned out to be a demeaning disaster. Shortly before he arrived to pitch his plan, news leaked that the Republican leadership in the House was already instructing its caucus to vote against it. Obama was left to speak to a roomful of firmly closed minds. Afterward, he was left facing the gathered press corps looking lame and empty-handed. It was stunning, David Axelrod, Obama's longtime political advisor, later admitted. Our feeling was, we were dealing with a potential disaster of epic proportions that demanded cooperation. If anything was a signal of what the next 2 years would be like, it was that. The next morning, readers of the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal opened their papers to see a full-page ad paid for by the Cato Institute, the think tank that Charles Cook had founded and on whose board David Cook sat. The ad directly challenged Obama's credibility. It quoted Obama saying, "There is no disagreement that we need action by our government, a recovery plan that will help jumpstart the economy." In large, bold-face letters, the ad copy retorted, "With all due respect, Mr. President, that is not true." The statement was signed by 203 individuals, many of whose careers had been subsidized by the largest of the Kochs, the Bradley Foundation, the John M. Olin Foundation, and other right-wing family fortunes. Bill Burton, the deputy press secretary for Obama in the White House, looks back at the level of obstruction in the administration's first month as a complete shock. "They turned on Obama so early," he later recalled ruefully. "Not only did we not have the answers yet, we barely knew where to sit down. The chairs in the White House were still spinning from the people who had left them." Looking back, Burton shook his head at the administration's naivete. No one at the time saw it coming. Specifically, he said, "We didn't really see the force, the outside money, until after he was elected. Then the first thing he had to do, the only thing he could do, was spend trillions and trillions of dollars, passing the stimulus bill first, and that led to Stimulus 2, and TARP, and the auto bailouts. The right-wing plutocrats really fed off of that. They tapped into this anger about spending." He admits, "No one saw the Kochs or the Dick armies out there." Within 2 months of Obama taking office, he recalled, the political environment had been transformed. "In January, we were working with the Republicans on an economic recovery package grounded firmly in centrist thinking," he recalls. The mainstream economic view was that the size of the calamity required massive economic spending. "We asked the Republicans for their ideas. We were getting cooperation. Letters from all sorts of members of Congress were coming in with their heartfelt ideas. One high-ranking member of the House Republicans even suggested high-speed rail. But by early February, it started to shift. They were no longer sending letters. They were all expressing doubt about any kind of spending at all." Senator DeMint, who was headlining the Koch's no stimulus campaign, began a floor speech by proclaiming, "I like President Obama very much." He then went on to call the stimulus bill a trillion-dollar socialist experiment that was the worst piece of economic legislation Congress has considered in 100 years. As Burton put it, DeMint was saying one-term president within 6 weeks of Obama taking office. On February 17, Obama signed the Recovery Act into law. It had squeaked through Congress with only 3 Republican votes in the Senate and none in the House. 5 years later, a survey of leading American economists chosen for their ideological diversity and eminence in the field, taken by the Initiative on Global Markets, a project run by the University of Chicago, found nearly unanimous consensus that the Recovery Act had achieved its goal of reducing unemployment. Only one of the 37 economists surveyed disagreed. The free market orthodoxy that dominated the Republican Party in Washington had completely veered from rational, professional expertise, yet the extremists nearly prevailed. As it was, Obama's opponents forced the administration to adopt a smaller stimulus package than many economists thought necessary, undercutting the recovery. 1 month into his presidency, extreme opponents, fueled by outside money, had already wounded Obama. The day after signing the stimulus bill, Obama announced the $75 billion homeowner rescue plan. The next morning, Santelli delivered his rant, and within moments it went viral. Matt Drudge, the conservative news aggregator, linked to it under one of his website's rotating red siren emblems, promoting it to the site's 3 million daily readers as a pulsating political emergency. Within hours, another website called taxdayteaparty.com appeared on the internet, spreading the rebellion under the Tea Party label. Its domain name was registered by Eric Odom, a young member of the Libertarian Party of Illinois who lived in Chicago. Odom had been working until recently for an organization called the Sam Adams Alliance, whose chief executive had long and close ties to the Kochs. The strange story of the Sam Adams alliance was yet another demonstration of the way that years of private funding by a few wealthy ideologues had created an underground political infrastructure. The Chicago-based tax-exempt organization was named for the original 1773 Boston Tea Party activist Sam Adams. While the group's title evoked the Founding Fathers, its chief executive officer was a Wisconsin investor named Eric O'Keefe, who had been involved with the Kochs since his days as a young volunteer in David Koch's Libertarian Party campaign for vice president. O'Keefe eventually became the national director of the Libertarian Party. By 1983, however, like the Kochs, he had moved on to promoting free market fundamentalism through other means, often joining forces with the brothers through their donor seminars and other ventures. Influenced as a child by the Wall Street Journal and the Conservative Book Club, O'Keefe, as the Washington Post wrote, had money. He grew up with some and made a lot more as an investor, allowing him to devote decades to a series of ambitious political crusades, nearly all of them failures. The founder of the Sam Adams Alliance, according to one account, was a balding, publicity-shy Brooklyn-born real estate tycoon named Howard Rich. Known to friend and foe as Howie, Rich had also been involved in numerous far-flung political ventures with the Kochs. Impressed early by the writings of Hayek and Milton Friedman, he became a tireless supporter of long-shot libertarian causes while amassing a fortune buying apartment buildings in Manhattan, Texas, and North Carolina. Both O'Keefe and Rich served on the Cato Institute's board of directors with David Koch. They had years' worth of ties, as well as ups and downs, with Charles Koch as well. Relations were good enough that the Institute for Humane Studies at George Mason University, whose board Charles Koch chaired, placed some of its 30 or so chosen Charles G. Koch Fellows in summer internships with the Sam Adams Alliance. For decades this small, wealthy, and intense circle had been trying to advance their fervently held libertarian ideas, almost always working in secret, cloaked behind layers of shell groups, so that their role couldn't be detected. Rich in particular rivaled Houdini for sleights of hand, having obscured his role behind a positively dizzying number of name-changing, shape-shifting, interlocking organizations. He almost invariably declined to talk to the press or debate opponents. Until the Tea Party, however, the results had been disappointing. "My 32 years of engagement has been a long and expensive lesson in frustration," his frequent political partner, O'Keefe, admitted. Among this group's earlier political efforts was a stealth attempt in the early 1990s to get voters to approve ballot measures imposing congressional term limits. Experts suggested that term limits would hurt Democrats, who had more congressional incumbents at the time, and also strengthen the power of outsiders with money, like themselves. As was true of the later Tea Party movement, the supporters of term limits described their movement as a grassroots outpouring fueled by populist outrage at entrenched power. In California, the Kochs were rumored to be behind a 1992 referendum on whether to impose them, but a spokesman denied they had any direct role. But after the referendum succeeded, the Los Angeles Times discovered that the true organizers and much of its funding traced back to a secretive group run by Howie Rich and Eric O'Keefe, U.S. Term Limits. There were ties to the Kochs, too. Fink admitted when confronted by the paper that they had in fact provided seed money. Similarly, in Washington state a congressional term limits ballot initiative nearly passed in 1991 until the New York Times exposed what Murray Rothbard, the irreverent libertarian theorist who had split with the Kochs, called the Kochen deep pockets behind the grassroots movement. The paper discovered that what supporters billed as a prairie fire of populism was in fact the product of a Washington-based group calling itself Citizens for Congressional Reform, which was started with hundreds of thousands of dollars from David Koch. "I ignited the spark, and the fire is raging on its own," he claimed once his role was exposed. Fanning the flames, however, was his checkbook. His group contributed nearly 3/4 of the campaign's budget, paying for professional signature gatherers to collect enough names to get the issue on the ballot. Eventually, the Supreme Court ruled that federal term limits were unconstitutional. This finished off the movement at the congressional level for good, though not its backers' penchant for ersatz-populism. The patrons of libertarianism kept on trying to buy at least the aura of public support. In 2004, one of the first ventures of the Koch's newly formed advocacy group, Americans for Prosperity, was a radical anti-tax measure called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The measure placed drastic restrictions on state legislators, requiring all tax increases to first be approved by public referenda. The group chose Kansas as its first battleground for the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, just as the Kochs were fighting a proposed tax increase in their home state. Despite an outcry about shadowy spending, AFP spent a record amount of money on television ads, and the tax increase was defeated. 2 years later, in 2006, a group created and run by Rich called Americans for Limited Government spent some $8 million promoting a variety of other ballot drives, including one that demanded that owners get compensated for the impact of land use laws on their property. Supporters again claimed to have widespread grassroots support. But an investigation by the Center for Public Integrity revealed that in fact just 3 donors, none of them disclosed, accounted for 99% of the organization's funding. Despite the heavy spending, the fringe anti-government measures were voted down almost everywhere. Soon afterward, the state of Illinois suspended Rich's group of its charitable license after it failed to supply required financial statements, and in 2006 the group shut down its Chicago headquarters. At this point, Americans for Limited Government moved to Fairfax, Virginia, where several other nonprofit organizations run by Rich were based. Back in Chicago, meanwhile, a new tax-exempt group sprang up at its former address, calling itself the Sam Adams Alliance. Eric O'Keefe, who had served on the board of Americans for Limited Government, was now the chairman and chief executive officer of the new organization. "We're not going to be shut up," he had vowed when previously investigated in Wisconsin for campaign finance violations. Tax records showed that some 88% of the Sam Adams Alliance's funding that year came from a single gift of $3.7 million from a mysterious undisclosed donor. In the summer of 2008, as Barack Obama grew closer to capturing the presidency, Eric Odom at the Sam Adams Alliance started experimenting with some of the online communications methods that would later help to organize the Tea Party movement. He tested out the use of Twitter to trigger a right-wing flash mob in the House of Representatives in Washington. He and a friend, Rob Bluey, a 28-year-old blogger who described himself as a card-carrying member of the vast right-wing conspiracy, created something they called the Don't Go movement. They sent out Twitter messages demanding that the Democratic leadership in the House schedule a vote on legalizing offshore oil and gas drilling, or else Republicans would refuse to go home for the summer recess. The Twitter experiment worked remarkably well. That August, conservative congressmen, oil lobbyists, and other supporters of offshore drilling poured into the House, creating a wild and seemingly spontaneous protest. They chanted, "Don't go, and drill here. Drill now." They didn't succeed in lifting the restriction on offshore drilling, but one leader of the revolt, the Arizona Congressman John Shadegg, a conservative Republican, exulted that the protest was the 2008 version of the Boston Tea Party. 6 months later, immediately after Santelli's rant, Eric Odom reactivated the Don't Go list. He fired off a call to action to the same 10,000 hardcore conservative insiders whose contact information he and Bluey had compiled. Odom also formed what he called the Nationwide Tea Party Coalition with other activists, including operatives from Dick Armey's group, Freedom Works, and the Koch's group, Americans for Prosperity. AFP quickly registered a website called taxpayerteaparty.com and used its network of 50-some staffers to plan rallies across the country. As the operatives linked forces online, they set a date for the first national Tea Party protests, February 27. That day, more than a dozen protests were held in cities across the country. The organizers claimed 30,000 participants, but the crowds in many places were still sparse. But on April 15, when there was a second series of Tax Day Tea Party rallies across the country, the numbers had increased tenfold, to 300,000. The Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, and Americans for Prosperity provided speakers, talking points, press releases, transportation, and other logistical support. Li Fang, a blogger for the progressive website Think Progress, was among the first to question whether the movement was organic or synthetic astroturf. He noted that Americans for Prosperity was suddenly planning protests coast to coast, while Freedom Works seemed to have taken over a local rally in Florida. Not everyone liked the top-down control of the protests. Americans for Prosperity annoyed some of the Tea Partiers, recalls the libertarian blogger Ralph Benko. These people drove up, opened the door, put t-shirts on them, then took pictures and sent them to Charles Cook saying, "See? We're doing great things with your money." Thomas Frank, author of What's the Matter with Kansas, had stopped by to see an early Tea Party rally in Lafayette Square, across from the White House, in February 2009. It was very much a put-up job, he concluded. All the usual suspects were there, like Freedom Works, Joe the Plumber, and the American Spectator magazine. There were also some people who had Revolutionary War costumes and Don't Tread on Me flags, actual activists, and a few ordinary people, he said. But it was very well organized by the conservative groups. Back then, it was really obvious that it was put on, and they'd set it up. But then it caught on. Frank argues that the Tea Party wasn't subverted, as some have suggested. It was born subverted. Still, he said, it's a major accomplishment for sponsors like the Kochs that they've turned corporate self-interest into a movement among people on the streets. While the Kochs were continuing to profess no involvement, Peggy Venable, a spunky veteran of the Reagan administration who had been on their payroll as a political operative in Texas since 1994, becoming the head of the Texas chapter of Americans for Prosperity, gushed about her role in the movement. "I was a member of the Tea Party before it was cool," she said during a conversation at a Cook-sponsored political event called Defending the American Dream, in Austin. As the Tea Party movement took off, she described how Americans for Prosperity had helped to educate the activists on policy details. She said they had given the supporters what she called next step training after their rallies so that their political energy could be channeled more effectively. The organization also supplied the angry protesters with lists of elected officials to target. Venable, who spoke without first checking with the Koch's public relations representatives, happily said of the brothers, "There certainly are people. David's the chairman of our board. I've certainly met with them, and I'm very appreciative of what they do." She added, "We love what the Tea Parties are doing, because that's how we're going to take back America." Venable honored several Tea Party citizen leaders at the summit. The Texas branch of Americans for Prosperity gave its Blogger of the Year award to a young woman named Sybil West. Writing on her website, West described Obama as the cokehead-in-chief and speculated that the president was exhibiting symptoms of demonic possession, aka schizophrenia, etc. During a catered lunch at the summit, Venable introduced Ted Cruz, a former Solicitor General of Texas and future senator, who told the crowd that Obama was the most radical president ever to occupy the Oval Office and had hidden from voters a secret agenda: the government taking over our economy and our lives. Countering Obama, Cruz proclaimed, was the epic fight of our generation. As the crowd rose to its feet and cheered, he quoted the defiant words of a Texan at the Alamo, "Victory, or death." No organization played a bigger early role than Freedom Works, the estranged sibling of Americans for Prosperity, which was funded by donations from companies like Philip Morris and from billionaires like Richard Mellon Scaife. I'd argue that when the Tea Party took off, Freedom Works had as much to do with making it an effective movement as anyone, said Army. In looking back, Army gave particular credit to a young aide named Brendan Steinhauser, the group's director of state and federal campaigns, who created a website immediately after Santelli's rant that provided all kinds of practical advice to supporters. It counseled them on how to plan rallies and what issues to protest, with Obama's stimulus spending high on the target list. He also suggested slogans and signs and sponsored a daily conference call with over 50 Tea Party activists around the country to coordinate their efforts. Soon FreedomWorks was providing a professional support team of 9 for the operation. Army recalled that Steinhauser spent hours and hours on the phone with people who'd found the FreedomWorks website. The other guys at FreedomWorks were laughing at him in the beginning, he said. But Army described how Steinhauser organized the inchoate anger into a mass political movement. He told them what to do. He gave them training. If it hadn't been for FreedomWorks, the Tea Party movement would never have taken off, Army later said. The fact that Army was himself a Washington insider belied the notion that the Tea Party movement was anti-elitist. Army had spent 18 years in Congress and was reportedly paid $750,000 a year as a lobbyist at the law firm DLA Piper, which represented corporate clients such as the pharmaceutical giant Bristol Myers Squibb. But billionaire backers were useful. They gave the nascent Tea Party movement organization and political direction, without which it might have frittered away like the Occupy movement. The protesters in turn gave the billionaire donors something they'd had trouble buying: the numbers needed to lend their agenda the air of legitimacy. As Army put it, "We'd been doing this lonely work for years. From our point of view, it was like the cavalry coming." FreedomWorks, it was later revealed, also had some hired help. The tax-exempt organization quietly cemented a deal with Glenn Beck, the incendiary right-wing Fox News television host who at the time was a Tea Party superstar. For an annual payment that eventually topped $1 million, Beck read embedded content written by the FreedomWorks staff. They told him what to say on the air, and he blended the promotional material seamlessly into his monologue, making it sound as if it were his own opinion. The arrangement was described on FreedomWorks tax disclosures as advertising services. "We thought it would be a useful tool if it was done in moderation, but then they started doing it by leaps and bounds," Army recalled about the arrangement. "They were keeping it secret from their activists and supporters," he alleged. "They were creating an illusion that they were so important. This icon, this hero of the movement, was bragging about them. Instead of earning the media, they were paying for it." Beck, whose views were shaped by W. Cleon Skousen, the fringe theorist whose political paranoia had inspired the John Birch Society, reached a daily audience of some 2 million, disseminating the ideas of early conservative extremists like Fred Cook on a whole new scale. Frank Luntz describes the impact as historic. "That rant from Santelli woke up the upper middle class and the investor class, and then Glenn Beck woke up everyone else. Glenn Beck's show is what created the Tea Party movement," he said, adding, "It started on tax day 2009, and it exploded at town hall meetings in July. You can create a mass movement within 3 months." Another factor was Obama's aversion to confrontation and hot rhetoric, which resulted in largely milquetoast messaging about Wall Street. Unlike Franklin Roosevelt, who blamed the money changers for the Great Depression in his first inaugural address, Obama's public utterances were muted. In a matter of weeks, critics argued that he had ceded the mantle of populism to his Tea Party opponents. In an atmosphere primed for a populist backlash, he allowed the right wing to define the terms, John Judas observed in the liberal New Republic magazine. Despite Steinhauser's efforts to police the Tea Party's signs for racism and other expressions of hate, within 2 months of Obama taking office, the streets and parks were filling with rallies at which white protesters carried placards reading, "Impeach Now," and "Obama Bin Laden." Obama's face was plastered on posters making him look like the Joker from the Dark Knight films, his skin turned chalk white, his mouth stretched almost to his ears, and his eye sockets blackened, with a zombie-like dead gaze, over the word socialism. A for-profit internet activism company, ResistNet, featured a video titled "Obama equals Hitler" on its website. One protester at a February 27 rally, who said he was with the group, carried a sign calling Congress slave owners and taxpayers the nigger. Obama's image was also photoshopped to look like a primitive African witch doctor, with a bone stuck through his nose. Fink, the Koch's political lieutenant, professed to be discomfited by the racism. But David Cook echoed the specious claims that Obama was somehow African in his outlook, even though he was born in America, abandoned by his Kenyan father as a toddler, raised mainly in Hawaii by his American mother, and had never set foot on the African continent until he was an adult. In a revealing later interview with the conservative pundit Matthew Continetti, David nonetheless disparaged Obama as the most radical president we've ever had as a nation and opined that the president's radicalism derived from his African heritage. His father was a hardcore economic socialist in Kenya, he said. Obama didn't really interact with his father face to face very much, but was apparently, from what I read, a great admirer of his father's points of view. So he had sort of anti-business, anti-free enterprise influences affecting him almost all his life. It just shows you what a person with a silver tongue can achieve. Bill Burton, who is biracial himself, believes that you can't understand Obama's relationship with the right wing without taking into account his race. It's something no one wants to talk about, but really you can't deny the racial factor. They treated him in a way they never would have if he'd been white. The level of disrespect was just dialed up to 11. By the end of Obama's second month in office, Newsweek ran a tongue-in-cheek cover story asserting, "We are all socialists now," and even the lofty New York Times picked up the right wing's framing of Obama as outside the American mainstream. In a presidential interview, the paper asked whether he was a socialist. Obama was apparently so stunned he had to contact the Times afterward to fully answer. "It was hard for me to believe that you were entirely serious about that socialist question," he said, noting that it was under his predecessor, George Bush, a Republican, not under me, that we began buying a bunch of shares of banks. And it wasn't on my watch that we passed a massive new entitlement, prescription drug plan, without a source of funding." As Obama was put on the defensive about the economy, another line of attack was stealthily attracting the attention of many of the same wealthy financial backers. At the Koch's secretive January summit in Palm Springs, one of the group's largest donors, Randy Kendrick, posed a question. Her shoulder-length cascades of frosted hair and flashy jewelry made her an unlikely-looking rabble-rouser, but Kendrick was an outspoken lawyer who had abandoned the women's movement decades earlier for the Goldwater Institute, a far-right libertarian think tank in Phoenix, where she was on the board of directors. She and her husband, Ken, the co-owner and managing general partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks baseball team, had the kind of fortune that made people take note. Earl Ken Kendrick, who hailed from West Virginia, had made many millions on Datatel, a company he founded that provided computer software to colleges and universities. He subsequently bought into the Woodforest National Bank in Texas, a private bank that was in 2010 forced to refund $32 million and pay a $1 million civil fine to settle charges of usurious overdraft fees. Hardcore economic and social conservatives, except for the state subsidies that paid for the Diamondbacks stadium and brought public transit to the field, the Kendricks were horrified by the election of Obama. They were charter members of the Koch's donor network, having written at least one seven-figure check. Their generosity had been a two-way street. They had supported institutions that the Koch's favored, such as the Institute for Humane Studies and the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. The Koch's had meanwhile supported the Freedom Center at the University of Arizona that they founded, where the Kendrick professor of philosophy taught freedom to college students. Now Randy Kendrick wanted to know what the group planned to do to stop Obama from overhauling America's healthcare system. She had read the former Democratic Senator Tom Dashley's 2008 book, Critical: What We Can Do About the Healthcare Crisis, and was alarmed. She warned that Dashley, who favored universal health care coverage, likely reflected Obama's thinking. Dashley was expected to become Obama's Secretary of Health and Human Services. If the new administration adopted a plan of the kind Dashley was floating, she said it would kill business, her patients, and lead to the biggest socialist government takeover in their lifetimes. She was adamant. Obama had to be stopped. What was the plan? Kendrick spoke with passion. Her interest in the issue was both political and personal. She argued that the choice of private health care had saved her from spending the rest of her life confined to a wheelchair after a leg injury. She had initially been told that because she suffered from a rare disorder, she couldn't risk surgery. But a specialist at the renowned Cleveland Clinic had found a successful treatment. She survived the surgery and was now an active mother of teenage twins. Randy was convinced that if America had government health care like Canada or Great Britain, she would be dead, a friend who asked not to be identified confided. It was a powerful testimonial, and the donors at the Cook seminar were deeply moved. But the Obama administration had never proposed government health care like that in Canada or Great Britain. Reached later, after the implementation of Obama's Affordable Care Act, Donald Jacobson, professor of molecular medicine at the Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine, who cared for Kendrick, recalled her as a generous donor but dismissed as nonsense her argument that Obama's health care plan ever threatened treatment of the kind that she received. "I can assure you that Obamacare did not diminish our research efforts in any way," he said. However, the sequestration efforts of the right-wing conservatives and their Tea Party colleagues have hampered progress in medical research. The National Institutes of Health is suffering greatly, and it is very difficult for all investigators to obtain funding. You can't blame the Affordable Care Act, but you certainly can blame the Republicans. Nonetheless, when Kendrick finished her emotional pitch, there was an awkward silence from the Kochs, according to two sources familiar with the meeting. The Kochs of course opposed the expansion of any government social program, including any potential universal health care plan. But the sources said they hadn't focused much on the issue. They had assumed the healthcare industry would fight its own battles, in its own interest, so they hadn't thought they'd need to step in. Instead, the Obama administration had cut deals with much of the healthcare industry, winning much of its support. They were unprepared on the issue, said one of the sources. Despite their later reputation for orchestrating opposition to Obamacare, it was actually Kendrick, not the Kochs, who first led the way. She and a handful of other multimillionaires had recently helped fund an unsuccessful effort to prevent Arizona from coercing citizens into buying government-run, or any other kind of, health care coverage. But Kendrick was not giving up. She was strong-minded and accustomed to getting her way. When she appeared every few weeks at the think tank, a former colleague recalled, they would often line up and hand her a bouquet of flowers, like a queen. After the defeat in Arizona, Kendrick vowed to take her fight national. "Who do I have to give